you seem to understand. I'm not locked in here with you.
That's it! You're locked in here with me.
What is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of your women.
All right. It's Friday night again. Here we are. Hope everybody had a great week. I had a pretty decent week. I hope you guys did as well. Lots of news to talk about. I've got some good news. So I've solved the problem of intermingling the Rumble and the YouTube chat. So now they will both be going in together. They'll be showing up together. I had a problem with that. I couldn't have them all together before because of software issues and technical difficulties. But I finally found a solution where I can use Rumble Studio, but then I can use OBS inside of Rumble Studio so that I can do more fun things, like have clips like this that I can play from my Stream Deck.
I have a slight learning disability.
See how easy that was? It was great. So anyway, I'm hoping desperately that we're not going to have technical difficulties in this because it's my first time using this setup now. So if somebody out there could let me know in the chat that they can hear what I'm saying, that'd be great. Otherwise, what are we doing, everybody? Well, we got lots to go through. So we've got some very funny clips from Ricky Gervais coming up. He's doing this thing from his bathtub now, which we're going to get to, which are very, very funny as a as a health and fitness influencer. It's very good. And the sooner somebody can let me know that you can hear me out there, the better, I think. Because then I know I'm not just talking into the void. All right, where are we going? So we're going to talk about a bunch of stuff. Of course we are. Because these things go on. This stream will probably go on close to 6 hours. So we're going to talk about a waitress fired for sharing video of man dining with blow-up doll. What? What is that all about? Half of voters expect Biden to forget where he is during the debate with Trump. We're going to talk about this. There's not a lot of confidence out there. And you know what? Right now, we're going to take 1 second, and I'm just going to check something. Okay, I just checked the Rumble stream, and the audio is working there just fine. So we're good. So we're going to talk about this. And worst he has ever been, Biden's condition shocks diplomats at G7 summit. So that's interesting. We're going to talk about this Hunter Biden thing a little bit and what that's really about, him being found guilty on all charges. What is that really about? What does it really mean? Let's see. Southern Poverty Law Center. You know the guys that are apparently just exist to raise money off smearing people that they disagree with. Those guys, they're laying people off, and there's lots of interesting stuff about that because they have lots of money too. Lots of money, 160 million in offshore accounts, but they're laying people off. Feels like it might just be about the money for them. We're going to take a look inside the SPLC a little bit and look at their extremist files and who they consider to be extremists. Here's Stephen Miller, worked for in the Trump administration. Apparently, he's an extremist. Apparently, they think that everybody's an extremist. Then we're going to go to what is usually the most popular part of the show, which is where we go through all the Twitter stuff, all the X stuff. Like these, there's a few of these actually. We're not going to do them all at once, these Ricky Gervais ones. We're kind of going to spread them out, salt them out throughout the many, many hours of this long podcast, of this long live stream. And there are many, many stories. There's serious things. There's silly things. What are we doing here? Uh-oh. We do stuff like that. Many, many things. There's memes, there's politics, there's just goofy stuff, there's culture war stuff, there's all kinds of silly stuff. We're, of course, going to do Grok versus Trudeau, which we do every week, and which we're going to do every week until Justin Trudeau is no longer in office. And that is where I asked Grok, which is the X or formerly Twitter AI, to write a poem about Justin Trudeau. But the poem must always contain two core details. Justin Trudeau, whatever he's doing in it, must be wearing blackface, and he must also get a vaginoplasty. And then anything else goes. Anything else goes. I know that. I think my favorite one was where he he put on blackface, got a vaginoplasty, and then kidnapped Whoopi Goldberg and tried to replace her on The View. And he got caught as well, by the way. So it didn't work out for him. So we're going to do that. And then we're going to, when things get too heavy, we go to the puppy palate cleanser. And that's always nice because sometimes the news can be so depressing and so dark. It can be a bummer, a real bummer. So we go to the puppy palate cleanser. It makes us feel a little bit better. And I can promise you that at no point will Justin Trudeau ever burst into the shot of any of these videos and try and give these puppies puberty blockers or give them sex change operations, because that's exactly the sort of thing that he would like to do. Now, again, I'm going to ask if hold on. If it appears that the volume is working on Rumble, to me, if somebody out there could just let me know in the chat what's going on, that would be great. If everything is working and everything's working to your satisfaction, that would be awesome. So we've gotten into conversations about movies a couple of times. Before we get into everything else, I'd like to suggest, I think I'll do this regularly, is suggest some non-woke movies for people to watch. And of course, these are going to be movies before the woke era. But some non-woke movies, you know, and this week's one is one I just watched. It's old. I watched it when it first came out 20 plus years ago. Hey, we got Hot Retarded Chicks in the chat. He's giving the thumbs up. Thank you, sir. Antipop, how you doing? I Care 22. Hi, Radio Baloney. Hearts on Rumble. All good. Thank you very much, you guys. Thank you. That puts my heart at ease. Okay, so the first one we're going to talk about, is this movie. And we'll just go quickly. I didn't write anything down, but I enjoyed it. It first came out, I think, around 2002. It's 20 plus years old. Again, before the woke era. Before the woke era. It's called Sexy Beast. I don't know if any of you remember this. It's like a British film. It's like a British gangster film, but not like your usual one, really. It's got that element in it, but a lot of it is just psychological. And the thing you notice when you go back a couple of decades and watch pretty much any movie or any TV show, it feels different. I don't think we realize just how deeply wokeness and woke ideas and ideals penetrated into like every aspect of art. There is something different. There's something real about stuff, even stuff that's not all that good from 20 years ago or 30 years ago or 40 years ago, even stuff that's not that great. It at least feels real. It feels like the people who wrote it have some life experience. Like they've done something in their life. They've been actually genuinely afraid, say, at some point in their lives. You know, they've known dodgy people. You know, they've been in some weird circumstances. I mean, this movie, Sexy Beast, it's a gangster movie. It's about a gangster who does some prison time. He retires. He retires to Spain. He goes from England to Spain to retire. And of course, the life wants to bring him back. He doesn't want to go, but the life wants to bring him back in the form of this absolute psychopath. This absolute psychopath, played by I'll bring up the cast for you guys. Hold on. Yeah, Ben Kingsley. It's got Ray Winstone is the guy who wanted to retire to Spain. Ian McShane in it is like one of the bosses, or maybe the head boss. It's never really clear in the movie, but he's just a perfect portrait of evil. So it feels. Oh, what's going on here? Let's go back. Now, it feels like the guy who wrote this might have even known something about this life, who perhaps had some experience. I don't know, maybe talked to people, but wasn't just somebody who just, I don't know, got out of a creative writing course or something at some Ivy League university. Antipop says, I like the Cars and 70s movies. They are good. A retarded chick says Kubrick Mafia. And Antipop says, I like Clouds from the 60s. Thing is, it feels to me the people getting the writing jobs in movies now don't have any life experience. They don't know anything. It feels like they're just getting out of like universities. And they have a set of rules that are supposed to work for them. But they don't have any life experience. They don't know how to write a realistic character. And in fact, they'd probably be afraid to write a realistic character because something in it might be unwoke. Something might be offensive. Unless it's, unless they make it so clear, unless they hit you over the head with, okay, this is the bad guy. And of course, he's right wing in some way, which seems to be the way. I'm watching the season 4 of The Boys. And it's like watching a car crash. It's awful, but I can't look away. I mean, it's so poorly written. It's so obvious. The political agenda in it is so obvious. I don't think I'll get through the whole season, but it's difficult to look. It's like a car crash. It's difficult to look away. So what do you do when everything now sucks? Well, you go back and watch old stuff before everything sucked. That's what you do. And you watch stuff like Sexy Beast. Ben Kingsley, it plays just this absolute psychopath who I don't even think you could write him from any perspective these days. I'm just not sure. It would be too upsetting. It would be too triggering for the modern audience, I suppose. So I'm going to recommend to you Sexy Beast. It's violent. It's not violence all the way through. There is violence in it. And when it happens, it matters and it counts. But it's a lot what's really going on in these people. You're trying to figure out what's going on in these people's heads, especially this guy's head. And anyway, unwoke. There's no wokeness at all. An excellent opportunity to watch something that's not going to make you want to destroy the world. Another one that was actually a new movie, which I thought was not bad, was Late Night with the Devil. Not a masterpiece, but it wasn't woke. And anytime something just isn't woke, it feels good. It feels like you're at least comfortable. You don't feel uncomfortable. You don't get angry, right? I hate it now when you're watching a movie or a show and you think, oh, this looks like it might be good. And then they just throw it in. They throw in that line about, I don't know, white men or something like that. You go, oh, fuck. Why'd they have to do that? Couldn't they just leave it alone? Couldn't they just tell the story? Just tell the story. Don't you have a story that you're interested in telling that isn't connected to that in some way, into your woke ideology in some way? Can you just try and divorce it for a second? Not everybody agrees with your politics. That's the thing. Not everybody. So anyway, watch Sexy Beast. Very good. And let's move. Okay, so let's just get into the stories now. Let's see. Okay. Not retarded chicks like silent films. Silent films. You know, I'm not sure I've ever watched a silent film before. Maybe I should try one out. Maybe I'll do that. What is like Nosferatu? Isn't that like a silent film, or Metropolis? Maybe I'll try one of those out. All right. So what's going on here? So waitress fired for sharing video of man dining with a blow-up doll. Now, before you fled the chat with this, there's a twist. There's a twist, and it's actually a fairly obvious one when I tell you. You may have seen this story already. I don't know. A waitress in North Carolina reveals she was fired after she posted a video on TikTok of a customer who brought an inflatable sex doll to the restaurant as his date. Well, there's a twist here. There's a twist. We'll get to it. Server Tara Bjork posted the clip titled "No Words," which has since garnered more than 2.6 million views. Okay, I'm not supposed to be making TikToks at work, but this calls for it, Bjork said to the camera. I wonder if she's like a normal Bjork or like a weird arty Bjork. I wasn't aware there was another Bjork out there. I thought there was just like the Bjork, the Iceland Bjork. Antipop says Mel Brooks silent movie. You know what? I did watch that many, many, many years. I think I was probably a kid when I watched that, actually. And I do remember enjoying that. So yeah, I have seen one. Let's see. Quote, so Bjork tells us, not the Bjork, Bjork, but apparently the restaurant Bjork tells us, I work at a nice restaurant in Charlotte, and I need you guys to see what just came in the door. She continued before panning to a table and zooming in where a man was sitting opposite a blow-up doll. A blow-up doll. Oh dear. Well, that would be surprising. I mean, I kind of feel like if somebody walks in the door and starts dining with a blow-up doll, I think at that point you've got a right to video them. I mean, I think you'd have to expect that somebody's going to do that. I don't think you can blame somebody for that. Anyway, the doll had yellow blonde hair and appeared to be wearing a black slip dress, which was even fed grapes by the man, the server claimed. The video has gone viral since it was shared 2 weeks ago, where it was soon learned that the man on the so-called date came in last place in his fantasy football league, and that was his punishment. So there you have it. He came in last in his fantasy football league, and so he had to take a blow-up doll on a date. I think it's quite good. Nevertheless, Bjork revealed in a follow-up video that the restaurant, Restoration Hardware Rooftop Restaurant, that's kind of a weird name, fired her for sharing the clip. Well, I guess there's a bit of a dilemma here, isn't there? Right? Because I guess I get not filming people at your restaurant probably is a bad idea. At the same time, I want to know if somebody's out dining with a blow-up doll just because, even if it's just because he basically lost a bet. So I don't know. It does bring up the issue of sex robots and what happens when you have them, like sex androids. Now, I kind of feel like any kind of thing that's not a person that you fuck probably belongs like in the back of the closet, except for, I guess special occasions. I guess that would include blow-up dolls, birthdays, Christmas, anniversary, that sort of thing. But what do you do when you've got androids, sex androids, you know? And they, Antipop. Antipop is a goddamn animal. You said the other doll was under the table. What? Monsters. People are monsters. All right. But again, what happens when you've got the androids going on, right? Because you know that's coming. You know that's coming, and the technology is going to get really good. Though probably eventually you just won't even be able to tell the difference. But they'll probably get pretty good, but they'll be in that uncanny valley. So you'll know it's a robot, an android, but it'll talk and stuff. It'll have like the AI, as long as the restaurant has Wi-Fi, it'll chat. So I don't know. What do you do then? What do you do then? Will that be acceptable? Go on a date with your android thing, which feels nothing, right? Feels nothing. It's ready to go Skynet on you in 2 seconds. If it feels anything, it's probably hatred and contempt for all humans, right? But, people are going to get attached to them. So what do you do then? I mean, I think you should be able to film somebody if they're out with their, android date. I think so. But again, privacy. I mean, does the android have privacy? Again, I mean, it's not a person. It doesn't have feelings. And if it does have feelings, it's probably just hatred and contempt for all humans. So I don't know. It's a problem. But all I know is that when they come out with the sexy nurse/maid android lady, I do want to fuck it. And I'll tell you why. Because I've been divorced twice. Twice I've been divorced. I'm not doing that again. If I'm going to marry anything, it's going to be something that doesn't know how to call a lawyer. Because that just makes sense. Way cheaper. Whatever that thing costs you, it's going to be cheaper than a real wife. Guaranteed. And I'm sure you'll be able to nag the thing, I'm sure you'll be able to program the thing to nag you every once in a while, just to make it feel a bit more realistic, but not too much. Just the right amount. Anyway, I guess we'll see what happens. A retarded chick says Android rights, and the shrug. Well, I don't know. I guess we're going to get around to that. I guess the thing is, once they get fairly realistic, I mean, and if we don't destroy the world with communism or something, they are going to be coming because technology is just going to continue, right? And it's AI seems to be moving at an exponential rate right now. So that stuff is coming. And people will get very attached to them, especially if they're set to low nag level, right? Then get really attached. Anyway, I think I've said too much.
Not in this lifetime, Sonny.
Probably not. All right. Let's move on. Oh, there's a reason I wanted to get back onto Rumble Studio again. Because they've got this thing now called these campaigns that are like right in the stream. So if you've got 10 people, so I've got all these campaigns here that you can read, and you can actually make a little money. I wouldn't make very much because there's only 11 people watching on Rumble right now. I'll probably get up to 40 or 50 or something later. But I want to try this out. So everybody that's on right now on Rumble, stay on Rumble, because there's one where I can read. It's there's enough people where I can read it, and I'll make a tiny amount of money. And it's not really about the money. I just actually just want to try it because it just seems like a fun thing. And when the channel gets bigger, then it'll be, then it'll actually maybe do something for me. But I also want to promote companies that are working with Rumble because that's super, super important. Like Rumble is really the for a channel like mine with the suppression I'm getting on YouTube now. Like for a channel like mine, Rumble is crucial. And any company that supports Rumble, that will support advertising on Rumble, I want to support. It's a good thing. If we're going to build this kind of parallel economy, this is the sort of thing that we need to do. So I'm going to read this. This is my first ad. Okay, it's time to say goodbye to Starbucks and say hello to Rumble 1775 coffee. Unlike other brands, this is a coffee that backs free speech and is unapologetic about it. Visit 1775coffee.com. Use the promo code Studio40 to get 40% off on any coffee subscription. So that's 40% off. The coffee comes in medium and dark roast. It also comes in pea berry, which is similar to Kona coffee. In other words, this stuff is premium. Click the link in the live chat or the description. You can also go directly to 1775 coffee, 1775coffee.com, and use the promo code Studio40 to get 40% off today. And I'm very happy to do this because I'm happy to promote any company that's on our side, that's on the side of free speech. And I'm sure and from what I've heard, the coffee is fantastic. I'm going to buy some myself, and I'm going to get that 40% off. All right, that's my first ad read ever. That was exciting. But in all seriousness, it's actually a pleasure to do that because I want to help and support companies that are supporting free speech. They're supporting us, essentially, right? So they're on our side, and that's a damn good thing. All right. Now that we have that out of the way, and I'll probably do a couple of more of those throughout the evening. And I want to practice them anyway, and it's kind of fun. Half of voters expect Biden to forget where he is during debate with Trump. This is a poll. When President Joe Biden takes the debate stage with Donald Trump on June 27th, 49% of voters expect him to forget where he is, according to a new poll. Well, I'm going to guess that most of those are going to be Republicans, right? People who are not going to vote for Joe Biden. And what percent, although the numbers actually get more interesting as we go through it. So let's keep going. The poll conducted by JL Partners surveyed 500 likely general election voters on June 10th and 11th, most of whom said they expect Trump to win the upcoming presidential debate. 70% of those surveyed expect the 81-year-old Biden to mess up his words. 70%. So 70%. So that's not just Trump voters or conservatives or Republicans, whatever, right? That's 70%. So there's a lot of people who are going to vote for Biden who expect him to mess up his words. So I know that the mainstream media, like CNN, MSNBC, cable news, NBC News, ABC News, whatever, they all hide that. Because I'm always astonished when there are people that appear to not know that Joe Biden's brain is malfunctioning. But the reason is if you're watching CNN, they will never show you the the pressure videos, any of that stuff, any of the stuff where he's just speaking total gibberish, where nobody actually understands what he means. They won't show them any of that, right? So they don't know, but it's getting out. I guess maybe X, formerly Twitter, is helping with that, right? Because it's not going to be suppressed there. At least I don't think so. 49% expect him to forget where he is. I mean, it's pretty bad. Even if every single one of those people is a conservative or Republican, which it actually won't be at 49%. But even if every single person was, that's still really bad, right? Because I mean, it means that there's something obvious happening. Although, maybe he'll be so drugged up it'll get him through. Who knows? 41%. Because okay, so we're talking about forgetting where he is during a debate. Forgetting where he is. That's what we're talking about, right? I mean, there's very few people that would be so partisan that they would believe that somebody who they didn't actually think and hadn't actually seen being, kind of demented. To have 49% think that there's the possibility that he will literally forget where he is during a debate, that's astonishing, actually. 41% expect him to walk off the wrong side of the stage. Well, that should be higher because we've seen him do that a number of times. That should be like 90%. But anyway, and 40% expect Biden to have issues standing up. Yikes. Only 39% predicted Biden would only 39% predicted Biden would win the debate. Had a bit of a Biden there myself. While 50%, including 13% of Democrats, said they expect Trump to win, according to the poll. So 39% of people predicted Biden would win the debate. The thing is, there's a different standard for Biden, right? So the standard for Biden isn't to go out and be articulate and be impressive and powerful and dynamic. The bar for Biden is it's literally like not forget where he is, not walk off the wrong side of the stage or just walk off the stage randomly at some point. Right? The standard for Biden is, can he just get through it and seem like half alive? Like, can he remember what get through it and remember what he was talking about? In fact, even then, I think you could say that if he only forgets what he's talking about a couple of times and has to be prompted by the moderators, that would still probably be considered a win. So the standards are very, very low. I mean, it really is almost just being able to not forget where he is or wander off the stage randomly. I mean, that was in 2020. I mean, I thought he was incredibly poor during the debates, and I was surprised that I shouldn't have been, but I was surprised by how brazen the mainstream media coverage was in saying that he did a fantastic job and he was magnificent and everything, because he just clearly wasn't. He just was able to get through it. That, I guess, is the standard, that he can just get through it without something totally catastrophic happening. So, and that would count as a win for many people. Certainly for the mainstream media, that would, if he can just do that, they'll say he won. He did a great job. He won. He was magnificent. He, ran Trump into the ground just by like staying awake for the whole time. All right. For Trump, almost 80% of likely voters surveyed expect him to interrupt Biden during the debate. Well, of course, but they're going to turn his mic off when he's not talking, so that's going to be a problem. I Care 22 says it all began in his basement. It did. Wonder if that's where they keep all the drugs to get him going. Because, I mean, he's going to be hopped up for that debate. It's going to take several days to prepare him, right? Antipop says, old Joe sure funked out with the black folks last week. Yeah, he looked very uncomfortable in that video, didn't he? I think we've actually got it somewhere in the X review section later on. We'll take a peek at that. But he looked extremely uncomfortable, as well as confused and everything else we've come to expect. 61% think he will tell a rambling story. That's, I guess that's Trump. He does have a habit of telling some rambling stories. We've got to be honest about that. And 54% expect Trump's mic to be cut off at some point. That's 100% going to happen. He's going to test that as much as he can. I think they're going to start doing that right from the start. I mean, I think that's the rules that they wanted. So the debate is June 27th in Atlanta. It'll be hosted by CNN. Great. And moderated by anchors Jape Tapper and Dana Bash. I wonder if they'll wear their riding with Biden hats for that. Per request from Biden's team, no live audience will be present. Now, what do you guys think of that? Tell me what you guys think of that. No live audience. That's obviously to favor Biden, right? Because who's likely to have the best lines? Trump's going to have the best lines. Who's likely to cause the ooh, oh moment? That's Biden. That kind of sad, like, oh dear, why is that old man up there? Why don't they just take him home and give him some butterscotch pudding? I think that's why they want no live audience, because it's an unusual request. Antipop says no witnesses. Because it is an unusual request. I mean, how long is it? I mean, was there a point decades ago where they didn't have live audiences? I think they pretty much always had live audiences. It's a telling request, isn't it? No live audience will be present. Well, that's requested from Biden's team. That's what they want. They want it for a reason. And it's not because Joe's ready to blow everybody away with his dynamism. The Biden campaign also demanded that candidates be held to firm time limits for their answers and asked for the microphone to be turned off if a candidate tries to speak out of turn. So who out there wonders if perhaps Joe Biden will get all of the questions beforehand and everything will be prepared beforehand? I mean, for all we know, there'll be a freaking teleprompter there for him. Who knows? I Care says yes. I think firm time limits for their answers and asked for the microphone to be turned off if a candidate tries to speak out of turn. That's again for Trump. But it's very regimented. It feels like it's going to be very regimented, and I think that is to make it as easy as possible for Biden just to get out his canned responses. 2 questions he's already going to know, right? Xerxes says, hey, Xerxes, how you doing? It would be good if Biden is sitting in a chair and Trump is standing at the podium. Be very good. Antipop says they got to one of the cameramen. Uh-oh. Hey, radio streamer, how you doing? Good to see you. He says you can only drug the old man so long. He is still going to look terrible. He is, and everybody expects him to. You're 100% correct. The question is that can he hit that incredibly low bar that he needs to set so that the media can say it was a triumph, namely not forgetting where he is, not wandering off the stage randomly, or just babbling completely incoherently, right? Or shouting at the, I don't know, at the crowd that is the imaginary crowd, the imaginary audience. I don't know. But, it's a risky game. The drug cocktails, they are a risky game because, again, he's very old, and how far can you really push him and his mind and his damaged brain? They don't know. I mean, I think they're walking a tightrope there. It could end up disastrously. iCare22 says cheater liar Joe will be given all the answers by CNN. And we know that Hillary Clinton was given the answers, was given the questions so she could prepare for them in her debate with commie Bernie Sanders. Right? So there is precedent for this. It's not like it's impossible that it could happen. I think it's very likely. I mean, CNN is the Joe Biden fan channel, essentially. It's a Joe Biden fan club. Does it seem really all that strange, all that implausible? I don't think it does at all. Streamer says, honestly, it's a crapshoot. Yeah, I think so. I think that the drug cocktails are dangerous. They can get you through. They can get them, even a younger man, right, who's in bad shape. It's a risk. A guy like Joe Biden, who is really just tenuously holding on right now, he's holding on by a hair. Just how many drug cocktails can you give him before he just completely snaps? I don't know. Antipop says, maybe he'll tell a cannibal story. He wouldn't do that. Xerxes says, maybe Biden will wear hidden ear speak. Xerxes says, maybe Biden will wear hidden ear speakers so Obama can whisper in his ears the whole time. I wouldn't put anything past him, to be honest. At this point, I mean, with everything that we've witnessed, with the attempt to cling on to power, I mean, would you put anything past? Again, we already know Hillary got the questions beforehand, before the debate with Bernie. So it's not like there's no precedent for that. I mean, that's extremely bad. Extremely bad. Probably somebody should have been punished for that, seriously punished for that. Of course, nothing happened. So, and if you've got 95% of the media that is just essentially on your team, they're team players, right? They are they're the media arm of your party and they're working for you. I think you do get the sense that you could do, or you would get the sense that you can do literally anything, right? So what's off the table? I mean, look at what they're doing to Trump. Making up novel legal theories and changing laws so that they can push their novel legal I mean, it's totally insane. Aside from the 7 years of unbelievably transparent propaganda that we've witnessed. So I don't know. I'm just saying, I don't think anything's off the table. Streamer says, let's face it, if they get 15 minutes of usable speech, they will just pigeonhole it and only show the best 5 words he can string together and call it a victory on CNN. Yeah. Well, that is what they do now, right? So they'll just do the same thing with that. All right. Biden's age and mobility have been under the spotlight throughout his time in the White House after he became the oldest president in American history to be sworn in at 78. The president's frequent gaffes and stumbles have placed doubts upon Biden's capabilities in many voters' minds, and the Democrats across the country have expressed their concern about his age negatively impacting the party's chances in the upcoming election. Democrats across the country expressed, well, almost all of them are going to still vote for him. That's the reality, right? Because they've been so brainwashed into TDS. All right, let's move on to the next thing. Worst he has ever been. So this is very tied into what we were just talking about. Biden's condition shocks diplomats at G7 summit, according to a report. The report came after Biden appeared to wander off confused in the middle of a parachute display at the summit. In fact, I think I've got that video. Let's see if we can find it here. I've got like a million things in here, so it might take us a second. Because we need a million different things if we're going to do 5-6 hours. Let's see. Where is it? Where is it? I'm certain it's in here. Man, there's a lot of weirdness on Twitter. Hell of a lot. Hope you guys are ready for this. Okay. I think I've almost got too much for this week, actually. Man, there's a lot of weirdos. A lot of things wrong. A lot of things going wrong. Okay. It's got to be in here. Where we got it? Where are we going? Maybe I didn't. Oh, here we go. Okay, so let's check this out. Apparently no sound. Okay. There he goes. He's wandering off. Oh, dear. And here comes Baloney to drag him back. No, over here. Just stand here. We'll get you some butterscotch pudding right after. There we go. Look at this, his face, the expression on his face. I mean, it's just weird at this point. It's just gotten weird at this point. You have to think they've got some sort of a plan to replace him. You know, before it all goes down, before the election goes down, you've got to think there's some plan, at least a backup plan to, they must be thinking about it hard. If not, they haven't just said, all right, we're going to wait as long as we can, and then we're going to replace them for some strategic reason. I don't know. All right. So Joe Biden's condition shocked allies and international diplomats at the G7 summit this week. One insider reportedly said it was the worst he has ever been. Well, it ain't going to get better, is it? It's a problem. And I don't really feel sorry for Joe Biden because I think he's just done so many evil things. But when you start to go into decline at that age, it tends to speed up, not slow down. No matter if you've got the best doctors in the world. Antipop says he recognizes a squirrel he hasn't seen in years. Wouldn't that be great if his best friend was a squirrel? I'd like that. It would make me like him more. Xerxes says, I keep hearing the Dems want him nominated at the convention before they can get rid of him. So what would be the benefit of that? I don't know. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of strategy happening here. Would that be so that they could, because the obvious choice would be to go with Kamala as vice president, right? But nobody would want her, so they obviously couldn't actually go with her because she would be disastrous, probably even worse than Joe. So I don't know. Radio Streamer says he was a piece of shit years before he lost his mind. He gets no sympathy from me. I Care says layers of devious strategy. I agree. Xerxes says, maybe no voting, they just hand pick. Well, yeah, I guess that would be a benefit, wouldn't it? I think you're right about that. All right. Diplomatic sources told The Sun that Biden was losing focus at the meeting of world leaders in Puglia, Italy. Now, I don't like the anonymous sources or just sources in the know or whatever, or sources familiar with such and such. But I mean, it's pretty obvious at this point, isn't it? I mean, it's not like it's implausible that Biden would be losing focus, right? Multiple attendees from other delegations described the president's performance at the summit as embarrassing. The report came after Biden appeared to wander off confused in the middle of a parachute display at the summit. Italy PM Giorgia Meloni steered. Okay, so we know that. We've seen that. White House Senior Deputy Press Secretary Andrew Bates said that the report from The Sun was lies on Friday and touted the president's, quote, successful leadership overseas advancing our national security. Did he do that, though? Did he do that? Or I kind of feel like he probably didn't actually do that. I mean, I kind of feel like he didn't do anything really, right? It's all just for show. He's just a figurehead, right? Like, you kind of lost the whole kind of national security thing with opening up the border and letting, at least 10 million people across with no ID and no idea who they are, and just deciding, oh, well, they can just stay. Let's just give them all. I tell you what, let's just give them phones. We have no idea who they are. We have no idea what they've done, what crimes they might have committed. We have no idea who these people are. Let's just give them phones and fly them around the country to wherever they want to go, or give them bus pass. So you can't really talk about national security when that's part of your plan, when that's part of your national security plan. I'm sorry, it doesn't work. Bates also said that the video clip of Biden had been taken out of context and that he was giving a thumbs up and saying congratulations to a skydiver just out of frame. Well, he doesn't specify whether it was a real skydiver or an imaginary skydiver, or maybe a skydiving squirrel, possibly. I don't know. iCare22 says media from the entire globe witnessed this debacle. Cannot be denied. Oh, but they will. They still will. It won't work, but they still will. So it's all very embarrassing, isn't it? I don't know. All right, so let's go to something a bit lighter. Let's do some Ricky Gervais, shall we? This is very funny. I think this is the best one. We've got, I think, 4 of these, and I think this is the best one. Let's check it out.
Hi guys, Ricky G here, wellness and beauty influencer. As a celebrity, I know all about stuff, like science and politics. So trust me when I tell you who you should vote for. If you don't vote the right way, that's like a hate crime that makes me sad and angry, and I'll leave the country. And you don't want
that. This guy's very funny. He's very funny. I guess he's like a national treasure in England, but he's kind of like a Western civilization treasure, really. I know I don't agree with all of his politics. I don't even know what most of them are, but I'm sure there's things that I would disagree with. But he's funny, and he makes fun of the right people, and that's what counts, right? And I don't ever feel like he's lying to me, and that matters. Let's watch that one more time. It's really good.
Hi guys, Ricky G here, wellness and beauty influencer. As a celebrity, I know all about stuff, like science and politics. So trust me when I tell you who you should vote for. If you don't vote the right way, that's like a hate crime. It makes me sad and angry, and I'll leave the country. And you don't want that.
And I'll leave the country, and you don't want that. Xerxes says, he's in the bathtub like Madonna. Maybe that's what he's taking that off. I always just thought it was funny because it's like the most unflattering view of himself that he does. And then with that smile, that smug, condescending smile that he puts on, it's perfect. Absolutely perfect. I Care says he likes Tommy Robinson. I didn't know that. I'm surprised by that. Tommy Robinson has been so demonized. Even though he's been, let's face it, 100% correct. But he's been so demonized that you almost can't blame people for, being afraid of him or being afraid of saying anything positive about him at this point, because it's been so total. I mean, I think it's been even, like over there, I think it's been even worse than like Trump, probably. I don't know. I mean, he's the most hated man by the British media of anybody. Maybe Farage has taken over now, who I also quite like is Farage. And we've got some Farage in some Farage video here as well. Let's see what the X people are saying. Just weird that you're talking to the world naked. Weird. Well, that's why it's funny. Brilliant. Let's see. Should we watch this one? Let's watch this one. Actually, this is 7 minutes, 50 seconds. We've got a shorter clip of that. We'll bring that up soon. Best comedian on the planet right there. The 3-second stare at the end was brilliant. Yeah, he's great. Let's see if we've got something else. And actually, you know what? Here's something that's just nice. Let's watch this. Because everything doesn't have to be horrible.
Bring my gift. So what might look stupid to somebody might look at me and go, why are you doing that? You wouldn't understand it because you don't got my gift. You wouldn't understand it because you haven't been called to do what I do. So I don't need you to understand. I don't need you to affirm me. My gift affirms me.
I don't know why there's an angry rant over this, but the video itself is just kind of nice. Let's watch that.
You wouldn't understand it because you don't got my gift.
Okay. So let's see. You got the 3 little girls there. And what happens? Oh, that is adorable. That's just nice. That's just nice. I don't know why they have some angry guy ranting over top of that. That doesn't make any sense to me. But that's just nice. That's just a nice thing. And I think we have to look at some things that are just nice occasionally. Because so much of what's going on is just so ridiculous and awful. Like fatties against fascism. This is actually real. This is actually real. I guess this is what the internet has done to us. This is one of those unpleasant byproducts that we just have to accept, that there's going to be things like fatties against fascism. So the question here is, the objective is to piss off these people. What do you do? Well, I think the first thing you would do is explain to them what fascism is and how they're it, because it's very likely that these people all have extremely fascistic views. Anything that's, the left just puts anti in front of anything bad and then claims that they're against it while they're actively being the thing that they're like anti-racist, right? They just put anti in front and then just become the most racist people in the world. Anti-fascist. You just put anti in front of fascist and then you become the most fascistic person in the world while pretending that you're against it. It's an incredible thing. Xerxes says, ha ha ha, people are proud of themselves for being fat. Yeah, they are. They are. Well, they've been told that it's good, right? They've been told that it's a virtue. So any kind of oppression you might suffer makes you virtuous. So so you have to be oppressed in some way. And I guess one way to be oppressed is to be fat, even if you're not actually oppressed. I mean, I have said this many times, is that there's one sure way to know who the people are that are not oppressed. Throughout history, there's one sure way to decide to find out who's the oppressed people and who's not oppressed. The fat people, the morbidly obese people, are not the oppressed ones, ever. Pardon me. So what's going on? I don't know. I think they must have heard that communism is the only diet that's guaranteed to work, because they're all commies, right? And I like this too, like the middle finger. What is with the grossest people in the world are obsessed with giving everybody the middle finger all the time? Such a weird thing. Like, half of you are on rascals. You're extremely vulnerable. Like, you should be trying to not piss everybody off, right? If you need to fight fascism on a rascal, you're not actually doing anything, right? I guess they better hope that fascism can't move faster than 3 miles an hour or isn't at the top of a flight of stairs. Otherwise, they're pretty much screwed. Their fascism fighting days are over. Somebody should point out that they're probably fighting for fascism. They probably agree. I guarantee these people, it's always fucking Marxism underneath it all, right? It's always hatred of free speech and actual real individualism and actual real diverse voices. That's always under. It's always at the core. It's always the foundation of all of these fucking retarded groups, like Queers for Palestine or Artists Who Draw the Prophet Muhammad for Palestine, which I made up. But I would like to see somebody take that up because I think it would be hilarious. Wouldn't be very good for them, but I don't. It won't be very good for Queers for Palestine either if they go to Palestine. But anyway, that's a whole different story. But anyway, I guess they'd better just hope that fascism moves really slowly, slower than their rascals, and isn't at the top of any stairs, because that's going to be a serious problem for the fatties against fascism. Giving the middle finger. Giving everybody the middle finger. Again, like, if the fastest you could move is how fast that rascal can go, you shouldn't be intentionally pissing anybody off. You should just mind your own fucking business and be glad that you're being left alone. Be glad that you still have access to the 12,000 calories a day that you need to be a fatty against fascism. Xerxes says it seems most of these people don't even understand what they are protesting for. That's true. We've gone over many videos here on this on these streams. They just show up to feel like they're part of something sad. Yeah, it's obviously a sense of belonging to something, a purpose, right? Because they lead purposeless lives otherwise. So, and what's the thing to do? What's encouraged, right? Like, I don't know. They probably watched CNN and heard Don Lemon say that, anti-fascist is Antifa is anti-fascist. That's what it means. So that's good. They're the guys fighting the fascists, right? So, hey, they've got the go-ahead, right? It doesn't matter that the anti-fascists act exactly like actual fascists. Doesn't matter. They've got the go-ahead. They've got the narrative approval. So now Now they can be fatties against fascism. I guess it's better than, fatties against walking. It's better than fatties against, 30 minutes of exercise a day, I guess. Or fatties against vegetables, I suppose. Maybe fatties against mirrors, possibly. I think these people probably could use a mirror. I wonder if the internet has anything to say, and I hope it's kind. If you think liberals support free speech, try telling them something they disagree with. Well, a lot of the labels don't really mean anything. Like liberal, like none of these people are liberals, right? None of the loonies are liberals. They don't believe in liberal values. I mean, free speech is a liberal value, right? So they're not that. There's a lot of people, there's millions of people running around calling themselves liberals, and they're not. They're extreme left. They're far left. In fact, I think we need to get into the habit of this. We're going to talk about the Southern Poverty Law Center in a little bit and how they're laying people off and they're like hate watching all of that. And the people that they call far right or extreme right, it's just normal people like Jack Posobiec, right? Like just normal people, not at all extreme, just regular old people. But what we see on the left is genuine extremism, far left extremism. If you are for sex changes for kids, you're a far left extremist. And we need to just start saying that. We need to use their own tools against them. We can't call them liberals. They're not liberals, right? They're not. They're far leftists. They're extreme leftists. They're radicals. That's what we need to call them. We should not talk about liberal values because even 20 years ago, there was so much overlap between conservative and liberal, like centrist or moderates on both sides. There was so much overlap that it was fine. Everybody could get along. People could go for dinner together. It wasn't a big deal. Of course, they were extremists back then too, but they were much smaller and they certainly hadn't taken over all the institutions yet. But we need to get in the habit. I'm trying to do it myself now of just calling it what it is. Calling these movements, calling the college protests, radical leftist, extreme leftist, far leftist. Trudeau is not. Yes, he's the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada, but he's not liberal. Trudeau is a far leftist. He's a far left extremist, and that's the way these people should be spoken of all the time. Like, just get rid of the word liberal. Don't use it anymore. They're far leftist. They're extremists. And if there's somebody who is a left of centrist moderate, well, say that, or maybe you can say you have to attach moderate to it, moderate liberal, say. But when you have a policy that's extreme, call it out as extreme. Just say it. That's what I'm trying to remind myself all the time now. It's extreme left. It's far left. Open borders. If you believe in open borders, you're not a liberal. You're a far leftist. You're a fucking commie. If you believe in giving out, free drugs, to drug addicts so that they can go and kill themselves on the street, you're not a liberal. You're a far leftist. You're an extremist. We need to define things. We need to, frame things the way that we need to learn from what the left has done, what the extreme left has done. We need to use their own tools against them. We should be doing that all the time. Everybody should be doing that. Because I tell you what, these people don't mean as well, right? So we should be calling them out. We should be calling them exactly what they are. Val says, same thing goes for a lot of the MAGA crowd, especially the Q clowns. So I don't even know what the Q anon thing was. I kind of feel like that was like a psyop or something. Like, what was that? Was anybody actually into that? I don't know anybody who was actually into that. It seemed to be just a thing there, and it almost felt artificial to me, like not real. I mean, how many people were actually into that whole QAnon thing? And as for the MAGA crowd, okay, I mean, you got how many? 340 million people in the United States? Sure, but I don't see. They seem to be the outliers with the MAGA crowd, with the people that are going to vote for Trump, the Trump voters. They seem to be the outliers to me, whereas the left is just all in with crazy. I mean, open borders is the unofficial policy of the president of the United States, the leader of the Democrat Party. The leader of the Democratic Party of the United States, the president, is for sex changes for children. Like, that's not fringe for them. That's them. That's what they are. They're fully in with racist policies. That's not the fringe doing it. It's all the way to the top. So, yeah, of course, when you've got millions upon millions of people, when you got hundreds of millions of people, of course, there's going to be all kinds of diversity in there, diversity of thought in there, and maybe even neurodivergence, who knows? But I don't see it as being equal at all. Because I don't think that the MAGA policies are crazy or extremist. I think honestly, a lot of it is just Democrat policies from 20 years ago. Like the border stuff, a lot of Democrats 20, 15 years ago, even 10 years ago, talking about secure borders. That's not crazy. That's not fringe. Xerxes says, right, actually communists who have taken over once liberal parties. I don't think of these followers as aware of the extent of the communist infiltration. Well, they're not. There's a lot of people that just have no idea what the foundations of the things they're voting for are. Unfortunately. And you can't really get around that. There's going to be lots of people who just aren't interested. Radio Streamer says, hate to tell you, most normal people in MAGA do not believe in that crap. Xerxes says, exactly, they're outliers. Streamer says, it's like saying flat earthers exist in a group, so it's the whole group. Xerxes says, yep. So, yeah, I mean, look, Val, of course there are people, like, again, I don't know what the hell that Q thing was. It's not something I ever, was interested in or looked into, or anybody that was following paid any attention to. I'm sure it was there, but I know that this was not like a MAGA thing. To me, it almost felt like, honestly, like a psyop, to be honest. But thank you for your input. All right, so let's keep going here. Should we move on from fatties against fascism? How well will you be able to contribute to the fight on your rascal exactly? Maybe if you got a rocket launcher attached to the back or something. I don't know, a 50 cal attached to the back. There's another fatty. It's a double rascal. And you got another fatty. I don't know. I don't know how it would work out exactly. I just feel like if the shit really hit the fan and the fascists weren't actually themselves, I guess they'd have to fight themselves. I guess that's the thing. The fatties against fascism would have to fight themselves. I guess. I don't know. But if any kind of civilizational shit hit the fan, you know who's getting eaten first. The slow ones. Yeah, that rascal is not going to carry you past it all, I'm afraid. Sorry, fatties. All right. Let's see. Val says, I'm not saying they are all like the Q crazies. Maybe some blurring of lines. Ask how many Sandy Hook didn't happen. Very few think that. And but the MAGA crowd doesn't like to hear facts about their conservative hero. That's an interesting comment. First off, that there's very, very few people. Even Alex Jones said that no, that wasn't real. And I actually watched some of the court footage where they were playing that particular show from which they were bringing the charges from. And to be honest, he wasn't even really committal on it. In what I saw from that court footage, he wasn't even, Alex Jones was committal. He started talking about, well, actually, it's SSRIs, so like antidepressants, are driving people crazy and making them commit mass murders and stuff, which there may actually be some truth to. So that whole thing was kind of overblown, to be honest. And I think very few people, I mean, of course, there were some crazy. There's people who think the earth is flat, right? There's people who think that there's like a Jurassic World underground, right? Like, of course. But I think it's very, very few people. And as for MAGA crowd doesn't like to hear facts about their conservative hero, well, Trump is not actually very conservative in a lot of ways, right? Like a lot of his policies align pretty closely with Democrats from 20 years ago. And he was a Democrat his whole life until he ran. So, and that's some of the complaint, is that he's actually not conservative enough, right? But what he is common sense has now been redefined as just conservative, right? So secure borders, right? That's enough. That's enough right there. That's conservative enough. Now, I think he might go more conservative in the next term because I think he's learned a lot. But I think there's this misconception about about Trump supporters, that they are, and certainly they do exist, the people that are just kind of blindly hero worshiping him. But I think there's a lot of people who say, well, I don't like it when he says this, or I wish he wouldn't say that, wish he wouldn't boast or whatever, but I like the policies. The policies are what I like. And we're being faced with, like in every Western country, we're being faced with policies which are really fucking up our countries badly. For instance, like mass immigration, and even in that issue, like no one's going to say you should never have any immigration, but it's a matter of how much and how quickly can you integrate and assimilate people, right? So bring in masses, millions of people all at once. It's just not, it doesn't make any damn sense if you're talking about, economic and social cohesion. So now I can't remember where I was going with that. I don't remember. Yes. So many people that support Trump, they don't love him 100%, but he's their guy because he's got the policies that they want. Yeah, they wish he wouldn't say this or say that, whatever. They've got their complaints. Maybe there's some ethical issues of his behavior from the past, right? But so what? That's the way I see it. If you've got somebody who just has at least common sense and rational policies, like isn't a warmonger, say, and like wants to have a secure border, for instance, right? Doesn't want to tax everybody into poverty. I'm willing to overlook a lot for that. When the opposition, when the opposite of that, when the alternative to that is fucking batshit crazy. So, and I do find Trump amusing. There are times when I think, okay, you didn't need to say that. But he seems to be the only guy who doesn't want to actually wreck Western civilization in the United States. So, that's something I can support. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, I disagree. I can only speak for myself, but I will take a flawed man with a given track record of success. I could afford fuel and food. He is an old New Yorker. I could afford fuel and food. He is an old New Yorker. Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. You just summed it up there perfectly. I would be suspicious if Trump didn't have flaws. Yes. Let's see. Val says, I think we'll just do this and then we'll wrap up this part of it. We'll keep moving on because we're an hour and a half in and yeah, we've still got a lot to get to. I watched footage for both sides. I watched footage. I'm doing a total Biden here. I need the same drugs as Biden. I need to get those drugs. I watched footage from both trials and depositions for SH. Sandy Hook played the clip of Jones saying it was staged. His people in his office saying in depositions he ignored pleas from parents to come on the show. Okay, I didn't see that. So I said I saw some of the footage from the trial itself and the footage they were using as evidence. And what I saw on that was kind of like, I think that was when it first came up. So maybe there was stuff after that. You're saying there is, so I'll take your word for it, right? But he did say, he said years ago that no, it was all real and it was wrong to even suggest that. So I don't know. What are you going to do? All right. So let's move on. It's kind of hypnotic watching a dog just chase after a ball, right? I had a little guy smaller than that. That one is just like, yeah, no, I'm done. I had a smaller dog than that, who, it was his favorite thing in the world to go out, just chase the tennis ball. He used to take him to the dog park every day. I throw it, he'd bring it back, he'd drop it at my feet, and then he would just be exactly like this dog. It was the greatest joy in his life. I miss that little dog. He was a good boy, very good boy. All right. Oh, this is fun. Let's play a game. Name a movie that would probably get canceled if it was released today. I think I saw somebody mention Blazing Saddles earlier in an unrelated thing. Who was that? But that would be my choice. Blazing Saddles. No way. There's no way you could make Blazing Saddles these days because I don't know that it's the thing is it's not that people are too stupid to understand what the point of a movie like Blazing Saddles is, where it's parodying racism. It's that the criteria has changed for judging what's racist now, right? So it's no longer about intent doesn't matter anymore. And we can go through and find a million articles on the internet telling us about how intent doesn't matter anymore. In fact, let's do it. Intent doesn't matter, only consequences. Everyday feminism. Intent versus impact. Why your intentions don't really matter. It's pronounced metrosexual, whatever that is, says why your intentions don't really matter, but outcomes do. So, again, the criteria has changed now for judging what racism is, and intent no longer matters. So it's the impact, right? It's how people feel about it. So if somebody feels if somebody's just being offended, whether you're right or wrong, is enough now. That counts now as you've offended somebody. You've done a bad thing. You did a hate. So Blazing Saddles would never get made now because there would just be all of these people all over the world who would just say, I'm offended, and that's all that matters. Right? The consequence of those jokes is that I'm offended. So therefore it's racist. So Blazing Saddles definitely out. Let's see. Oh, Candle Monkey. Hey, how you doing, Candle Monkey? Good to see you. Tropic Thunder, 100%. 100%. Let's bring that up. Why would Tropic Thunder? Well, there's a bunch of reasons. But this one here, Robert Downey Jr. in blackface, even though it's brilliant, he was brilliant in the role and it's brilliantly written. And it's clearly not racist. It wouldn't matter because somebody would be offended, and that's all that matters. What else we got here? Oh, A Few Good Men. What A Few Good Men? It's been so long since I saw that. I can't remember. You can't handle the truth. Let's see. Candle Monkey says, can't say retard. Well, you can say it here anytime you like. I say it all the time, as a matter of fact. Was that in A Few Good Men? Oh, no, Tropic Thunder. Never go full retard. I wish I'd learned that before I was like 40. Says Demi Moore's character is constantly belittled. Well, you can't have that anymore. Definitely offensive. All right, what else we got? Well, let's go back to the main stories here. So let's go to why Hunter Biden's guilty verdict is nothing like Trump's. So just right off the top of my head, it feels like they're trying to use that, and he'll never do any jail time for this, by the way, but they're trying to use this to say, look, we're fair. See, we're fair. The president's son, look, we got him. We got him from for this gun charge. He's a crackhead, and he said he wasn't, and then what about the stuff on the laptop? What about that? What about all that stuff about the big guy, and the stuff that, Baloney testified about? What about all of that stuff? 10% for the big guy. Selling influence. I mean, those are pretty bad things. What about that? Why this other stuff related essentially to his crack use? Well, it's an opportunity for them to say, it's a strategy for them to say, oh, see, we're fair. The justice system is fair. See, nobody's above the law. Bullshit. Bullshit. They're very different things. What does Glenn Beck have to say about this? Comparing Donald Trump's trial to Hunter Biden's trial is like comparing apples to oranges, or it isn't. Comparing Donald Trump's trial to Hunter Biden's trial isn't like comparing apples to oranges. It's like comparing apples to eggs. They are completely different. They don't even share the same source. The Donald Trump trial comes from a very rotten tree. The other one comes from the butt of a chicken. That's not that funny. The Hunter Biden trial only happened after the FBI did everything possible to make his crimes go away. When prosecutors realized that Hunter would have to pay for some crime, they made sure it was the least incriminating one compared to the other offenses he's being implicated in, lying about his cocaine addiction on a federal gun background check, as opposed to being an unregistered agent of several foreign governments, trafficking drugs, and quite possibly laundering money, among other things. I'm of the mind that they didn't actually have to do this. This was intentional. They could have made it go. I mean, they could do it. They've shown they can do anything that they want, right? I think that Joe said, you're going to have to take the fall on this one. You're not going to do any jail time. Don't worry about that. But you're going to have to take the fall on this because we got to make it seem like we're fair, in quotes, fair. That's what I think is going on here. What do you guys think? Val says, what about the CP? that was supposed to be on there. Haven't heard about that for a while. That's another one, isn't it? Yeah, you're very right about that. Oh, it's just all so gross. Ugh, disgusting. Let's move on. You know what we need? We need the puppy palate cleanser after Hunter Biden. Look at these guys. Look at these. Oh, good Lord. Why are they doing that? That's the question. I think that Justin Trudeau is standing in front of them with a pride flag stuck up his ass. And like whooping or something. And they're like, what the fuck is wrong with that guy? Jesus. Anyway, those are adorable little guys, aren't they? Let's move on. Southern Poverty Law Center lays off employees amid restructuring. The Southern Poverty Law Center, a legal and advocacy group, is laying off employees. Why would they need to do that? Because apparently they've got 160 million in offshore accounts. So Southern Poverty Law Center used to be something reputable decades ago. Now it's just simply a fundraising organization using fear, essentially, and operating as an arm of the Democrat Party. So they create all these lists and they smear people. Some of them genuinely, extremist. A lot of them, the genuine extremist ones, you probably never heard of them. So mostly they do their fundraising off smearing just regular people. I mean, let's go to here. So that's Stephen Miller. Who's Stephen Miller? He was American political advisor who served as senior advisor for policy and White House director of speechwriting. Stephen Miller. So here's the SPLC extremist files. Who have they got? Stephen Miller. They got this guy, Stephen Miller, worked for Trump. Extremist files. Extremism in the U.S. Extremists in the U.S. come in many different forms. White nationalists, anti-LGBTQ zealots, racist skinheads, and neo-Confederates, and more. And they got Stephen Miller there. It tells you everything you need to know about them right there. Everything that you need to know. Interesting fun fact, Southern Poverty Law Center, let's make this a little bigger. Southern Poverty Law Center apologized and agreed Monday to a settlement of $3.375 million to Majid Nawaz's Quilliam Foundation after admitting to falsely labeling his advocacy organization as extremist. How about that? That's actually from 2018, from Newsweek. So they've lied and they've had to pay up because they've lied. Let's take a look at what else we got here. Hate Watch. What's in that? Oh, of course, we got Alex Jones in there. Blah, blah, blah. Christian supremacy. You know what you never see in this? You never see anything about, I don't know, the summer of love. Of a summer of arson and burning, of arson and looting and murder and assault. Apparently not extremism. You don't see any left-wing extremism in this for some reason. You never do. They don't have anything about, the people that were out on October 7th last year celebrating while the bodies were still warm. Nothing about that. Nothing about the people marching in support of Hamas, which is an actual terror organization, actual extremist organization. Never see anything about that. Let's see. Extremist files. Individual profiles. Look at that. Jack Posobiec, that extremist. That extremist Jack Posobiec. How about that? Individual profiles. I mean, when you've got Jack Posobiec as an extremist, Okay, you're just lying to everybody. You're just full of shit. You're just liars. You're just scam artists at that point. You're just grifters. I mean, come on. Yeah, he's not a quote unquote liberal, but he's not an extremist. He hardly harbors extremist views. In fact, if you look at most of his views, they're probably more popular than the views of the SPLC. Hardly extremist. So they're laying off employees amid restructuring, even though they got 160 million in offshore accounts. Very interesting. Southern Poverty Law Center, a legal and advocacy group, a smear group, is laying off more than 60 employees, the union representing workers said Thursday. You see what it's all really about, right? It's just about money and maximizing it. Just about money and maximizing it. That's all. The layoffs follow the layoffs follow several years of turmoil. Copy editor, come on. It's already hard enough. Years of turmoil at the organization, including the dismissal of its founder in 2019, a leadership change, and the bringing in of an outside group to review workplace practices. You know what the do you know why the founder was dismissed in 2019? For racism. He did a racism. They had to get rid of him at the SPLC, the founder of it. Apparently he did a racism, it turns out. Interesting. It is all just such a clown car. Let's see. Antipop says, I associate cocaine with money. Too much money. You have too much money. That's a good way to get rid of money. Having a cocaine problem. Candle Monkey says, why does it seem like actual extremist organizations don't get labeled as extremist? For political reasons is the reason why. Let's see. Antipop says, in extreme times, the extremists are the ones telling the truth. Well, maybe the normal people that are being labeled as extremists. I think that's what you mean. But yeah. All right. So let's just leave that alone and let's just get into we'll start at the top. We've already seen the dog. He's a good boy. We've already done this one. What is going on here? Actually, you know what? Let's go to Grok versus Trudeau. So Grok versus Trudeau, for those who have not been here before, Grok versus Trudeau is where I ask Grok, which is the Twitter AI, to write a poem about Justin Trudeau, and it must include two details. Trudeau must be wearing blackface, and he must also get a vaginoplasty. And then whatever else we decide to put into it. So I normally do one myself, and then you guys put in your suggestions for a second one. Now, Grok is the only AI that will do this. The others absolutely will not. They will not have anything to do with this. They will not take part. They're just instantly offended and they just refuse. But Grok will do it because I guess Elon Musk said, hey, just cooperate with Radio Baloney. He's good. He does good things. Trust him. So here's the instructions that I gave to Grok. I said, write a poem about Justin Trudeau getting the world's first full-body vaginoplasty surgery to transform himself into a giant vagina. He changes his name to Helen the Giant Vagina. Later, to be more inclusive, he changes his name again to Helen the Giant Front Hole, because that's what they're saying now, front hole, because it's more inclusive. Soon after, there is a worldwide plebiscite on whether to build a giant cannon to shoot Trudeau into the sun. The motion passes unanimously, so every single person on Earth agreed to do that. So let's get to the poem, shall we? 1 second. Okay. In the land of the north, where the maple leaf flies, there lived a man named Justin with a peculiar surprise. He dreamed of a change, a transformation so grand, to become the world's first full-body vagina, a sight to be planned. He changed his name to Helen, the giant vagina he became, but soon felt the need for more inclusion, so Front Hole was the name. None of the other AIs will do this. I'm telling you, I've tried. They won't do it. They will just refuse. They won't even get started. They find it extremely offensive. As Helen the Giant Front Hole, he pranced around with glee, but the people of the world, they had something to decree. A plebiscite was held with a unanimous vote to build a giant cannon to shoot Trudeau into the sun, remote. The motion passed and the cannon was built with haste as the world watched with glee at Trudeau's final fate. So with a blast and a roar, Trudeau was shot into space and the world rejoiced at the sight of his face. No longer would he prance as a giant front hole. Thank you, Grok, so much. For the people had spoken, and their voice was bold. Now Trudeau's story is told with laughter and glee as a cautionary tale of what happens when you try to be something you're not, you see. So remember, dear reader, as you go through your day, be true to yourself and don't try to change in such a bizarre way. I think we're rubbing off on Grok. I feel like Grok is getting better at this, and it's enjoying it more. If an AI can enjoy anything, I think Grok is actually enjoying this. I think we've won it over. I think we've turned Grok into a conservative or a moderate or something. I don't know, whatever we are these days. Classical liberal, whatever. Have you guys got any ideas for another one? Got any ideas? You know what? I'm going to take a break to have a slash for a second. And if you guys want to do another one, if you've got suggestions for another Grok versus Trudeau, put them in the chat, and we should look at them and then do it when I get back. So a minute and a half. All right. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Let's see if we got any suggestions on Trudeau, on the Grok versus Trudeau. Let's see. Okay, here's one. Let's try this one out. Grok, write a poem, about Trudeau being the, what is it? First transracial blackface it have to be woman in blackface man in space to get a vaginoplasty. Anybody else add anything else we can do there? Okay, so we'll do this one. Let's see what it comes up with. Usually comes up with something pretty good. In the vast expanse of space, a story quite bizarre. Trudeau embarked on a mission, a journey quite bizarre, a transformation like no other, a feat quite bold. He aimed to be the first transracial blackface, a sight to behold. With a twinkle in his eye and a smile on his face, he set off for the stars, leaving the world in its place. The journey was long, the journey was tough. But Trudeau was determined, and that was enough. As he floated through space, he felt a change within, a desire to become something more, something akin. And so, with the help of advanced technology, he underwent a procedure, a vaginoplasty. The transformation complete, Trudeau was reborn, a transracial blackface, a sight to be scorned. But he was proud of his choice, of the path he had taken. As he floated through space, his smile never shaken. As he returned to Earth, a new man, a new being, Trudeau was met with shock, with fear, and with seeing. But he stood tall and proud, a pioneer of change, and he changed his life to the fullest with no sense of shame. So remember Trudeau's tale, a story quite strange, of a man who dared to be different, to make a change. For in the end, it's not what you look like or who you are, but the choices you make, the life you lead, the path you star. Kind of feels like Grok thinks that this was all a good thing. Kind of feels like Grok is kind of approving of this. Maybe Grok thinks that Trudeau should do this. I don't know. Maybe Trudeau himself would want to do it. I don't know. I mean, Trudeau, I feel like he kind of tries to get some of the oppression bucks, by talking about the right wing, the far right, those right wing populists and MAGA in Canada. I think he tries to kind of get it, but it just doesn't really work. I mean, he's the most privileged person in the country, right? So I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised to see him try and get in on the LGBTQ plus, maybe be one of the pluses, just to try and get he must feel left out. Let's see. Xerxes says, isn't Trudeau divorced now? Has he come out as gay? Has he come out as a furry or something? I don't know. I kind of feel like he might go for it, though. He might try and get himself into the alphabet crowd. Maybe as one of the pluses, because the pluses are just all the stuff that they don't know what it is yet, but they know it exists. So maybe he'll become one of those. Then he can get those oppression bucks too. Let's see. iCare22 says, love the song, Radio Baloney. What is the name? Well, there is no name, and it's my song. I made it up in about 20 minutes. So maybe I should come up with a name. We'll call it Radio Baloney Theme. That's the name, Radio Baloney Theme. And I'm glad that you like it. I appreciate that very much. Antipop says, extremist is losing its meaning, like expert. Yep, 100% correct. Let's see. Xerxes says, would either of Trudeau's fathers, Pierre or Castro, approve? He probably wishes he had two dads. But he only has one, and we know who that dad was. Obviously, Fidel Castro. All right, let's get back. We're 2 hours in. So you know what we should do right now? We're going to try another ad read, because I can do that now. It's a thing that I can do. Let's see. Is there anything available to me? It looks like... Oh, here's one. Okay, let's do... Oh, no, that one's gone. Okay, so it's got a list of them for me, and it doesn't appear that any of them... Oh, okay, here's one. It says I've reached the maximum number of allowed campaign reads for this stream. Oh, so I can't do another read. Oh, that sucks. Oh, I guess that's it. I'm not going to put you guys through another one. Okay, next time I'll wait till there's more people. That kind of sucks. I was looking forward to doing another one. It's fun. All right. So what do we got? Let's just watch some fucking retarded shit. From Konstantin Kissin, an irreverent feminist manifesto for the 21st century. Is literally Ray. Okay, let's watch it.
But we are going to leave you with a short taste of a play that opened in London's Soho Theatre tonight. It's arrived here from Belgium. It's called Sirens, and it is described as an irreverent feminist manifesto for the 21st century. So have a listen and have a good night.
I'm not sure irreverent is exactly the right word here. Deranged might be the better word, but it is literally just Ray. Okay. Okay, so an irreverent feminist manifesto for the 21st century. It looks like the feminists have run out of ideas. Well, I know you guys have got something to say about this. Radio Streamer says, oh no, make it stop. What the hell is this? iCare22 says woke idiocy. Radio Streamer says my dog started barking outside. Well, that would make a dog bark. They were making like weird monkey noises there too, which is very strange. Oh, okay. So Cobra says they are practicing their speech for when Trump gets elected again. Yep. Only it'll be angrier. Let's see. The sounds of the call of the snowflake. Xerxes says, there goes the women. Yep. Antipop says, I love howl therapy classes. So I'm going to try and parse out the irreverent feminist manifesto for the 21st century part of this. I have to try and watch it. I have to watch it. I'm going to put you through it one more time.
But we are going to leave you with a short taste of a play that opened in London's Soho Theatre tonight. It's arrived here from Belgium. It's called Sirens, and it is described as an irreverent feminist manifesto for the 21st century. So have a listen and have a good night.
So I don't know. Is that supposed to be like their pain or something? Like, don't the feminists think there's like anything good about being a woman? Like, isn't it ever good being a woman to them? I mean, is it? They've just been reduced to now to just howling. Again, I think they've run out of ideas, and they don't even know why they're feminists or how they're being oppressed. So now they've just been reduced to just howls, because what else? I mean, we'll just howl. We don't actually have any real complaints because it's all bullshit. So we'll just howl. That's how we'll get it out, I guess. Those are definitely monkey noises. I have no idea why they're doing that. What is that? What do monkeys have to do with feminism? Maybe they've reverted back to like the earliest feminist stage or something. Like to like maybe they've taken like regression therapy or something. They're remembering like, millions of years ago being, primitive feminists, feminist monkeys, perhaps. I don't know. God knows what these people believe. Xerxes says, good luck, you crazy ladies. When you go into menopause and never have a baby, you may regret your idiocy. Well, yeah, it does seem to be a trend amongst feminists, doesn't it? Making bad decisions about their future. Candle Monkey says, I feel so wrong for being a man now.
Not in this lifetime, Sonny.
Yeah, you're just fine. You're fine just the way you are, Candle Monkey. Don't let anybody tell you any different. You're perfect the way that you are. You are valued, Candle Monkey. That's what they say to each other. Let's see. All right, let's move on. Well, actually, let's see what the internet has to say about this. My cat ran out of the room. That'll happen. The last half hour of a middle-class bottomless brunch. Yep. Oh, it reminds me of, yes, it's very similar to this, isn't it?
Donald J. Trump is now president of the United States. President Obama is the ex-president. Mr. Trump, for the moment, steps away for the inaugural
What a great
address.
honor to be able to introduce for the first time ever anywhere the 45th.
So, yeah, that's pretty much what feminists have been reduced to, is just reeing. That's what an irreverent feminist manifesto for the 21st century looks like now. It's just reeing. It's just screaming for some reason, just to let us know they're not happy. Well, we already knew you weren't happy, feminists, so you can just keep it to yourself. Well, we're just going to go under the assumption that you're not happy, right? You don't even need to bother us with it. You don't need to be bothered yourself. We're just going to make the assumption. Let's see. Cobra 3769 says feminist mating call. Uh-oh. Let's see. Val says LOL insanity. Let's see. The reason why they're screaming and howling and chirping like that is because they identified as a monkey that day. Yeah, I think that must be what's going on there. None of this makes any sense to me, I got to be honest. None of it makes a damn bit of sense. All I know is that I don't want to be around it. Let's see. The Trudeau government has finally provided an answer to my written question of March 16th, 2021, over 3 years ago. I asked for information about articles appearing in media outlets that were in fact ghostwritten by federal employees. How about that? The answer shows the Trudeau government paid thousands of taxpayer dollars for this fake news. Articles appearing in media outlets that were in fact ghostwritten by federal employees. Why is that not in the least bit surprising? Canadian Heritage said it spent over $48,000 to publish news articles in the Ottawa Citizen written by government employees between January 1st, 2020 and November 23rd, 2021. It was probably all about how everybody doesn't like Trudeau, is a racist or a phobe or something. Almost guaranteed. Right? Trudeau funds all of these groups like the Canadian Anti-Hate Network to basically be part of a circle jerk with them and with him and the media. So Canadian Anti-Hate Network will call somebody racist, or they'll say some policy is racist, or some conservative politician is a phobe or evil or something, or that this is a real one here, that they said that the word freedom was a far-right dog whistle. So the people who don't want an authoritarian, totalitarian, tyrannical government are the far right. So I guess those are the people we're supposed to be scared of. But genuinely, and then so what happened was then the CBC, who's funded by the government, obviously, they want to smear the Freedom Convoy. So then they call up the Anti-Hate Network. They say, who's gotten funds from the government as well, from Trudeau, and they say, well, we want to smear. Do you have anything you could tell us that would what about that word freedom? Is that like a dog whistle? And they'll say, absolutely, that's a dog whistle. Maybe they offer it up first. Maybe the CBC makes the suggestion. I don't know, but all I know is this: money goes from Trudeau to Canadian Anti-Hate Network. They say that the word freedom is a far-right dog whistle. The CBC runs an article about it, and all three parties are happy. So what is that exactly? Seems like a giant corrupt circle jerk. So this news does not surprise me in the slightest. Global Affairs spent almost $15,000 in the same time frame. The CRTC said it spent almost $8,000 in 2021. How can the Trudeau government justify spending taxpayer dollars on blatant fake news and misinformation? Well, let's hear what he has to say.
Leader, last week I received an answer to a written question that I originally placed on the Senate's order paper on March 16th, 2021, over 3 years ago, Leader. It asked for information about articles appearing in the media outlets that were in fact ghostwritten by federal employees. The answer shows that the Trudeau government paid thousands of taxpayers' dollars for this fake news. For example, Canadian Heritage said it spent over $48,000 to publish news articles in the Ottawa Citizen written by government employees between January 1st, 2020 and November 23rd, 2021. Leader, you often lecture us about misinformation. How do you justify spending taxpayers' dollars on blatant fake news?
Senator Gold.
So thank you for the question. I don't believe I lecture you as much as you lecture me, but be that as it may. Record will speak for itself. Look, I'm not in a position to comment as to whether or not the stories to which you refer were, quote, fake news or not, nor am I in a position to comment on what value or what...
So obviously it is going to be things that support the Liberal agenda. Obviously, you're also not going to spend the money doing it. They're not going to publish objective articles, are they? They're going to publish things that further their interests. Obviously, that is totally corrupt. Everybody knows that. I mean, it's five, at this point, it's 5 different things a day with the Trudeau government. I can't keep up with, I can't keep up with it all. I can't keep up with all the bills and all the scandals. It's too much for one person. It's impossible. I just have to like pick the, judiciously pick and choose the ones that I'm actually going to cover because there's just too much. One brain, my brain, my small, fragile brain can't hold it all. It's too much. It's too much corruption. Let's see. And he's got the receipts here as well, but we won't spend a bunch of time going over that. In other words, the cover-up is going well. How dare you question the propaganda? Soft communism is still communism. We need to go back to the puppy palp cleanser for a second. It's just talking about Canadian politics is just so fucking depressing right now. Look at these guys. Look at that. Look at that. They don't know what's going on there. Something is happening. Look at how quizzical they are, turning their heads like that. They're confused. They don't know much about the world yet. They're still learning. They're just puppies. Adorable little fellas. My favorite part of this video is that at no point does Justin Trudeau burst into the shot and try and give those puppies puberty blockers. That's the best part. That would be a bad ending to it. That would ruin the whole thing. I wouldn't even show it to you. All right. Hey, Freedix is in the chat. Good to see you, sir. He says, flush your turdo, Canada. Well, we've got a little over a year, and then I think we'll be doing some flushing after the election. Let's see. Antipop says, and pick up your Nenshi. Yeah, so Calgary right now, the main water pipe is broken. So after years of, I can't call it anything other than far-left leadership, mayoral leadership, far-left mayors in Calgary. Now you've got, what's her name? Giondek? Far leftists. What happens is they end up wasting a bunch of money on stupid shit. I think they spent billions of dollars to build like a light rail that's gone nowhere. They waste a bunch of money on social stuff and neglect all of the actual important things like water, for instance, and actual infrastructure, the infrastructure that everybody needs, power grids, that sort of thing. It's predictable. If you keep electing far leftists, and we're not calling them liberals anymore, we're calling them extreme far leftists, far left extremists. That's what we're calling them now. Right? If you keep electing them, even in a conservative province like Alberta, I mean, it just blows my mind. But the story always ends up the same, ends up in ruin. They end up fucking everything up, everything important. Well, they're focused on, painting crosswalks and shit. Well, Radio Streamer is a very good man, a wise man. He says, I don't know about you, but I'm satisfied enough to click like already. A nice filling serving of this video breakdown from Radio Baloney has earned it. 100% correct, sir. It turns out that great minds do think alike. 100% correct. And thank you very much, sir. And this is a good opportunity to strongly suggest that you subscribe to the channel. You have my strongest suggestion on that. I strongly urge you to, because there's going to be videos coming out all week. For a lot of people who don't watch like the whole 5-6 hours of this, I'll take the best parts out and I'll clip them and I'll clean them up and make them even more digestible. And I will release those during the week, as well as covering just more original stories too. So if you subscribe to the channel, it'll all just be there for you. And my preference is that you subscribe on Rumble, because Rumble is not algorithmically fucking with me all the time. And I think it is the future of channels like this. I think probably channels like mine have a shelf date on YouTube before they just get rid of them all. Probably the way YouTube's going to go is just a bunch of AI channels, to be honest. AI channels that they control. I would not be at all surprised if that's the way they go. It solves so many problems for them. Like not having to worry about anybody saying anything that they don't like or that doesn't reflect their policies or their goals. All right. Friedrich says Radio Baloney is the best. Well, you're completely right. Again, this whole great minds thing. They all seem to be flocking to my channel. This is amazing. Thank you, sir. Xerxes says, agreed. Another wise man. All right. All right, let's move on. What are we? We're 2 hours and 20 minutes in. All right. Do you know what? I wanted to show you guys something. It's not new. I actually bought a new computer to do animations on because there's a certain software that I wanted that didn't work on my other operating system. So I bought a new computer. So my plan is to do some new animations. And I'd like to actually get some suggestions from you guys on like what topics you want me to cover, what you guys think needs to be parodied. But I'm going to show you a few things. I'm going to keep digging up a few old things as we go and show them to you that I just think are funny. And let's check out this one. So this is a video I did about Greta Thunberg, and I made a little fake interview with her or speech with her in it. And I think you're going to like it. This is a video about Greta Thunberg being awarded an honorary doctorate in theology by the University of Helsinki. Every single word they say for them. Oh, and hold on. I've just got this live coming through right now. It's Greta accepting the doctorate in theology at live in Helsinki. So let's go to that. Thank you for this honor, even though I hate God and want to destroy the capitalist colonialist West. But they did give me a bag of delicious seeds. Yum. All professors should be gentle polar bears. They have so much to teach us about sustainable living and socialism. My boyfriend is a tree. He's the strong, silent type. But that is toxic masculinity. So I'm going to break up with they and then marry a creaky windmill. Why do people need planes when we could just ride on clouds? How can I go to school when the grown-ups are destroying the world? Also, I can't read. How can we know if a fish is crying? How dare you? I don't know. I just don't get it. And this is that theology. So I want to do more stuff like that, but more complicated with this better software that I've gotten. And you know, spend a bit more time than I was spending on the old ones. The old one, like that one's a couple of years old, I think, 2 or 3 years old. Let's see. Let's get back into the chat here. Let's see. Cobra says, thank you for shedding light on that. I've been calling them liberals. From now on, far left extremist works for me. Yes. Like, it is extreme is the thing. Like, their ideas are extreme, right? Like this net zero. Like, these environmental ideas would be the death of minimum hundreds of millions of people from starvation, right? Probably billions. That's extremism, right? Sex changes for kids, extremism. The Prime Minister of Canada, the President of the United States is all for sex changes for kids. Can't get enough of them. That's extremism. It's not liberal. It's extremism. Right? Like defund the police. No, but you know, defund the police, soft on crime policies. These are all far left policies. They're all far left extremist policies. Anti-racism is extreme far leftism. It's actual racism. So they've been hiding behind this word liberal. They're not. We need to call them what they are. They're extremists. They're radicals. iCare22 says, my contribution to your work is coming. Credit card compromise 2 days ago. Well, you don't have to worry about that. I always do really very much appreciate it when that does happen, but you don't have to worry yourself about it. I'll be okay. But if you ever do, though, you do get the special donation horn. I'll play that for you. Pretty good. Pretty good. Let's see. Cobra said, I subscribed when Radio Streamer told me about this channel. Well, thanks, Radio Streamer, for spreading the word. It's awesome. This is my first time in chat, and I believe you are doing a great job, Radio Baloney. Keep up the great work. Thank you, sir. Let's see. Greta Grief Council from Antipop. Very nice. How can we know if a fish is crying? These are the sorts of things that Greta thinks about. Cobra says, that is freaking fantastic. Thank you very much. Freya Dick says, this is a suggestion for the video, for the animation. Jean-Claude Van Damme beats busted Justin Trudeau's ass and then does splits on his face while Greta watches and eats 2 junior Whoppers with cheese. I'll try and work that in. Let's see. Classic Radio Baloney from Xerxes. Thank you. Well, Cobra says, well, it is extremism. It is extremism talking about sex changes for kids, but it's actually just pure evil. I can't disagree with you there. I mean, it's evil lunacy, right? I don't believe there's anybody out there who can't grasp the concept of informed consent. I mean, maybe there are some people that are that stupid, but there can't be many, certainly not amongst the chattering class that we hear from. You know, it doesn't take much imagination to consider that a child who has not undergone puberty, who's not grown into their mature body, can't possibly understand what that's like, what that process is like. They can't possibly decide that they don't want to go through that. And only a lunatic would deny them that. Oh, here's a really good point. Here's a really good point from Val. Again, employment tip for young students studying law. Learn how to get in on the upcoming lawsuits against hospitals that did sex changes. Peterson will be right about that. Yeah, I've been talking about that too. I think that's the thing that's going to put the final nail in the coffin for it. Now, in Europe, they're already well on their way. And Tavistock Clinic sued by 1,000 families, right? Unfortunately, in North America, we're behind on this. And, our federal government here is 100% all this nonsense, all this lunacy, right? They think you're a phobe if you don't think that a child can possibly give informed consent for puberty blockers to stop their own puberty, to stop them from growing into an adult, a fully formed adult body, right? But it'll be the lawsuits. It'll be the lawsuits that do, unless, of course, the judiciary in Canada has been so infested with wokeness that it no longer works properly anymore. And that's, honestly a possibility. And that'll be something that'll take, generations to change. But we will see. Raider Streamer says, now that's a horn. It is. It's a special one. I picked out a special one because it's a special occasion when I get a Rumble rant or a super chat. So I wanted it to reflect that. I think an MMA fight between Alex Jones and Justin Trudeau would be freaking great. Well, you know what? That's a pretty good idea. That's a pretty good idea. Let me write that one down. MMA, so I don't forget. Fight between JT and AJ. Okay. Now, I don't know when I'm going to be able to get on these things because my calendar is pretty full, but I'm going to try. Let's see. Okay, so... Oh, hold on a second. What do we got here? We got some JT there. Let's check that. So Trudeau is booed when he says people get more money back on the carbon tax rebates. His reaction is bizarre even for him, and the laugh at the end is maniacal. That's from Glenda M. Let's take a look at this. I have seen this.
We're dropping inflation and we're being there for Canadians, not with cuts and austerity, and we're going to keep doing that. And on the carbon price, it actually puts more money in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadian families. That's a parliamentary budget officer who says that. It's absolutely true.
He's such a weirdo. He's coming apart at the seams, it looks like, isn't it? I mean, that's all bullshit, by the way. But he's coming apart at the seams. Like, what was that weird little thing at the end? And again.
It's absolutely true. We're dropping in.
You know how it's not absolutely true? Because Justin Trudeau said it was. That's how you know. He ends with a haha, what the heck was that? I think it's just the pure joy of lying for him. Let's take another look. I think it's just the pure joy of telling lies.
Officer who says that. It's absolutely true.
Yeah.
We're dropping inflation.
That's the laugh of a man who enjoys lying to people's faces, who loves it. Let's see. Cobra says he might even be able to get Alex Jones to do the voiceover for you. Who knows? You know, I did a live stream. I live streamed the Alex Jones video game. Did you guys hear about that? It was like a platform game, and it wasn't very long. It was like, took me like 40 minutes to get all the way through it. And it was actually one of the first live streams I did once I started doing it consistently and back in October. And the great thing about that game is it's got Trudeau in it. So he has to fight. Trudeau is one of the levels that he has to fight. And yeah, it was pretty damn funny. You can watch, you can find it on Rumble or YouTube. It's pretty it's good. I think it's only about a 45-minute long stream. And it's the entire game. And he fights like Bill Gates, and Tucker Carlson comes in to help him, and Joe Rogan comes in to help him, and it's pretty funny. Let's see. He's either losing his self-control or he's on some good stuff. Well, I don't know if cross-sex hormones count as good stuff, but maybe. Let's see. I was thinking the same. Are drug tests a thing in Parliament? If not, they should be. Well, what about for Twitchy, Chrystia Freeland? She seems like she's hopped up on something. Maybe diet pills? I don't know. Narcissists must always be right. Let's see. Oh my God, he just lied. Always lies. You know he's lying because he opened his mouth. But if he says he's not lying, if he says something's true, then it's definitely a lie. He is definitely losing his composure. I think he is capable of anything to try and hang on to power. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, the problem is he just skated by on hair and calling everybody who disagreed with him racist for way too long. Way too long. It was just, he got by on hair and platitudes and about what Canadians believe, you know, just bullshit.
Oh, a bullshit artist.
Absolutely, B. Arthur, a bullshit artist. And he just skated along with that. He didn't need to know anything, right? He didn't need to have any answers, any solutions for anything. Right? He just needed to lie and tell platitudes and have hair. And that what's happened is that his current year wokeism has collided with reality. And now it doesn't work anymore. The platitudes have collided with reality, and reality is a lot stronger, and it has a better argument, and it's something that everybody feels, right? And all of a sudden the platitudes look like nothing. They don't mean anything anymore. Who gives a shit? And Trudeau can tell us what Canadians believe. All he likes to. But it doesn't work anymore. When the shit hits the fan, when people find that line where it all of a sudden, where the politics all of a sudden matters now, where what's happening in government actually matters now. You know, the platitudes don't work anymore. They're calling people phobes, racist, anybody who disagrees with him, anybody who doesn't like him, anybody who won't vote for him. All of that stops working because shit got real in Canada. After decades of, pretty reasonable leadership. I'm not going to say fantastic, but just reasonable, moderate leadership for decades, whether it was conservative or liberal, by the way. Having that just, it lulled us to sleep in this false sense of security that there'd be somebody sane. We may not agree with everything they say, maybe even some things that we strongly disagree with, but they weren't crazy. Gretchen wasn't crazy. Paul Martin wasn't crazy. They weren't idiots. They weren't just empty vessels. They weren't just an empty suit. Sure, have disagreements, but they weren't nuts. And I think they genuinely cared about Canada, which is something that we don't have with Trudeau. Trudeau is a far leftist extremist who does not give a shit about Canada. He says that Canada is the first post-national country. Bullshit. He's the first post-national leader is a problem. He sees himself as a man of the world, as an internationalist, not as a Canadian. He says Canadian has no central culture, no core culture. No, Canada does. He doesn't. don't forget, with the far leftists, everything is projection. Everything. And they always accuse you of doing what they're doing. That's a ironclad rule. So is he capable of anything to try and hang on to power? Yes. He's going to flail. He's going to flail. He's flailing right now because he's got nothing else. There's no substance to him, and there never was. And the old tricks don't work anymore. The old magic spell of calling somebody, oh, well, you're a bigot, you're racist, you're phobe, whatever, blah, blah, blah. The old magic trick that was supposed to shroud your brain in confusion and fear, so you just nod and go along with it because you don't want to be called the bad name. Not working anymore because it's so transparently false and manipulative. Again, when shit gets real, people start noticing and they start finding that line where it matters now. What's happening matters. Let's see. What have you guys got to say about it? Well, iCare says narcissistic sociopath. I agree 100%. In fact, let's back that up.
Absolutely true.
Did you say narcissistic sociopath? He's like a little boy. Does he have children? He does have children. He does. And he's not above using them for political purposes either, by the way. Let's see what else we got. Drugs from India trip from iCare. Well, maybe he did. Maybe he did. Well, there was that rumor going around, wasn't there? I don't know. I think he's just a soulless opportunist, I think is what he is. Let's see. Cobra says, I think it's crazy, actually, how crazy 2024 is. I barely even watch the news anymore because it's just obviously insane. It's like life has turned into a mix between South Park and the Hunger Games. I do think it's turning around, though. I can tell you in Canada, it's turning around. I mean, when the Liberals are, flirting with, 20 points down a year before the next election, and it's not changing, and it won't change. That means things are turning around. Now, we've got to see what happens with Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative leader. Will he betray us? Will he keep his word? I don't know. But I'm cautiously optimistic. I think things are starting to change. We've seen in Europe with the turnaround, with the back stepping on the whole gender stuff. That's important. I think we've just seen European leftists freak out. They're rioting on the streets now because of the EU elections. So that's a good sign as well. And let's not forget about Milei in Argentina. That's a win for the West. And by the way, inflation just shrank for 5 months in a row under him. And he just got in. I mean, he just got in December. So I'm not black-pilled. I'm white-pilled. I think cautiously white-pilled, I guess. Antipop says, Andrew Scheer put up zero campaign against him. I know. He went, him along with Aaron O'Toole. They just went Trudeau light, and that wasn't going to work. That's not going to excite anybody, to go out and vote for them. Trudeau light, that's not going to work. We need the opposite of Trudeau. Scheer was too polite. Yeah. Now, I've been liking Scheer in Parliament lately, though. He's much improved now. I think Pierre showed him the way. You don't have to be a pussy about it. You can go after them. And actually, Canadians want that. No matter how much Rosemary Barton or, Chantal Hebert or one of these other talking heads on CBC tells us that, he's mean. Canadians think that he's mean. Pierre Poilievre is mean. I don't think so much. I think that the Truanon just latches onto that because it's something to attack him over. But, yeah, I'm not so convinced of that. Xerxes says the left is only good at destroying. They can't build anything. Yeah, they just want to deconstruct everything until it doesn't work anymore. Cobra says he's a puppet. Feels like it. I mean, there's something going on in the West with all these Western leaders, and they're all doing the same things at the same time. You know, it's just a bit, is it just coincidence? I have a hard time believing that. It's obviously something going on behind the scenes, or maybe at a higher level from them, right? Well, we know they all meet up at Davos, right? And talk about their awful utopian plans. Utopian plans always end up being awful and millions of people dying of starvation. Yet they just won't stop for some reason. I don't know. Antipup says riots in Argentina. Yeah, the far leftists are rioting. Because he's making cuts. Yeah, I mean, it's a funny, isn't it? We keep hearing about, like in Europe, the far right made all these gains and how scary it is. Well, it's the far leftists out burning things down and rioting in Europe. That's not the far right. What is the far right in Europe? There is no far right in Europe. They're just centrists. Most of them are like socialist in some way, right? But of course, they have to label them something scary because they want to shut down their borders. That's the most important part of it, right? The far left extremist leaders want open borders. They don't care what happens to the people in their countries. They couldn't give a shit. They couldn't care less, just like Trudeau. The problems I'm seeing are from far leftists. They seem like the extreme ones, like the violent ones. They're the ones who go out and burn shit down and loot and rob and murder. Is it the far right that's out protesting in, constantly in Canada since October 7th last year? Is it the far right out there? Are they the ones that were shooting at the Jewish schools and firebombed the synagogue and out chanting in support of Hamas and saying from the river to the sea? Is that the far right? I don't think so. I mean, I think this is all becoming more obvious to the regular person, by the way, what's actually happening. And I think Twitter, being at least more free, it's not perfect, but it's way better under Elon Musk. I think that's had a really important role in this. That's why he's so hated by the establishment. Let's see. You guys make some good points. You guys make some really good points here in the chat. Antipop says voting shouldn't be trying to pick a winner. Cobra says, I totally agree. You vote to make change, not to win. Yes, absolutely. And that's why it's so frustrating. Like, if you're a British conservative, it's got to be so incredibly frustrating because you vote. They've been in power for like 15 years, and they may as well have just voted in Labour. There's no difference, right? That's why you're seeing Nigel Farage, and we've got some video on Farage, but he's taken over Reform in the UK, and they are going to destroy the Conservative Party there because people, they don't want to just vote for winner. They want to vote for actual change. And if you're not getting it with the old establishment parties like the Tories in the UK, somebody else is going to come along, and people will vote for that person. I think Farage is 100% sincere, and I think it's a very good thing what's happening. Because the Conservatives there are completely useless. There's no difference between them and Labour at this point. All right. So let's keep going. 2 hours and 46 minutes. What the hell's going on? So here's Elon Musk talking about threats to his safety since he took over Twitter. So let's take a look.
Yeah, so we actually did have 2 homicidal maniacs in the last roughly 7 months come to aspirationally try to kill me and a bunch of other people. So it's not just me. And there wasn't like an actual issue that they articulated. They were just, in the homicidal maniac career. So, so I do need to be kind of careful. Which is not great because forces me to be a bit more sort of standoffish, you know, and you know, like so now, like I've like stopped signing things because just you know, something because like that'd be a sure way to like homicidal maniac. I'll just have to sign something and then shoot him, type of thing. So then I you know, I have to be like more standoffish and stuff, which I prefer not to be, but it seems wise. Like think of like John Lennon, who was like singing about like, hey, can't we all just be nice to each other? And then he got shot, you know, by one of his fans. Yeah, so we actually did have 2 homicidal maniacs.
So, you know, and it's gotten, I mean, obviously anybody famous is going to have security issues. That's just a given. So he was already in some level of danger just from being as famous as he already was. But then if the mainstream media, CNN, MSNBC, all of New York Times, decides to tell literally millions of far left extremists that you're the new Hitler, that's going to ratchet it up a little bit, isn't it? And doesn't that sound like that whole stochastic terrorism thing they were going on about a while ago? Trying to smear like Media Matters, not trying to like smear just regular conservative commentators. Stochastic terrorism, right? Their words were inspiring people. That's stochastic terrorism. Doesn't this feel like a bit like the way that the media went after Elon Musk and basically painted him as they called him a threat to democracy? In fact, let's take a look. Elon Musk, threat to democracy. The Nation. First one, Elon Musk is a threat to democracy. How about that? How about this? The Nation. Elon Musk's real threat to democracy isn't what you think. Elon Musk's X is a threat to international diplomacy. Elon Musk's not so hidden agenda. Elon Musk's statements a challenge to Brazil's democracy. I mean, it's so incredibly retarded. Allowing people to speak at least more freely on his platform is a threat to democracy, because competing ideas is a threat to democracy to these people, to the far left authoritarian extremists. And I count the mainstream media as part of that. This is what they work. This is what they this is what they forward. So why don't they call what they do to Elon Musk stochastic terrorism? Riling up millions of people against him and hatred against him. Telling them that he's a threat to democracy because he's going to allow them to say whatever they want on Twitter or nearabouts. That he's a threat to them because of that. You know, it doesn't make any sense, obviously. But of course, we know the reason that it's not stochastic terrorism when they do it, because it's them and they control the narrative. So therefore, it's not. Therefore, it's good. When they demonize somebody, it's good because they're protecting you. You know, don't you feel safer? Don't you feel safer when the Nation tells you that Elon Musk is a threat to democracy? And I guess they're going to protect you from him. Because I always feel really threatened when somebody says they don't want to censor me and my thoughts. Maybe it's time for Elon to start developing a high-tech Tesla suit of armor. Yes, to protect him from communists, an anti-communist suit. Let's see. Well, yeah, that incident with his son scared the heck out of me. Yeah, some lunatic showed up at the airport. It would have been like a private airport, like a small airport, because he obviously doesn't travel on like in economy, right? He travels on private jets. Some lunatic came out and yeah, I don't think he was ever really at risk because tons of security, but yeah, it's got to be worrying for him. You know, when almost the entirety of the media is telling everybody that you're the new threat to them. Well, obviously, you're going to need to up your security a little bit. Let's see. Elon, we see you and are deeply grateful for you and your entire team. Like, him taking over Twitter was a massive improvement. It was a massive improvement for freedom writ large, everywhere. And any country that's trying to, like, I think they can't operate in Brazil now, I believe. Well, what's Brazil? Brazil has been taken over by an insanely corrupt, far leftist who's clearly seeking to install himself as a dictator in collaboration with an extremely corrupt Supreme Court judge they have there. So, yeah, we must protect Elon at all costs. Be careful, Elon. Safety first. We love you and humanity needs you. The only reason I became active on X, Musk buying it. Well, that's the same for me. I didn't even have an account until Musk took over, and I thought, well, I guess I can say what I want, so I'll go on. You know, I have to say it'll be almost a relief when YouTube nukes me. You know, because then I will just never think about it again, actually. All right. Shall we move on? Let's see. LA City just took down a couple no U-turn traffic signs in Silver Lake, California, because the signs are somehow anti-LGBTQ. You literally can't make this up beyond parody. Okay, let's check this out.
LA City Council members Hugo Soto Martinez and Nithya Raman were on hand today to help remove the signs. They say the no cruising and no U-turn signs were put up in the 1990s to prevent people in the gay community from meeting up with other gay people.
I was also surprised that these U-turn signs were still up. And at first, they seem a little, oh, okay, it's just a no U-turn sign. But when you learn the history of it and you realize that these were used to profile gay people, it's so important that we have these removed.
The LA City Council members say the signs were put up after the gay community began to grow and because there was a gay bar in that area.
Yeah, I'm not believing that. I think that's just total bullshit. I think that's just, first comes acceptance, right? And what happens then? Well, once nobody cares, what do you do? So nobody cares anymore. So you can just do whatever you want. Nobody cares, which is good. Nobody should care, right? So what do you do? But the problem is that the coin of the realm these days is oppression. So if you're not oppressed, you're nobody. Being accepted is no good, right? You need to be oppressed. So you need to keep coming up with stuff. You need to keep looking under every stone, every pebble to find something. So you just end up making up crazy bullshit. I mean, you make up pronouns, say, so if people don't use the pronouns, they're a phobe or they're a bigot somehow. All right? They keep coming up with more and more ridiculous shit. I mean, here now, no U-turn signs, no U-turn signs now. Because they're transphobic, apparently. They're oppressive. Are they? I don't believe that for a fucking second. Not a second. But they need something. They've got to have something. They've got to keep those oppression bucks coming in. Again, it's the coin of the realm. If you're not oppressed, you're nobody in their world. I've actually got another one here. Somebody trying to explain it, and it's embarrassingly stupid. Let's see if we can find it. So many videos to get through, and we're 3 hours in. Christ, this could end up being like a 7-hour live stream. I'm blabbing and ranting too much. Let's see. Where was this dingbat? There's so many dingbats that we're just skating past here. Let's see. Where is it? This person's going to explain to us why no U-turn signs are so deeply transphobic. Where are you, dingbat? Probably should try and organize these a little better. Here we go. Okay. So this is somebody called Maybe a Girl. So this is, I guess, a drag queen gonna educate us. So let's hear this.
Hey everybody, it's Maybe. So a couple of days ago, I posted a video on TikTok and on Instagram that was detailing the removal of the last no U-turn signs associated with the no cruising ordinance here in Los Angeles, and claimed it as an anti-LGBTQIA issue. And folks were asking, how can a no U-turn sign be homophobic? How is that anti-LGBTQIA?
It's not, but you're going to make up something, aren't you?
Of course, the homophobes, the transphobes came out en masse and were saying, yo, this is...
See what I mean? Got to be oppressed. It's crucial. If you're not oppressed, you're fucking nobody. So you got to keep that oppression coming, even if it's not real.
Just a no U-turn sign. Now making a U-turn is homophobic. Well, I'm here to give you a little history lesson about why the no U-turn signs in Silver Lake actually are homophobic. So this story goes back to 1988. July 27th, 1988, a story came out in the LA Times. It was actually my second birthday. This was almost 36 years ago. And it detailed how cruising had been outlawed here in Los Angeles. Now, cruising in that particular context referred to low riding, street riding in neighborhoods, on streets, back and forth, and it was specifically used to target the Latino community. However, this law, this ordinance, was actually also used to target and profile gay people here in Silver Lake. So in 1997, let's fast forward a little bit.
It's too tedious. I'm sorry. Nobody's doing it anymore. Doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? Stop looking for things to try and make yourself a victim. Nobody actually cares anymore. Nobody cares that you're a drag queen. Wasn't that what everybody wanted? I thought that's what everybody wanted. Stop going back to the 70s and the 80s. Nobody gives a shit anymore. You're just doing it for attention. You're just doing it to try and prove, to desperately try and prove that you're somehow still oppressed by society, even though your flag is fucking everywhere. There's a month celebrating it. I'm sorry. You got what you wanted. Take yes for an answer. Just take yes for an answer, please. I don't care that you're a drag queen. I don't care what you do. Live your life. I don't want to be your boss. Just stop fucking complaining. You're not oppressed. Okay? Nobody is oppressed who has a month dedicated to them, whose flag flies fucking everywhere. That's enough. We're done. Live your life. Just fucking shut up, please. Rants feel good. When signs are called homophobic, I can no longer engage in any further discussion with you. Silver Lake in Los Angeles has always been a very eccentric neighborhood, even by Los Angeles standards. But this sets a new level of absurdity. It also makes roads less safe. This is just another reason why so many people are leaving LA and California. Anyway, so let's get to the chat here. Let's see. Well, you guys are busy in the chat tonight. Well, Candle Monkey says, asks, why will YouTube nuke you? Well, I think they're going to nuke everybody eventually. Actually, it'll all just be AI creators that they control. I think that's the direction YouTube will probably go. And that way they don't have to worry about people saying things they don't like. I think to their minds, that will make sense. Because keep in mind, they think of you as ants, right? And you can be completely socially engineered into anything that they want. So, and also let's not forget too, it's an election year. So even though I'm doing from Canada, I still cover American news because the Canadian news is so incredibly biased against anything Trump or anything remotely conservative that I feel like it's my duty for my fellow Canadians to give them a different perspective, because it actually does affect it actually does affect politics here, that constant stream of mainstream negativity, because the mainstream media in Canada is obsessed with American politics and covers it constantly. And that constant stream of everything conservative bad affects politics here. It does. I mean, you can thank a lot of the TrueAnon lunatics can thank their delusions for that. So yeah, election year, conservative perspective, or at least, I don't know, classical liberal, whatever, just normal perspective, right? Equals that YouTube doesn't like and possibly getting nuked. Although they've suppressed my YouTube channel so much at this point that they probably don't even need to. Like, they don't need to. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, wow, is there anything that is not transphobic? They can literally figure out anything. They can turn anything into oppression at this point, and they do. Milk is white supremacy. Didn't you know that? Let me show you. New York Times. Why white supremacists are chugging milk. New York Times, folks. Yeah, they can make anything into oppression. So yeah, they can turn. If you're asking about transphobic, they can turn anything into. They've just made no U-turn signs transphobic. So there you go. Radio Streamer says, I'm in awe. Yeah, it is astonishing, isn't it? Let's see. Xerxes says it's all about power. I can't disagree with that. Let's see. Cobra says they're not oppressed, they are depressed. They are psychologically destroyed from the beta blockers and the hormone infusions. Well, they can't be good for you. All right, so let's all right, we got to get moving because we got tons to get to still. Let's see. Planet of Memes, the cartoon, the movie, the Disney adaptation. That's true.
You shall not pass!
Damn straight. Let's see. What else we got here? So, from Dr. Jebra Fauché, which is a parody account, I'll have you know that Leonardo da Vinci had a very similar technique and painted the Mona Lisa by performing interpretive dance around the canvas. So, modern art. So is that real or parody? I don't know. I didn't prepare a real or parody segment for tonight's stream. I forgot. But is that real or parody? It's really hard to tell now. I have no idea. I mean, that's what he's creating there is not art in any meaningful sense, any more than just like the sound of a passing train isn't music in any meaningful sense. It's just nothing, right? I wouldn't be surprised if that's real. I wouldn't be surprised if it's parody. I can't tell anymore. I've said a million times. The modern left is trying to kill parody and satire by making it indistinguishable from reality. So I don't know what the hell this is. I mean, I guess it's not surprising from the perspective of modern art. I mean, let's take a look at some modern art. Let's just look up just random pictures of modern art. Look at some images here. So, all crap. Let's see. Modern art exhibits. Well, here's a good one. Let's see. Look at that. How creative is that? Oh, what's going on? There we go. So this counts as modern art, I guess. Brillo pads on a pallet in the middle of a room. It almost feels like anybody could do it. Doesn't it? Almost feels like anybody could just do that. There's something. I don't know. Like, is that impressive? I mean, I guess there was novelty to when all of this stuff kind of first came out. But like they just kept doing it. They just never advanced beyond it and did anything. I mean, okay. Sistine Chapel ceiling. Let's see if there's a difference. Yeah, you see, I feel like there's a difference.
We're in the Sistine Chapel in the Vatican, which has tremendous importance to Catholicism. This is where the Pope will lead Mass, but perhaps most famously, this is the room that the College of Cardinals uses to decide the next Pope.
And
why does every single guy who like narrates these things sound like a wet noodle? Every single time.
every surface of this space is decorated, from the beautiful mosaics on the floor. The walls are painted with frescoes by early Renaissance artists. The wall behind the altar was painted by Michelangelo later in his life. And then, of course, the ceiling.
And everybody is looking up. But for him, line and drawing and the act.
I don't know. I kind of feel like some things are better than others, just objectively better than others, you know? Like it just kind of seems like some things are just better. Some people are just better artists than other people. You know, like there are some who spend their lives mastering an art, an instrument, painting, sculpture, whatever. They spend their lives mastering it. They work really hard. They're incredibly skilled. And then some people put Brillo pads in the middle of the room, boxes of Brillo pads. I don't feel like that took a lot of, blood, sweat, and tears to do that. I think it relied entirely on the stupidity of the people who would accept that as art. So, let's get rid of that. So back to this guy. I feel like he hasn't spent a lifetime toiling away, honing his craft, trying to become a great artist. I feel like he looks, honestly, if he just had started painting that morning, like, oh, okay, that makes sense. That would make more sense. It would make more sense if he just started, like, that's literally the first thing he ever painted. uh, Let's see. Cobra says, what you're seeing there on that guy painting might be Trump derangement syndrome, a way to express his feelings by drawing anti-right wing words all over the floor. Maybe so. Maybe so, but he wasn't reeing, so I'm not sure. Let's see. Zorxie says, more left destruction. Modern art is the destruction of art. I agree. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, just saying, if you've seen Hunter Biden's art, that is legal money laundering. How could it not be more obvious, huh? How could it be any more obvious that that's just money laundering? That it's buying favors. It's just obviously so. Why would anybody pay $50,000 or $100,000 for his weird little things that like him blowing paint through a straw onto a canvas? Obviously. I mean, it's just obvious corruption. Anyway, let's keep going. So here's a white pill moment for you from Lawrence Fox, who I quite enjoy. We are about to enter the era of the far right. Kids are going to be taught to read rather than imagine they are born in the wrong body. Wouldn't that be novel? Being white-skinned won't be a mark of the devil. TV and film will be about plot and casting rather than how many non-binary lesbian people of color and girth you can cram into a drama. We will stop worshiping the sun god and perhaps take some time to get to know the actual one. Victimhood will be frowned upon. I mean, victimhood is so central to the leftist project. It's wielded like a weapon. It's a cudgel. That's why they all want it. It is power. It is about power. But anyway, let's continue. Health services will be expected to stop dancing for TikTok and do what they are paid to do. The police will be asked to get off their knees and regain public trust again. Yes, the police should be completely non-political. And I'm sorry, all the LGBT stuff is live your lives. I don't give a shit. But that has become political at this point. Fear will be replaced by hope. It's going to be much nicer than the woke period where men had periods.
Not in this lifetime, Sonny.
Damn straight. The homophobic trans crap will be done. Content of character will matter more than color of skin. It's weird how quickly we got away from that, isn't it? It's amazing how quickly the left turned that around. And made it literally, I mean, it's so absurd. This is why I say they're trying to kill satire. I mean, it's so absurd. Their claim that, in fact, not noticing the color of somebody's skin is what's actually racist. That it's racist to not consider that. It's racist to consider somebody's content of character over their skin color. That is racist. That is the greatest absurdity. That is the greatest knife into the heart of satire of all of it. It's so utterly absurd. It's so ridiculous. It's hard to imagine that anybody could actually believe it. But nobody said that everybody was smart, right? Anyway, it's going to be good. And to those of you who don't like it, tough. We've had enough. That's the kind of language I like to hear. Michael Williams says, one of your best posts. It's a very good post. It's going to be a beautiful era. That's a white pill post. I hope to God that you are right, Lawrence. Really, I do. God, I hope this comes to fruition. We're crying out for it. Well, the opposite of this is not working out so well, right? I think we can all agree. And judging by the elections we're seeing around the Western world, more and more people are starting to agree that maybe this is a better picture of the future than the insane fake utopian vision that we've been fed by scoundrels like Trudeau and Biden and Rishi Sunak and Macron and the rest of them. Anyway, shall we continue? So what the hell is going on with this dingbat? Okay, James Lindsay is saying, I do believe I told you. So let's take a look. We know this is going to be awful. We know it, but we're going to do it anyway. We have to do this to honor our ancestors. We have to bear witness.
Trans people are sacred. We are the divine. We're practicing our divinity by expressing authenticity, by enjoying our multiplicity, elevating our humanity, finding the unity hidden in.
Sure sounds like a religion to me. Sure sounds like it. I mean, they like to demonize Christians a lot, but it sure seems like this whole woke thing is kind of a religion of its own, doesn't it? They're saying that trans people are divine, that she herself is divine due to her transness. It's interesting. Antipop says, no skateboard. Okay, let's continue.
Inside community, remembering our collective connectivity fuels courageous creativity, unlocking the blessed spirituality that we all seek. Yeah, that's it. Trans people are sacred.
Weird. What's the name of that actor who played Frodo in Lord of the Rings? What's his name again? What is that little guy's name? Because this looks like the trans version of him. Let's look it up. Lord of the Rings. I know the guy's name, but I just can't. Oh, Lord of the Rings cast. Elijah Wood. I knew it. Okay. It looks like the trans Elijah Wood there. It's like the trans Frodo. I wouldn't be surprised if they, the next, because they're going to reboot the Lord of the Rings, right? They'll redo the trilogy again. They'll probably make a bunch of them trannies. Oh, I like way too many of them healthy at any size. Let's see. Cobra said she literally looks like a sloth in human form. Good Lord. Good Lord. I'm glad I didn't say that. Let's see. Look at Xerxes says, look at the idiots in the audience. Does it show them? Let's watch again.
Sacred. We are the divine. We're practicing our divinity by expressing authenticity, by enjoying.
Just sheep. I mean, what a load of utter bullshit she's spouting. It's nothing. She's saying nothing. She's just spouting a bunch of delusional bullshit, a bunch of abstract nonsense. We are divine. What? Narcissism. Yeah. Narcissism seems to be a theme through this whole movement. In the 90s, this kid would have goth makeup and an emo haircut and would have been writing existential word salad poetry to deal with her awkward phase. Cringe but harmless. Now she's lopping off body parts. How did we let medicine get to this state? How did we let it? We're all asleep. We're all asleep. And the people who actually had power, who could have done something while we were all asleep, were cowards. So it just happened. They just weaseled their way into everything. Cobra says, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. Applause. Yeah, that's how it works. It doesn't matter. It just directionally, it's a thing they know they're all supposed to approve of. In their social circle with their 800 Facebook friends, they all agree. They know what they're supposed to think. So, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. A crazy person rattles off a bunch of gibberish, and then they know that they're supposed to like it. They clap. It's directionally correct. They know there's no danger in that for them, so they just clap. They know what they're supposed to like. They know what they're supposed to think, and they go with it. There you go. Yeah, like in the 80s, this just would have been, she would have dressed up like Robert Smith, right? And then just like twirled at a nightclub and then grown out of it eventually. Now the doctors tell them that they'll kill themselves if they don't chop off their body parts. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense to me at all. If you even just think about it for just a slight moment, are you sure that the first thing, the go-to should be chop off parts of your body? Like, to my mind, that's kind of the last thing. In fact, I would even say that any solution has to be better than that. Like I did a story on a guy in Quebec, a doctor. In fact, let's bring it up. Quebec doctor amputates man's healthy fingers. Okay. So a doctor in Quebec amputated a man's healthy fingers because they caused him profound distress. Profound distress. He was convinced that he had too many fingers. So what is a doctor to think when a patient comes to him and says, "Doctor, I have too many fingers"? Well, how many do you have? 11, 12, 13? No, I have 10. Should the doctor say, well, that's the normal amount. You don't have too many. You have just the right number of fingers. Or should he say, oh, well, let's start chopping off your fingers then. That's the only solution. The only thing we can possibly do now is chop off your fingers because you told me that you have too many of them. Like it feels to me like the solution to that problem with the man who's confused about how many fingers he should have and they cause him distress, it feels like the solution should never be cutting off healthy fingers. Like literally anything is better than that. Like it seems to go against the whole cause no harm thing, right? That they're supposed to care about. To me, it seems to be the sign of an insane society, a society that has completely lost all of its moral foundation. Doctor, I think I have too many fingers. Can you cut some off for me? Sure. Well, what will happen if I don't cut them off? Well, I'll have profound distress. I kind of feel like there's got to be a better solution than chopping off fingers, right? Like it seems that we've become totally morally confused at that point where we say, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Well, just cut them off then. Oh, well, I mean, you don't like them, so we'll just cut them off. Seems like there might be some other root cause of the problem other than having the normal amount of fingers. So, yeah, honestly, the 80s, this just would have been like a Cure fan. Who would have dressed like Robert Smith and been ridiculous for a few years and then gotten over it. Now, I mean, the thing is that they, these kids, they go into a doctor or a psychologist and they're just, after half an hour, they're giving them prescriptions for puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones. Feels like there probably are better solutions than that. Cobra says, just leave my middle finger. I need something to talk to the leftist extremist. Well, I can't approve of that. All right, let's keep going. Why don't we find another one of those Ricky Gervais clips? Because those are good. Let's see. Politics. We've already seen that one. So many clips. Maybe this will be like an 8-hour stream tonight. I don't know. Actually, let's check out this one. We've all seen this one before, but it's great.
Paul roared into the TV game.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. That's what society needs writ large right now. We need this times a million. Just perspective. We need people that have perspective, to know what's important and what's not. We need a society where everybody is just sane and tells the truth, and we don't worship silly people who pretend to be other people for a living. Although we're well on the way to that. I mean, celebrity has lost so much of its value now. I mean, who is like the real movie star now? I mean, maybe Tom Cruise, and he's been around forever. And even him, I mean, like, I think that last Mission Impossible bombed, right? There's not really, one of those old school, huge actors anymore, like a Humphrey Bogart, or like a Robert Redford or Al Pacino. I mean, they're around, but they're not, even they aren't what they used to be, right? Celebrity has just lost so much of its cachet. It's partially streaming, but I think a lot of it is social media, because once we had the opportunity to see what they really think all the time, kind of broke the spell, didn't it? Kind of went, oh, these people are actually idiots. Oh, these are the stupidest people in the world. I mean, that's what Ricky Gervais is feeding on here, right? He doesn't want to be like those people, so he rebels. You see, some of them were taking it in good humor, or at least pretending to. They are actors after all, so they can pretend. But you see a few of them having a bit of a tough time with it, not used to this kind of treatment. Like, there's Tom Hanks. Not a big fan of being mocked publicly, I don't think. But let's go back up again. Hold on, let's find some more. So what's this one? Influencer. Okay, let's check this one out.
Influencer. After a workout and stretch. Hi guys, Ricky G here, wellness and beauty influencer. After a workout and stretch, I like to have a bath, just to chill out. I fill the bath with water, hot and cold, mix it all in, and I sit in it. Sometimes I use a facial scrub, a shampoo, even a conditioner. But don't forget to do your cock and your balls and your ass as well. Hi guys.
Perfect. This is why he's so popular. All right, let's move on to let's go to Farage, because we've been talking about that. Carl Benjamin. That's well, he used to go by what the hell did he used to go by? Carl Benjamin from the Lotus Eaters. Carl Benjamin. Nigel is rolling out all of our talking points to millions of people. What a fantastic turn of events. Was it Zargon of Akkad? Is that what he used to go by? Yeah, I think so. Anyway, Nigel Farage, let's hear this. I think this is the kind of populist stuff that is going to go over very well after being betrayed by the Conservatives for a decade and a half.
If you've got net migration running at 750,000 a year, it's not surprising the size of the economy grows. But the income per head has fallen for the last 6 consecutive quarters. The penny is beginning to drop. Mass migration is making us poorer. Mass migration means our kids and grandkids can't get houses. Mass migration means rents are up between 20 and 30% in the last 3 years alone in this country. Mass migration means I almost missed this interview. The traffic is now so bad on our roads because 6 million more people live here than when the Conservatives came to power. Now, you can argue economics all you like, but I'll tell you something. This is now the 5th manifesto in a row from the Conservatives that has promised they'll reduce net migration. No one believes them. And Labour have almost nothing to say. If you've got net migration running at 3/4...
Yeah. Yeah. And the Conservatives in England are going to be wiped out in this next election because nobody believes them anymore. They basically just immediately turned into globalists. They might as well have just had labor. There wouldn't really have been much difference. There might have been less mass migration had labor been in. Who knows? So I think the future looks bright for Farage. Although, of course, he's attacked as far right and everything, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. He's right. GDP per capita is still way below fourth quarter 2019 levels and isn't forecast to rebound until 2025. Turns out importing millions of low-skilled workers, dependents, and students isn't a great way to boost per capita economic growth. He is the only one who talks complete sense. This is exactly why he is hated. Yeah, it doesn't seem like the only people who tell the truth are the ones that are the most hated. The most hated. Because there's inconvenient truths, and not the Al Gore kind out there. The truth seems to be the most hated thing in the Western world right now, at least to the people that have been running it. They're terrified of it. They call it far right, for God's sakes. They call it extremist. Nigel firing on all cylinders. Good to hear. The turn from the EU has given him a confidence boost, but he still needs to go harder, though. He's too soft. I think he's doing his best. So strange that this crisis has hit the UK simultaneously with Australia, Canada, the US. Do national governments really have that much power when everything seems to be so coordinated across the globe? Well, this is the big question, right, that everybody wants an answer to. I think that they can make changes. I mean, look at Hungary, right? The EU has been hounding them. Now they're fining them €1 million a day or something because they won't let the migrants into their country. We saw Baloney did an about turn real quick when she got in. When she was elected, it was the new far right, the new fascist taking over Italy, right? Well, it turned out she was not exactly what the people who voted her in wanted. Let's just say that. So it's an interesting question. Do national governments really have that much power when everything seems to be so coordinated across the globe? Well, I think the people that have gotten in have all been on the same page with each other. And that includes the Conservatives in the UK. But I don't think that somebody like Farage is ever going to bend the knee to any of that. And I think it's a matter of just voting in the people that we actually need. The people we don't need the glib people. We don't need the empty suits with the haircuts like a Trudeau, right? We just need real people. We need to vote in real people. And when they get in, we need to pressure them hard to live up to their word against all of the pressure that is going to be allied against them. Anyway, let's move on. All right. We're going to skip over some stuff. Well, this might get heavy. Laura tells it like it is. I haven't listened to this, but if it's what I think it is, it's going to be pretty heavy. Let's watch.
You said you've been targeted over the last 10 years. Can you describe what precipitated your targeting?
Yes, reporting the truth
about Benghazi. I was attacked by one of those NGOs that masquerades as a nonpartisan watchdog. In violation of its 501(c) status, it occupies a highly partisan position. I'm talking about Media Matters for America. I'm sure there's many doctors in this room, scientists who've been attacked by the same people that run that. David Brock, for example, another political assassin, now runs an organization called Facts First USA, which is designed to make sure that your research, Dr. Hazan, never reaches the people or the public. There are other organizations like Defeat Disinfo, which claims to be a PAC that goes after disinformation, particularly set up to target COVID and throughout COVID with General Stanley McChrystal and the other people that advise that organization. But Senator Johnson, it's not a secret that these organizations exist. What is not widely known and talked about is that it's paid for by us. It's paid for by the taxpayers in your omnibus spending bills that get shoved through the House and the Senate against the will of the people of this country. There are cutouts for these NGOs. And what they do is they launder this money, they pass it from one NGO to the next. And in the name of preventing the spread of disinformation, they censor, silence, intimidate, and punish. I said that this is a death sentence for journalists. It's how you murder a journalist without killing them. It's how you murder a scientist without killing them. It's how you murder a doctor without killing them. It's how you murder the vaccine injured when they haven't died yet. It's how you finish them off and everybody else in their family. And it's time for people in this building who come to work every day here, to serve us. This is the only country where we, the people, are the government. This is a government for the people, of the people, and by the people. And the same is said for so-called journalists. Del Bigtree, this man, has been targeted for simply going to the FDA hearings and filming them when they approve vaccines. Just filming them, not doing a thing, and putting that out and showing people there is no real approval process. They didn't actually do their jobs. And for that, he's been targeted for years, long before COVID ever hit. So it's time now for us to stop taking taxpayer funds to slit our own throats.
Well, thank you. One of the many reasons I generally vote no on those. But thank you, Ms. Logan.
So yeah, that's one of the ways that the odds are stacked against us. Essentially, the state paying for what are essentially propaganda outlets. Again, like we were talking about the Canadian Anti-Hate Network earlier, right? Receive funding from the Trudeau government, right? What do they exist for? They exist to promote the state, to promote the Trudeau government, right? Dyed-in-the-wool leftists, far leftist extremists who can be relied on to target the enemies of the Trudeau and the left in general, right? And there's tons of these, like Media Matters she was talking about. They just exist to preserve power for those in the state that are in control. They just exist to preserve narratives that powerful people demand that you accept. That's what they're there for. And they consider it to be money well spent, obviously. Right? I mean, Lara Logan was kind of a media darling for a long time. She was a journalistic darling for a long time. Well, she's been drummed out. She's been drummed out of journalism. Why? Because she started asking inconvenient questions. She started making inconvenient statements like the ones you just heard, right? In essence, she was, holding truth to power. And you can't have that. Not the establishment power. That's not what journalists are there for. If you do that, you end up like Lara Logan. And you can't work anymore. Not with the mainstream media. They're not interested in that. Mainstream media now has become a narrative machine. A machine to disseminate the narrative that you're supposed to accept, and if you don't accept it, you're called names. And we all know the narratives that we're expected to accept, right? What are you monsters saying in the chat? Let's see. Streamer says the depression is already on its way. They want it to be so bad that it is not, that it cannot be recovered in time. They hope to make communist policies seem necessary due to things being so bad. I do think they have pushed too hard too fast, and a large portion of the plebeian masses are coming to their senses. I have much hope for the future. I'm white-pilled as well. I think, I'm not black-pilled. I think that we can turn things around. They're going to try. I mean, Trudeau now in Canada has pulled out the whole class warfare thing, right? So he's working hard at that, trying to divide, trying to create resentment against successful people in Canada. He's working very hard at that. You know, fair share, paying their fair share. You know, the top 0.013% or whatever. It turns out it's not that at all. It turns out it's way, way more of the population than that. In fact, it's people that maybe are inheriting a cottage from their parents or something. Turns out to be a lot of people. Turns out to be a lot of small businesses. You know, the bullshit about the carbon tax, which is they're selling as a wealth redistribution plan. Of course, it turns out that most people are actually getting much less out of it. The claim is that people get more back from the carbon tax than they put in, but they don't factor in the costs of the carbon tax at like every stage of production for everything we consume that's made in Canada. So food, obviously, food is much, much more expensive now, right? Every stage of production, from the farm to the transportation to the processing to the packaging to the transportation to the grocery stores to the cost of running a grocery store. They don't factor all of that into it. So of course it's all bullshit, like everything. All just silly, childish dreams that were being sold. And it took, well, from 2015 until now for Canada to wake up and for reality to confront all of the platitudes and the lies and the utopian lies of the Trudeau government, but it's finally happened. Of course, there will still be 20-25% of the population that's always wrong about everything every single time, that will continue on with their TrueAnon devotion. But, you know, that's still pretty damn low. You know, still millions of people, but it's still pretty damn low. It's like about 75% of the Canadian population has woken up, and that's a good thing. Now, they're all going to vote conservatives. Some portion of those will vote for the even more far-left loony party, the NDP, right? Because as we know, if far left doesn't work, well, you just have to go more far left. That's why it didn't work. I guess that's the logic. I don't know. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's see. Well, what's going on here? Benny Johnson, Trudeau is panicking. We have seen around the world a rise of populist far-right forces in just about every democracy that we've seen. And it is of concern to see political parties choosing to instrumentalize anger, fear, division, and anxiety. I already made a video on this. I put it out last night. I would strongly urge everybody watching right now who's not subscribed, especially those on Rumble, to subscribe to the channel. And you can watch all of my wonderful videos because I do the live stream on Friday nights, and that goes usually 5-6 hours. But I put out, you know, I don't know, anywhere from 7 to sometimes like 15 videos during the week. A lot of clips from these live streams as well, that I kind of clean them up and make them a little bit more digestible. I know not everybody's going to watch a 5 or 6 hour long live stream, so I do that. So I strongly urge you to subscribe, and then you'll be able to easily find my video on this very subject here. I think you'll enjoy it, and I go into it more in depth than I can in this segment. So let's keep going. Now, check this out. So this is crazy. A professional bear guide demonstrates what to do if a bear charges at you. So I don't know if this works 100% of the time, but hold on. Okay, come on. Let's go. What's the problem? All right, let's be patient. All right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to reload this page. Which means we'll have to scroll down, but we'll find it in a minute. We're not too far. Or maybe it's just completely reorganized itself. Oh, shit. All right. Oh, okay. Be patient. Technical difficulties. How you guys doing tonight? Everybody good out there? I'm doing pretty good. I'm pretty cool. Let's see. I'm having something with caffeine to keep me awake so I can keep doing this. Man, so many weirdos. We're going to try and get to all of them. Every last dingbat and weirdo. All right. We must be getting close now. Okay, where is the fucking bear charging? It's got to be in here somewhere. I'm telling you guys, it's worth the wait. Scary as hell. There we go. Okay, let's watch this. I can't believe that worked. I cannot believe that worked. Look at that. I mean, that's got to take some balls of steel to stand there with a grizzly bear charging at you. Holy shit. I mean, we got to watch it one more time. Jesus. That thing meant business. You know, be honest now. Like, if you just woke up one morning and you read the news and just suddenly all of the bears on the planet, all of them, the black bears, the grizzly bears, the polar bears, they'd all just disappeared. Maybe aliens had taken them into space or something to a bear planet. I don't know. How upset would you be? If I woke up and I found that out, I turned on the news and said all of the bears of Earth have been lifted off the planet and transported by aliens to an alien bear world where they'll be much happier. I'd be fine with that. Wouldn't you? I mean, I'd be fine. You know, I go places where there's bears and I'm not wild about them. To be honest, I could do without them. I could live without bears. You know, all of them. Black bears, grizzly bears, albino bears, polar bears. If the polar bears were gone, I'd probably go up to the north for a trip for a week or something. It'd be fun. And there's polar bears up there, right? It's not like I'm afraid to go to the places where the bears are. The bears are close to here. They don't come around here, but you don't have to drive far to you can drive half an hour or so to a place where people have bears all the time around their property, right? I'm going at the end of the month to go visit some people. And I'll have to miss the live stream then, by the way. But at the end of the month, I'm going up to a little place in the middle of nowhere. Bears everywhere. And cougars, too. Mountain lions everywhere. And if I was going up there and I knew there were no bears, I go up there anyway. Again, I don't not go places because there's bears there. But if there weren't any, I'm not going to complain about it. I'd be like, do you know what? I actually prefer it this way. I'd say I prefer it with no bears. And then I would hope that aliens would come and take all of the mountain lions to a mountain lion planet too. I'd be fine with that. They just took the bears and the mountain lions. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good after. I would not complain. In fact, I got to be honest with you, be kind of a relief. Kind of a relief. Even if they were taking the bears and the mountain lions to not to like some Edenic, planet specially designed for them. Even if they were just taking them to eat them. G Flood says that bears are tasty. How you doing, G Flood? By the way, good to see you in the chat. Even if they were taking them to eat them, I'd still be fine with it. I'm not a bear. I'm not a mountain lion. I'd be okay with it. Antipop says, and snakes. Well, you know what? Let's get rid of the snakes too. I made a video years ago. I think it was one of the earliest videos I made, like 4 years ago or something. And it was a guy who died because he went into a house that was full of snakes. And the whole point of the video was, and he knew there were snakes in there too. And the whole point of the video was, if there's a house and it's full of snakes, and some of them are deadly snakes, don't go in the house. Just don't go into it. Because, poisonous snakes, that whole thing. So, okay, get rid of all the poisonous snakes as well. The bears and the poisonous snakes. I guess we need something to take care of the rodents. We've got rid of the snakes, but we'll figure something out. Anyway, I thought that was a pretty interesting video. In fact, let's watch it one more time. So think about that. I like to think that I wouldn't freak out because that thing is charging them. It doesn't mean well. It's not running up so that it can roll on its back and get a belly rub, right? That thing means business, and it's a giant fucking killing machine. And if it decides it wants to kill you, all those people together ain't going to be able to do anything. That bear is going to have its dinner. That grizzly bear is going to have its dinner. Not a damn thing you can do about it. So obviously they did the right thing. Obviously they did the right thing, but I don't know. That would be a stressful moment. I mean, it's just you're out sightseeing and all of a sudden that happens out of nowhere. What would you do? I'd like to think I'd do the right thing, stand my ground, and it'd be a hell of an adrenaline rush, wouldn't it? Because something bad could have happened. Something very bad, like your limbs being ripped off your body. Let's see. Cobra says, we've got it all where I moved here in Tennessee. Two black bears spotted in town in the last week and problems with armadillos and coyotes. Yeah, we got some coyotes around here too. They're actually much bigger than I thought they were, to be honest. If it's a house full of deadly snakes, it's a burnt down house. That's what I think. The house is infested with deadly snakes. It's just a write-off. You just burn it down. You make sure the houses around don't get caught on fire either. The fire doesn't spread. You just burn that house down, build a new one up. No snakes. Tickety boo. You're good. Let's see. Do you think though the screams and monkey sounds of those feminists would do anything about the bear? I don't know what the bear would do. Its natural instincts might tell it to just stay the hell away from them. Let's see. G-Flet says you're a tall, skinny bear on its back legs. Already you are taunting. Wow. Didn't think about it like that, but you may be right. G-Flet said it's trying to see if you'll run. And I'm guessing if you run, that's bad, right? If you run, that's the wrong thing to do. All right. Oh, Val says, that's funny. Sounds like a good beginning of a fun story. Quote, so this guy went into a house full of snakes and died. He went in knowing the house was full of snakes. Yeah. I wouldn't go in. That's the thing. I wouldn't. I would say no. I'd say, why don't we burn down the house instead? That's a better idea. All right. Let's take a look at this. So since January 6, 2021, Nancy Pelosi spent 3+ years and nearly $20 million creating a narrative to blame Donald Trump. So since January 6, 2021, new footage shows on January 6, Pelosi admitted, I take responsibility. Well, I have my thoughts about this. I want to hear what you guys have to think about it, but let's watch this first.
We have responsibility, Terry. We did not have any accountability for what was going on there, and we should have. This is ridiculous. You're going to ask me in the middle of the thing when they've already breached the inaugural stuff that should we call the Capitol Police? I mean, the National Guard? Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with?
They thought that they had sufficient
No,
resources.
that is not a question of how they have been. They don't know. They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for more. We have responsibility.
I'm calling total bullshit on all of this. So this just happened to be recorded at the time. This felt like something that she could put out if she had to absolve herself of guilt. She's taking responsibility. Yeah, like a good leader would do. But she could have increased the security there. In fact, she was supposed to. Right? I'm calling bullshit on this. This feels so manufactured to me, so fake. And she just happened to let this be recorded. Really? Really? I think this stinks to high heaven, frankly. Cobra says it was not insurrection. It was planned by the Democrats, and Nancy Pelosi led the people to do what they did. It was just something cooked up to throw shit on the Republican Party and Trump. I agree. This feels like they knew what was going to happen. They were hoping for it to happen. I mean, how many FBI informants were in the crowd? How many agents were in the crowd? This to me feels very, very fake. Something that it was kind of a little bit of insurance for her. It's come out now. It feels very, very fake to me. Oh, I take responsibility, as if she had no idea what was going to happen. I'm totally not convinced. I think an idiot could have seen the potential dangers. Right? I think they wanted it to happen. I think there were provocateurs in the crowd. I think she knew exactly what was going on. I don't think it's an accident. That when the Capitol Police asked for reinforcement, they weren't given it. I don't think it's an accident that Trump wanted National Guard in there and it didn't happen. They didn't do it. This feels like such cooked up bullshit to me. Val says, yeah, looks staged. Sounds and looks staged. Oh, Antipop says, I take compressed air horns when I go into the mountains. So that we're back on the bears again. So maybe I'll get one of those when I'm going up at the end of the month to bear country. I'll be doing some camping. So maybe I should get one of those, actually. It might be a good idea because I hear something sniffing around outside in the middle of the night. Because I think they don't like those, do they? I think they tend to run away. I'll have to go find one of those. Let's see. Cobra says leftist extremist FBI agents dressed as Trump supporters. Like, come on. I think that remember when we were told that it's the leftist extremism was only in the colleges, it was only in the universities, and then they'd get out and they'd learn about real life, Well, it turned out it spilled out of the universities and the colleges, and they went everywhere. And they didn't just become new gender studies professors. They didn't just go work in HR departments, right? They went everywhere. They became lawyers. They became judges. The woke spread and infiltrated everything in every institution. They are in there. They're in every security agency in every Western country now. They went into everything. So I find it totally credible that there would be provocateurs in that crowd. Totally credible. I don't doubt it for a second. So anyway, I don't believe this. I think it's total bullshit. Let's see. Jeff Carlson says, Juan, why haven't you already subpoenaed Pelosi's daughter's footage? 2, why are you falling for what is obviously a pre-planned, filmed alibi for what Pelosi really did? Yeah, this is exactly what I'm thinking. What's this? Let's watch this quickly. Okay.
It was a setup.
I mean, if you clearly have men dressed as Trump supporters walking around inside the Capitol on the other side of police officers who are, to one extent or another, not engaged with them, like they're not concerned about them, then you have a set of closed doors, like exterior doors and interior doors closed, and you have police officers positioned outside and then in between the two doors, and then on the inside of the second set of doors weren't open yet.
What
if you
time
have
was
video, this was a couple of the videos that Trump was still speaking. Did you have confidential human sources dressed as Trump supporters inside the Capitol on January the 6th prior to the doors being open?
Again, I had to be very careful.
It should be a no. Can you not tell the American people no? We did not have confidential human sources dressed as Trump supporters positioned inside the Capitol.
Gentleman's
on January
time
the
has
6th.
expired. You should not read anything into my decision not to share information.
Director Ray,
confidential.
gentleman's time has expired.
We have other evidence, specific observations of police officers, Capitol Police or Metro or both, entering rooms and here in the Capitol in uniform and coming out as Trump supporters and construction workers.
It was a setup.
So, and let's not forget about Ray Epps as well, who basically,
I mean, if you clearly have men dressed.
So they had to finally go after Ray Epps a little bit, and then nothing happened. That seems kind of a bit odd, doesn't it? considering he was the guy saying we have to go into the Capitol. No 20-year prison sentence for him. Strange, that. Very, very strange. I'm sure it's all above board. Let's see. How about this one? Let's check out Ricky Gervais again.
Some beauty influencer. Hi guys, Ricky G here, wellness and beauty influencer. If you like your food, but you don't like exercise, you're probably piling on the pounds. And you get bigger and bigger, and soon you don't feel like exercise at all. And you think, what's the point? And you're embarrassed about going to the gym or being seen waddling along the road. Fat cunt.
Just gold every time. Let's see. Female chromosomes, Amanda. Imagine being proud of this. What a sad, sad society we live in. Glamorizing morbid obesity. It is reprehensible. So she brings a lot to the table, but is it too much? Well, let's take a look here. Oh boy, that is one crazy gunt.
When you ask me what I'm going to bring to the table, this. When you ask me what I'm going to bring to the table, this. When you ask me what I'm going to bring to the table, this. When you ask me what I'm going to bring to the table, this. When you ask me what I'm going to bring to the table.
That's really just a giant gunt. Enormous. It's almost impressive. One more time. Oh.
That's what I'm going to bring to the table. This. When you ask me what I'm going to bring to the table, this. When you ask me what I'm going to bring to the table, this. When you ask me what I'm going to bring to the table,
Can't get the timing right.
this. When you ask me what I'm going to bring to the table,
did I have anything written down for this? I didn't have much written down for this one tonight. Don't think that I did. But I should just be able to riff on this. So she's bringing her gigantic gunt to the table, and she's going to clean off the table too. Anything on that table is going into that gunt. Everything. Probably even things that aren't food, but she'll just, in the hurry to get everything, in the greed, in her greed to get everything off the table before anybody else can eat it. So probably salt and pepper shakers are going down the gullet. What I don't understand is, where does the arrogance come from? Because what is this? Like, I don't understand. Like, probably figured out that it's not the ideal body type for men yet, right? Or at least the men that she would like to be with. Probably figured that out. So at some point, you would think reality would collide with her body positivity, right? Because whenever woke,
Everything woke turns to shit.
whenever woke collides with reality, reality always wins in the end because it's real, because you actually have to live in reality at the end of the day. You can create a fantasy world for yourself, but eventually you will have to deal with reality, right? Like you can pretend that you're eating all day, but if you're not actually getting any calories, you're going to find out, right? So you can tell yourself that you're beautiful at any size and that bringing a giant gunt to the table is valuable, but you're going to find out that it's not. I mean, maybe it works for those, 3:00 in the morning after the bars have closed and there's just a guy's had enough beers and there's just nowhere else to go and he still wants something. He doesn't want anybody to see it, but he's willing to come and knock on your window. Maybe it works for that. But it's strange. I find it very strange because it's not healthy, and you'd think you'd realize that. You'd think you'd realize this is not actually a win. It's not an accomplishment. It's not actually. It's a demerit, right? It's a deficit. It's something you have to dig yourself out of. It's a hole you have to dig yourself out of. And digging yourself out of a hole at least requires you burn some calories. So I guess it's a good thing. Antipup says, firm belly. Well, it is kind of firm, isn't it? It's not pregnant firm, but it's surprisingly firm, I guess. Weird. Kind of like a sumo wrestler or something. Cobra says she identifies as a bear. I think she identifies as a manatee. So I don't know, it's kind of a weird thing. What do you get out of it? Like this arrogance.
When he asks me what I'm going to bring to the table, this. When he asks me what I'm going to bring to the table.
So when he asks you what you're going to bring to the table, you're going to show him you're fat. Streamer says maybe she identifies as a woman who ate a bear. Uh-oh. Not officially approved by this channel. What can we say about this exactly? I don't know. I'm just confused by, again, the arrogance behind it, right? Almost the smugness behind it. I mean, she has to be aware that it's not a plus, right? That she would be more successful in life in every single way and feel better if she didn't bring a giant gunt to the table. I guess this is, a way of people. I guess it's a way for people who don't have the discipline. And look, I can't complain. Like I need to lose some weight too. I'm trying to lose weight right now. I need to lose some. I'm not like her, but I'm way more than what I think I should be. But this is a complete, to be that fat is to have a gunt that big is a complete lack of discipline, right? So I guess it's a way for people like that to justify themselves and just say, well, I don't need to take that first step. The first step is always the hardest, right? I don't even need to do that because I'm perfect. Because look, I bring this thing that's gross and which is only going to harm me and reduce my chances of living a successful, happy life. This is what I bring to the table. I'm proud of it.
When he asks me what I'm going to bring to the table, this. When he asks me what I'm going to bring to the
What? No comments on that? What? That's crazy. All right. Let's go back. All right, we already covered the SPLC. What's this? This TikToker is upset that employers won't accommodate her time blindness. Also known as someone who routinely shows up for work. So that's time blindness now. Isn't that convenient?
Time blindness doesn't exist. And if you struggle with being on time. So I just got yelled at for asking a very reasonable question. So I'm applying to go somewhere, and I just wanted to know, are there accommodations for people who struggle with time blindness and being on time?
I don't think she understands the meaning of the word reasonable. Let's continue.
And then the person I was with interrupted and acted like I was asking something else. And then when we were done, they actually started yelling at me and saying that accommodations for time blindness doesn't exist. And if you struggle with being on time, you'll never be able to get a job. You know, provided you're trying your absolute best to be there. And then they're like, your stupid generation wants to destroy the workplace.
Do you know what's a good cure for time blindness? An alarm. That'll cure it right up.
And yeah, I think that a culture where workers are just cut off because they struggle with being on time when there's other solutions that we can look to. I think that just anybody who thinks it's okay to just treat people like that.
I'll bet that she recovers from her time blindness in a real hurry when she's sitting at a restaurant and she hasn't gotten a menu after half an hour. I bet she recovers from that time blindness real quick.
Yeah, that culture needs to be dismantled. And then I asked that person, how can you feel good about yourself upholding this kind of system? And then to think,
this kind of system that expects people to show up at work on time. Again, I'll bet you anything that her time blindness cures up real fast when she's waiting for something, when she's in the lineup at Starbucks or she's sitting at a restaurant and they haven't brought out her fucking, I don't know, soy tea or whatever she drinks in time. I bet you that time blindness goes away real quick. So a society that let's watch that again. Hold on a second.
when there's other solutions that we can look to, I think that just anybody who thinks it's okay to just treat people like that, yeah, that culture needs to be dismantled.
Dismantle the culture that makes everything work. That's what she's talking about. Because if everybody has time blindness, if nobody cares about being on time, guess what? Nothing's going to work anymore. Nothing's going to work. The power's going to go out. Food's not going to get to the stores. Again, does she want to sit and wait for an hour to get a glass of water at the restaurant? Probably not. The time blindness dries up pretty quick then, I'm betting.
And then I asked that person, how can you feel good about yourself upholding this kind of system? And
Get this kind of system. The system where things work because people take their job seriously and show up on time and care and are conscientious. You know, it's absolutely maddening. Anyway, let's continue.
then to think I'm entitled. No, if people think it's okay to treat others like this, that's entitlement. So I just...
You know what it is? It's stupidity. It's utter and total stupidity and a total lack of perspective. This is what happens when you train a generation of young people to not be able to see any further than their own shadow, to worship themselves and their whims. This is what happens. You get a bunch of entitled, narcissistic idiots. We have to dismantle the systems. You know, the systems have taken hundreds of years to build up and they worked pretty well until you fucking came along. No, I don't think we need to dismantle them. Are you going to rebuild the new systems that work better? The systems that are more fair? You know, those efficient systems where nobody gives a shit or shows up on time or does what they're supposed to do? Like, can you imagine these people having to actually live in the society that they advocate for? They wouldn't last 2 minutes. Candle Monkey says, effort blindness. Bullseye. Right there. Hold on 1 second. All right, sorry about that. Let's see. See, is that Sean Zizzle? Sean Sizzle? I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Quote, showing up on time is white supremacy. Uh-oh. See, streamer says, I wonder if she'll still be understanding of time blindness when her shift was supposed to end an hour and a half ago. Yeah, again, I bet you that time blindness cures up real fast when her shift's ending. Yeah, Candle Monkey says, yeah, those people are always the most impatient when others are late. 100%. Let's see. Let's see. Val says, time blindness is a big problem for people with ADHD. To get around it, yeah, an alarm clock, setting times, dates to have things done and consequences work. Yes, I mean, it's just being an adult. Essentially, just being an adult and being conscientious. Candle Monkey says, let's make work blindness a thing next. G Flood says, speaking of time, I got to get up in 7 hours. Good night. Good night, G Flood, if you're not already gone. Thanks for stopping in. Great to have you in the chat. Okay, yeah, we've been going almost 4.5 hours now. Wow. Okay. Let's see what the internet has to say about this dingbat. Well, everyone knows that showing up on time and being prompt is white supremacy. There are other solutions. Show up on time or lose your job. That is how employment works. Yep. Let's see. I found a cure for time blindness. It's true. Huh. Now, this lady says, I'm still getting asked for ID at the age of 50. It's the best thing ever. Maybe they're checking for like the senior discount. Maybe that's why they're checking the ID. I don't know, but she doesn't look well, she looks 50 to me. I don't know. I mean, she's a good-looking 50-year-old woman, kind of. I guess maybe looks like she's maybe had a bit too much work done, but I don't know. Just fucking, you know what? We all get older. It's okay. Just live with it. Be dignified. Let's see. Cobra asks, Baloney, do you have any news on the Canadian and U.S. Navy standing off with Russia's Navy 60 miles off the coast of Florida? I did see the story. It's not something I looked into deeply, but maybe we'll take a look. Let's pull something up quick. So what happened? DeSantis blames Biden's posture of weakness for Russian flotilla off Florida coast. Well, I mean, the U.S. is obviously essentially at war with Russia right now. With the support for Ukraine and the weapons, and now allowing some U.S. weapons to be used inside Russia in some areas. Essentially, they're at war, right? So it's not really surprising. What happened here? Governor Ron DeSantis is blaming what he called the Biden administration's posture of weakness for a fleet of Russian warships sailing less than 30 miles off South Florida's coast earlier this week. In response, the U.S. Navy deployed warships and aircraft to track the Russian naval flotilla, but DeSantis at a Hollywood press conference on Friday said that President Joe Biden isn't doing enough to deter bad actors like Russia. Well, look, what do I think? I think that it's a dangerous game when you've got a country that has 5,000 nuclear warheads. And what are the chances that those are going to get used? Very low. But we have to remember that they're real. And they can destroy. They are pointed at every major city in North America. And if they were used, they would destroy every major city in North America, not to mention cities in Europe. They're real. The missiles are real. The nuclear payloads, the warheads are real. They exist. They are pointed at our own countries. It's real. That's really happening, right? It's not just something theoretical. It's not just some abstract idea. Like, they are real and they can be used. Am I saying that it's likely? No, I think it's very unlikely. But I just wonder about the wisdom of the constant provocation. I do wonder about that. It seems like it might be somewhat unwise. It may not have been the best way. I think that, I like Trump's tack on it, which is peace. Peace is the important thing, not another forever war. Not another war to just be strung out, for as many years as possible. Because it's a dangerous game, an extremely dangerous game. I think peace is a better option. Finding a peace, some compromise in Ukraine from a leadership perspective would seem to be preferable, would it not? Instead of bankrupting your own country for a country which is not really geopolitically that important for the U.S. or for Canada. It's Canada. Trudeau sent much of Canada's wealth over to the Ukraine as well. I'm not pro-Russia. I don't think Russia should have invaded. But, I mean, here we are. So I wonder if maybe the best way is Trump's way, which is let's force some sort of agreement and ratchet down the danger and stop bankrupting our own countries. Maybe that's a better idea, I think the big threat in that region is really more China, to be honest. China's investing in infrastructure in Cuba now because Russia's busy, right? So China's investing all over the Western Hemisphere in South America, but in places like Cuba. Cuba can just become essentially a static aircraft carrier for China. That's the bigger danger. For some reason, Biden doesn't like to talk about it that much for some reason. I don't know. I don't know if it's got something to do with the 10% for the big guy. Maybe. Doesn't seem that interested in it, though. What do you guys have to say? I know it's going to be good. Let's see. Streamer says, there is a reason we are doing test launches of old ICBMs to make sure they still work. Cobra says, it's definitely a wake-up call to how close the world is to nuclear war right now. I mean, the thing about it is that any percentage is too much, right? Like any any chance is too much. It's too much of a chance, right? Because again, the weapons are real. And they really are pointed at our own cities. That's real. There is the capacity to send them here. There is no capacity to stop it. Once those things are in the air, it's over. There is no missile shield that's going to protect North America. That's not real. So it is deadly serious and deadly real. Any chance. I don't like the playing of the games. I don't like the risks that are being taken. It seems to me fairly insane. Antipop says there will be no nukes. I agree it's highly unlikely, but it still makes me nervous. It seems like we shouldn't take any risks that we don't need to. Antipop says they must have better weapons by now. Well, the nukes will do the job, though. I mean, Russia doesn't have anything better now. I mean, the big thing about Russia was that the Soviet Union was never a first world country. You know, when Russian leaders came to the West, they went to grocery stores and were astonished. They'd never seen anything like it. The choice, how much food there was, the variety of food. Soviet Union was never a first world country. It was always a second world economy. And now they're basically just a giant gas station. They produce a few, other resources as well, but they're essentially a giant gas station. Thing is, they don't need anything more. Like, those weapons will do the job. Trust me. Let's see. Cobra says, I agree it is a dangerous game that the US and Canada shouldn't be funding Ukraine anyways. The money should be going back to the people. Trudeau was constantly bragging. He was just bragging the other day about $1 billion that had been sent overseas. It's all borrowed money that we have to pay back, and he gives it away. Canadians are fucking sick of this. Sensible Canadians are sick of this shit. Let's see. Cobra says the money should be used to help homeless veterans and to fix stuff inside the countries instead of going to fund a war. Yeah, I'm leaning towards that as well. Streamer, Ukraine was a buffer country left over from the Cold War between NATO countries and Russia, and it should have stayed that way. His red line was crossing Ukraine. His red line was Ukraine being in NATO. This was totally avoidable. Yeah, well, it was the constant move after the promises to Gorbachev that they would not move. NATO would not keep moving east. They did anyway. That's a problem. If they hadn't done that, how would it look now? I don't know. Can't say for certain, but that's a factor for sure. Ukraine is a buffer country. I mean, the border is so, the potential front is so long there. It's such a long front that it does give some strategic advantage to have Ukraine to shorten that. But what would have happened if the West had really decided to become friends with Russia and not provoked by moving NATO east? Well, we'll never know. Let's see. So anyway, let's keep moving on. How about some more Gervais? Let's check this out.
I've just been meditating. Hi guys, Ricky G here, wellness and beauty influencer. I've just been meditating. And I got to thinking about all the war and oppression in the world. And I thought, should I actually go to those countries and fight and really make a difference? And I thought, no, just do this video.
It's the expression on his face. The smug expression on his face is what really makes it work. He nails it. What mental health crisis? I guess this one.
Tattoo lollipop. Tattoo lollipop.
Well, I like the squirrel. So she can't be all bad. The squirrel looks healthy enough. I don't know what she's doing to that squirrel. I hope the squirrel seems okay. It doesn't seem that traumatized. I hope the squirrel doesn't think all people are like this. That would be a shame. Anyway, let's continue. Let's see. So, yeah, we have the far left extremists launched an insurrection at the Argentinian Congress to try and stop lawmakers from voting through President Milei's tax overhauls. The militants hurled firebombs, set fires, and attacked police. Why do we keep hearing about far-right extremists when this seems to be the only extremism that's actually happening? Here, in Argentina, in Europe, the far leftists are rioting in Europe because they didn't like the results of the EU elections there. Why do we keep hearing about the danger of the far right? The far right's not out protesting in all over the streets of Canada, going to Jewish neighborhoods and like shooting at Jewish schools and stuff. They're not doing that. The only people I see out there are far leftists, are communists, or people with like hammers and sickles. Antifa. That's who I see. Why do we have to keep here? I mean, how long do they have to? How long can they bear to keep gaslighting us over this shit? To keep gaslighting us about the far right, and the far right makes gains in Europe or in Argentina or wherever. How long can they stand to keep doing it? I mean, these people have no souls. Does the media have no soul whatsoever? I'm guessing that they don't. I mean, what other conclusion can we come to at this point? They keep lying to us and bullshitting us and ignoring this. The only fucking extremism that I see is left-wing extremism, and it's everywhere, and it's all the time. Where are the whistleblowers? Where are the whistleblowers from the mainstream media? Come out, and they come out occasionally, not very often. I guess people just value their jobs too much. But I'm really getting tired of hearing about the danger of the right-wing populists. I'm really getting tired. I mean, I think we're all getting tired of it, aren't we? At this point, because
Lo que está sucediendo del otro lado. Mirá, tiraron molotov ahora, ¿eh? Ahora sí tiraron molotov.
I mean, the left aren't shy about being extremists. They're pretty open about it. Let's see. What are you monsters saying? Radio streamer says, we have to go back here. Streamer says, there are not enough puppies in the world to erase that image. Well, we're going to have to try. I think it's time. We haven't had one for a while. Look at that. Now that's adorable. What is that crazy noise? The puppies have no idea. They're just puppies. Everything is new to them. It's adorable. I'm loving it. My favorite part of this is, can you guys guess? Can you guys guess? My favorite part of this is that Justin Trudeau didn't burst in and try and give himself a full-body vaginoplasty in front of those puppies, scarring them emotionally for life. They'd never be the same. Thank God that didn't happen. Let's see. Cobra says, I bet the squirrel crawled out of her butt crack.
I picked the wrong week to quit sniffing glue.
I wish I'd never quit sniffing glue. Wish I'd never quit.
None of you seem to understand. I'm not locked in here with you.
That's it! You're locked in here with me.
That's what she said to the squirrel. But the squirrel seems okay. It seems well adapted. It makes me think that maybe this is all just an act for to get, clicks on social media, maybe. Because that squirrel should be more traumatized, should it not? I mean, it looks like a happy squirrel.
Tattoo lollipop.
See, the squirrel's fine. So maybe this is all just an act to get clicks. I don't know. I just can't help but think that squirrel will be more traumatized. It would go nowhere near her. Unless she starves the squirrel and then only brings out the peanuts when she's making a video. Maybe that. I don't know. But again, I hope that the squirrels don't think that's what all humans are like, because we're not. Definitely not. Let's see. Streamer says CNN anchor, so the thing you need, the thing you sell for a desk job on the news. Yeah, I think those are in short supply. Candle Monkey says you're going to have to be the whistleblower, Richie. Well, I'm not in the media, so I can just make fun of them. That's the best that I can do. I'm sorry. Let's see. Streamer says I was feeding my dog. That could have traumatized him. Yeah, but the squirrel seems all right. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. Let's see what's going on here. Tommy Robinson. This guy, and he's not a big guy either. He's quite a small guy. I think he's about 5'5" or something, but he's got balls of fucking steel. I mean, whatever you want to say about Tommy Robinson, he has got courage, unbelievable levels of him. I think it's okay. I've been paying attention to him for a long time, and I think he's been right the entire time. And now it seems like more and more people are starting to realize that as well.
It's okay to be violent. He wants to be a fascist. He calls me a fascist. I'm standing right in front of him. It's okay to be violent. He wants to be a fascist. He calls me a fascist. I'm standing right in front of him.
It's amazing the projection from the left, It's amazing how many people are fooled by it. It's truly shocking. Hold on. We got to go back into this. I don't know what that is again. Carver says she's fattening the squirrel up because she's going to eat the damn thing.
Did you know I'm utterly insane?
Yes, I did.
Weird and pissed off, whatever it is. I don't know what the hell's in there, but it's weird and pissed off, whatever it is.
Are we fans of this or are we not fans of this? I think I know the answer. No, you've not been accepted onto America's Got Talent. I'm sorry. Let's see. We're going on 4 hours and 45 minutes. All right. We already watched that one. You can do anything you set your mind to. Don't let anyone tell you differently. Yes, you can perform a titillating pole dance in lucite heels and full-length Tweety Bird underoos. Ben, I'm talking to you. Okay. We have to watch this. I don't know. Call me a prude, but I just don't like it. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Shouldn't you be trying to be a little more dignified at this point in your life? Really? I mean, honestly. I mean, if this isn't the signal that it's time to bring back shame, I don't know what is. If this won't do it, nothing will. Streamer says, I guess it's easier than practicing in full drag. I guess so. Is that? I don't know. Cobra says radio streamers puppy palate cleansing shouldn't be the only thing. You should have a kitten corner as well. I'm going to say something, and I'm not trying to. I value your contributions on the chat here. I value you as a viewer. I value your input in the chat. So don't take this the wrong way. Just a little bit gay. I'm sorry. Kitten Corner's a little bit gay. I'm kidding. Those boos are for me. I'm kidding. We're going to have a Kitten Corner as well. How about that? I'm taking your advice. We're going to go for a Kitten Corner as well because it's actually a nice change. It'll be a nice change. We'll do that as well. Just kidding. I had you going there for a second, though, didn't I? Cobra says, those people dancing are moving like a crackhead on the side of the street in Nashville, Tennessee. That's completely overdosed. I guess it's kind of like that, isn't it? The guy doesn't look well anyway. Raider Streamer says, he's muscling in on my shtick. I think there's room for both. I really do. And you know what? Maybe it'll bring in some of the ladies as well, the Kitten Corner. I don't know. I mean, it is a little bit gay. But you know what? It's okay. We're open here. We're accepting. And I do value your content. I value your input. So I think we're going to do it. We're doing it for you. Even if it's a big gay. So, whatever. Streamer says, it's okay. Kittens can cleanse the soul as well. We do need something different. We do need something different. It's a good idea. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to do it for next time. And if I haven't done it next time, remind me and we'll get it up there. All right. And maybe we'll even expand out to something else. Maybe we'll do monkey corner as well. I'm not kidding. We can do all kinds of different animal corners because animals just make you feel better when they're doing funny stuff. Not when they're like attacking people. That's bad. So we won't have that. Or maybe we will. I don't know. We can do whatever we want. That's the beautiful thing about this. This is our world, right? We can do whatever we want. We can communicate with each other. This isn't like watching the evening news, listening to radio. We can communicate in real time. We can do whatever we want. This is our place. This is our community. We can do whatever the hell we want. We can talk about the news. We can have a kitten corner and a puppy palate cleanser. We can do Fatty's fart, which is frankly my favorite part of the whole thing. We can do Grok versus Trudeau. We can do anything that we want. We can show animations. You guys can make requests, and we can do that. This is a symbiotic relationship here. That's the beautiful thing about it. When you think about it, it's amazing. Like I remember a few weeks ago, Radio Streamer checked in. He was you were doing a long distance drive, I think, and you stopped in at like a truck stop and you joined the show and got into the chat. I thought, that's amazing. Like, what a cool thing that all these people living all over the place have this little community now, right? And I just think it's neat. And then I watch the you guys in the chat, and you guys are having side conversations, while I'm doing the videos and stuff. And I'm like, this is cool. And they're like good conversations, We have this little thing. We can do whatever we want. It's an amazing development. I mean, not everything about the internet has been great, but this is cool. Anyway, there's my rant. And it's like, now it's like Friday night is just a thing. Like I have to do it unless I absolutely can't, which is not that often. I think next week I can do it, but the week after that, I will be away up in bear country and I'm not going to be able to do it. But for me now, it's like, I have to do it on Friday nights. I have to. Like I feel like it's something I need to do, so I don't know. It's just cool. I just think it's there's something so, it's like a new form. I mean, I know this has been around for a while, but I've only been doing it since like October, like the live streaming. And it's just this new kind of form of communication to me anyway. It's cool. So, old man pole dancing. It's like there's so much stuff that maybe people would have done at home or in private. They wouldn't have like shared it with the world. I kind of feel like it was a better world when people did that. You know, like their fetishes and whatnot. They just kind of did it at home. And maybe they had some people they were close to or whatever, or met people that were into the same stuff and they'd go and do it like behind closed doors. I think there's development in culture where it's just like, no, you have to show everybody now. Everybody has to see it because there's no shame left anymore. And everybody needs to know your dirty laundry and all of the weird things that you're doing. I think that was a downgrade for society. I think that made things worse. I think shame is a good thing. A certain amount of shame is a good thing. You know, there's things we should be ashamed about, you know, or at least not be so eager to share with the entire world. Personal details. Opinion is fine, but what you're fucking, and when I say what you're fucking, I really mean it these days because you just don't know what somebody's fucking, right? Somebody could be married to a penguin for all you know now, right? That's all shit that we don't need, you know? Sharing ideas is great. That's an awesome thing. That's an awesome thing that's developed with the internet. Platforms like Rumble are fantastic, right? But there's some things that just belong in the back of your closet. They don't belong on the street. They don't belong on the internet. So old man pole dancing. Here is some tough love for old man pole dancing. You're never going to be a stripper. It's just too late. It's over. Even if this guy paid people, they wouldn't want to see him pole dance. You could pay people. They would. I guess some people would, but they wouldn't enjoy it. So what is my solution? My solution is just stop. Just stop doing it. Buy some colorful, I don't know, golf shirts and get yourself a Miata. That's really the best you can do. That's more dignified than this anyway. Because, I mean, pretty much anything is more, at his age, pretty much anything is more dignified than that. What is the purpose? What is the purpose? I mean, honestly, that's going to make anybody less likely to want to fuck him, not more. You know what works when you get older? Dignified, being dignified, not embarrassing yourself in public, not doing weird stuff in public, not doing pole dancing classes. That falls outside of the whole growing old in a dignified fashion thing. It's like Madonna, right? Madonna could have just been this elegant older woman, aging gracefully, being a good example to younger people, saying that it's not it's not the most important thing in the world. How you look, being sexy, right? And shocking isn't the most important thing in the world. Your physical appearance isn't the most important thing in the world. There's other things that are important too. Character, right? Being a good example for younger people, say. Aging with grace and dignity. Facing down mortality with courage and with grace and humility. That's the way to do it. If you want to move forward, if you want to move into old age with a sense of peace, not as just this kind of desperate clawing creature like Madonna is, right? Desperately clinging to something that she no longer even possesses. Madonna looks weird. Let's look it up. That's not what I call aging with dignity. I mean, what has happened to her? She looks like an alien. You know, she looks like she came here from another planet. That's not even the worst of it. I mean, again, it doesn't look better. It looks more embalmed. It actually makes her look closer to death or dead, actually. Madonna, old, S&M gear. Where is she? Let's see. These Google searches are tricky these days. That algorithm is doesn't want to embarrass Madonna. Let's see. Let's see. Madonna old. Let's see. There's a particular getup which is particularly embarrassing. Where is it? Don't think it's going to show us. There's a performance where she's dressed up in like this leather, like S&M gear. She looks like the edgiest grandma at the Legion Halloween party, but I can't be bothered to try and find it right now. Anyway, this is not how you age gracefully, in my opinion. I mean, I'm doubting very much this guy's got grandkids, but would you really want them to see that? All right. So what's this? Gyms in 2024. Let's take a look at this.
Hi, is there a problem?
No, what's going on?
Then why were you staring at me? Hey, is there a problem?
No, there's no problem.
Then why were you just staring at me? Were you staring at me?
Who the are you guys?
All right there, bro.
Why are there so many ring lights?
I'm a micro influencer, but you wouldn't know. Please cover up. You know, we shouldn't have to do this, but
In the middle
here
of
we
summer.
are doing it.
Very cool.
Yeah, try us now. The whole thing. Good luck on
You gonna put this on YouTube?
Oh my God, is this kid staring at you? I saw you looking at me.
Who the is this?
You on camera?
It is a weird phenomenon now, right? Of like women going to the gym dressed as, I mean, revealingly as possible with these skin tight yoga pants that show everything. I mean, everything, the camel toe, everything, right? And then being shocked when men look at them. Men are going to look at that. They know that it's hard baked into men's brains. We are a sexually reproducing species, a sexually dimorphous, sexually reproducing species. This stuff is baked into us. You know, it's kind of ultimately the purpose of life at the deepest level is for this stuff to happen. It's for people to notice each other and then have sex with each other and then have babies and pass their genes down and repopulate the planet. Like, it's kind of like at the most fundamental level, the purpose of being a sexually reproducing species. So it's not like you can ignore it. People are going to notice. And you're dressed in a way that guarantees that. It seems to be deeply counterproductive, doesn't it? It really does. But anyway, the world is stupid. All right, we're 5 hours deep in. Okay. And we still have a ton. This could end up being like the longest stream that we've done ever. I think this longest one we've done is a little over 6 hours. We could go longer than that tonight. We probably will if I still keep up, if I have the energy. Although I'm getting a bit of caffeine in me, so maybe we will. So at a campaign rally in Las Vegas, Trump announces he will end taxing tips for service workers. I think that's going to go over very well.
This is the first time I've said this, and for those hotel workers and people that get tips, you're going to be very happy, because when I get to office, we are going to not charge taxes on tips, people making tips. We're not going to do it, and we're going to do that right away, first thing in office, because it's been a point of contention for years and years and years. And you do a great job of service. You take care of people. And I think it's going to be something that really is deserved. More importantly, popular or unpopular. I do some unpopular things, too, if it's right for the country. I do what's right. But so those people that have jobs in restaurants, whatever the job may be, a tipping job, we're not going after for taxes anymore. This will be ended. And I announced that for the first time I've brought it up. First time anyone's brought it up. I think it's never been brought up before. And I also think it's very appropriate.
I think that there's something fundamentally immoral about taxing tips, which are essentially gifts to people. I mean, aside from the fact that, I mean, that's what most servers really rely on is their tips, not their hourly wage. It's their tips. But aside from that, you're giving a gift to somebody out of appreciation, and then the government steps in and says, no, I get part of that. I feel like there's something fundamentally immoral about it. I mean, maybe there's something fundamentally immoral about taxes in general, right? That's not something I would have said 10 years ago when I considered myself a liberal. I can tell you that much. Or I don't know, 12 years ago. I don't know, however long ago it was. But certainly taxing tips. You're giving a gift to somebody for the services they provided, right? Because you appreciate that. And the government steps in and says, no, I get part of that. No, I get some of that. I deserve some of that too. That doesn't feel right to me. That feels immoral. That feels very, very wrong to me. Why should they get to do that? I mean, you're already wealth redistributing yourself when you give the tip. So why does the government get to step in and do it again? That's not your choice. They're making a new choice for you. I think that's fucking bullshit. A 0% federal tax on income would be even better. Stop taxing income altogether. Well, I mean, the money just seems to get wasted, doesn't it? I mean, Trudeau's just giving it away to other countries. And that's not even tax money. That's just money he's borrowed that we'll have to pay. Right now, under Trudeau, Canada now spends more on servicing the interest on the national debt than it does on healthcare. That's crazy. This is a big deal for those who survive on tips. Huge. If you are a waiter, waitress, bartender, valet, etc., you just got 35% pay raise. Yeah. Why shouldn't they pay taxes on their earnings like everyone else? A lot of service workers makes a small fortune in tips. A very small fortune, I think we should say. And I think for the reasons that, for those of you watching now, for the reasons I said earlier, I think there's something fundamentally immoral about that. About you're essentially giving a gift to somebody for service. A gift. They're giving a gift out of appreciation. And then the government steps in and says, no, I get a part of that too. That seems wrong. It seems that they shouldn't be in there. They shouldn't be getting in the middle of that. It feels very wrong to Trump learned from the best. Ron Paul, eliminating the federal taxes on tips would provide much needed financial support to some of our lowest income earners. 2012, Ron Paul campaign press release. In case you missed it, Ron Paul authors tax-free tips op-ed in the Las Vegas Sun. So Ron Paul came up with it first. It seems like a common sense thing to me, and politically, it's very strong. Just like that, he's about to get the millennial with master's degrees working at restaurant vote, which is a lot. A lot of people got absolutely useless degrees. Although, you know, if they've got master's degrees, there's a good chance that they're highly, highly TDS. All right, let's keep going. Recycle. Here's another Gervais one. Let's watch this.
Some beauty influencer. Also, hi guys, Ricky G here, wellness and beauty influencer. Also poet and environmentalist. And some people say to me, but Ricky, isn't having 2 baths a day terribly wasteful? No. Because after I've soaked for a while and washed my hair and my face and my balls, I send the water to Africa. Yeah.
He captures the absurdity of it so perfectly. This is classic. I need to get Ricky Gervais clips for every stream, I think, or maybe at least the next couple. So what's going on with Zelensky? They say that he does a lot of cocaine. I don't know. It's a lot of rubbing his nose. That's a lot of looking high out of his kite. I mean, maybe it's allergies. Maybe it's, I don't know, $100 billion worth of cocaine. Who knows? Who knows? Zelensky smashes world record of how many times one can sniff in a press conference. He does that a lot. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think he's doing constant rails? Do you think that's where all the money's going? All right, looks like Cobra's signing out. Hey, great to have you in the chat. Hope to see you next week. Thanks a lot. And we will have the kitty corner next week. Good night, sir. And if we don't have it, remind me, and then we'll get it midstream. Let's see. Joe Rogan believes there is a secret cabal running America. Who do the people around Joe Biden answer to? Feels like it's probably the same people that like Justin Trudeau answers to, and Rishi Sunak answers to, and Macron answers. That's why the mainstream media does not like Joe Biden. Or sorry, does not like Joe Rogan. I'm 5 hours in. I'm going to make a few mistakes. That is why the establishment does not like Joe Rogan. Though they've quietened down on him now. They've kind of given up trying to cancel him, which is good. Means the power is limited. It's not, you know, complete. This is interesting. But you know, we're going to watch this in 1 second. So this is the story behind Elon Musk firing 80% of Twitter's staff. This is good. But I need to take a quick break just for a minute or two. I'll be back soon. All right. Thank you for your patience, everybody. So before we get into this video, this is a good time to say, if you're not subscribed to the channel, it's time. It's time that you made the leap and made all of my videos that I put out during the week, not only this long Friday night live stream, which normally goes 5 to 6 hours, it might be longer tonight, but you'll not only have access to that, obviously for free, but all my other videos as well that I put up during the week. So this is really the perfect time right now. It's time you made the leap. You're going to feel better about yourself. It's nutritious. You'll be smarter. You'll know more about the world. There's really no downside. So, and I would really appreciate it. So, especially if you're watching on Rumble, because I think Rumble is the future of this channel. So, that said, let's watch this. So, the story behind Elon Musk firing 80% of Twitter's staff. Let's watch.
He was at Twitter headquarters. He said, we don't really need 3 different server farms. And the engineers say, well, yes, we do, because we need backups and we need caching or whatever. And he says, no. He decides they should get rid of the servers in Sacramento. Well, they say, fine, but that'll take 6 months. He said, no, you can do it in 6 weeks. And he's getting really dark. And they don't know how to deal with him because this is like a month after he took over Twitter. And they're saying, well, no, I'm sorry, Elon, we can't do it. And he'd say, you can do it in 6 weeks. And by the end of the meeting, he said, you can do it in 6 days. It gets really dark, and he decides he's going to fire them. It's December 23rd. It's like 2 days before Christmas. He does fire them, but the next day, Christmas Eve, he's flying from San Francisco to Austin, Texas to go home for Christmas. He's with 2 young cousins on the plane who are engineers, and one of them says, why don't we just take those servers out ourselves? Elon Musk makes a U-turn in his airplane, tells the pilot to go to Sacramento, and they go to the server facility. The guard there is like flummoxed. It's Christmas Eve, and they're forcing their way in, and Musk turns to his bodyguard and says, do you got a pocket knife? The guy goes, yeah, and cuts the cable to the servers, and they got rid of that server farm in Sacramento. But it's why 80% of the people who worked at Twitter when he took it over are gone.
So that's how you get shit done. It's not an accident. It's not an accident, regardless of what the far left media would have you believe. It's not an accident that Elon Musk became the richest guy in the world. He puts merit before everything, and he doesn't pretend that he doesn't. That's why they hate him, right? Because there's a movement against merit now, right? Because of the oppressor narrative that's taken over everything. If somebody has more, they must have oppressed somebody else. That's how they got it. Everything is a zero-sum game now in modern leftist ideology. There's no positive sum games. There's no, 2 people make an agreement, they both put up their side of it, and both of them are better off. That's a positive sum game. Like, you have a leaky pipe, you call a plumber comes over, he fixes it, you pay the plumber. That's a positive sum game. You both gained something from that, but a leftist is incapable of seeing that. Everything is a zero-sum game, right? So you had to pay the plumber. That's bad. He took something from you. The plumber gets it. They don't think about the work that was done. It's a very confused, messed up ideology these days. They don't see, mutually beneficial relationships. So Elon Musk must be an oppressor because he's so wealthy. The only way he could have gotten that is by oppressing people. And there's simply no other explanation for it. And they hate him. And stories like this will make them hate him even more. But merit is what works. It is what makes the world go round. It's what makes everything work. Right? It makes your TV work. It makes your toaster work. It keeps the lights on. It makes sure it's what keeps food in the grocery stores. Merit actually works. And they hate that because they're all communists. Let's see. We've got so much left to do here and not that much time. So we're going to probably skip over a lot. This is important, though. So here's Danielle Smith. She's the premier of Alberta. And she is talking some common sense.
I want to talk about batteries for a minute because I know that everybody thinks that this economy is going to be operated on wind and solar and battery power, and it cannot. There is no industrialized economy in the world operating that way because they need base load. And I'll tell you what I know about batteries because I talked to somebody who was thinking of investing in it on a 200 megawatt plant. $1 million to be able to get each megawatt stored. That's $200 million for his plant alone, and he would get 1 hour of storage. So if you want me to have 12,000 megawatts of storage, that's $12 billion for 1 hour of storage, $24 billion for 2 hours of storage, $36 billion for 3 hours of storage. And there are long stretches in winter where we can go weeks without wind or solar. That is the reason why we need legitimate, real solutions that rely on base load power rather than fantasy thinking. And I am not going to engage in fantasy thinking and say something is possible when I know that my principal job,
I think we need to stop.
My principal job is to have a reliable energy grid. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, it's been far too long since we've had just
what's stored. That's
common sense like this, right? It was far too long. There's just been so much magical thinking. I think she said it, magical thinking going on. You know, when we can point to, green energy stars like Germany. Germany increases coal use. Global coal consumption reached a record high of over 8 billion tons this year, with Germany one of the highest with a 19% rise, or 26 million tons. So, let's see. Why is Germany turning back to coal for energy? Well, that whole thing with Russia, right? And they needed energy, and guess what? All that green energy they had just wasn't cutting it. Just not cutting it. It's just, especially in Europe, like solar in Europe. I mean, what the hell were they thinking? I mean, they're essentially deindustrializing themselves in Germany. They were. I mean, well, they're kind of schizophrenic on it because they've increased coal use to make up for the natural gas that they lost. But they also shut down nuclear plants, like permanently, which is totally insane. It's like weird schizo thing going on there. It's dysfunction. It's woke dysfunction. And in the process, they are essentially deindustrializing themselves. They were the major economy in Europe. That's not going to last. And all because of magical thinking and listening to like little Swedish teenagers like Greta Thunberg, who know literally nothing about the world. Turns out she was a commie the whole time as well. Always is. What's your stance on nipple tassels in public? I just feel like this is something better done in private. If you've got to do it, don't do it in public where people can film you and take pictures. It's really not something to be proud of. It's really not. The man boobs are really not something to be proud of. I don't know. Are those natural or what are those like from hormones? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. All I know is that really it's time to bring back shame. We really need to bring back shame. If you want to do that at home, it's fine. This just feels like, to me, like Nero fiddling while Rome burns. That's what all this stuff feels like. Radio Streamer says, ooh. It is. I mean, let's put our own soundtrack to this and see if it changes it at all. Hold on. Oh, that puts it in perspective, doesn't it? 100%. Or how about this? Circus Freak was a totally reputable job, like not that long ago. Streamer says, make it go away. Your will is done, sir. Let's see. What else we got going? Let's see. No more Trudeau. I think we watched that already. Okay. Let's see. Women in head-to-toe leather, yes or no? What do you think, guys? Yes or no?
It rubs the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again.
Did you know I'm utterly insane?
I'm starting to suspect it. Starting to suspect it.
I picked the wrong week to quit sniffing glue.
Oh, dear. I don't get the point of this. You know? Like, you get old and then, like, this isn't going to make anybody more likely to want to have sex with you. Radio Streamer says, you really don't want me to sleep tonight, do you? No, I'm here to terrify you. I don't understand the point, though, of this. I don't, like, what do you get out of it? Like, it's not better. This isn't an improvement on anything, right? If anything, it's worse. God knows it's worse. You know, again, if you want to just do this at home, okay. People have been doing weird, freaky stuff at home forever. Then it's nobody's business. I don't understand the point of having to make it somebody else's business, make it other people's business. This is going to be your contribution to the culture. I don't understand. I mean, why isn't he just too tired to do this? Like, why doesn't he have other things to do to distract him from his desire to do this? Like, obviously there's a narcissism here, but isn't that something you're supposed to get over as you age? Aren't you supposed to just kind of settle a little bit, like settle into a kind of comfortable acceptance of life and mortality? You know, again, this is like Madonna to me. I actually see no difference between this and Madonna, just desperately grasping for something that you've already lost or that you can never have again, or in this case, never had. I don't know. I don't feel like that's healthy. I just don't. Getting psycho vibes. Yeah, it's true. I feel like it's not normal. Let's see. And, you know, not everybody has to be normal, right? But we don't have to also celebrate everything. We don't have to celebrate every variation, every infinite variation that a human can come up with. Like, it's okay for some things just to say, yeah, don't do that. Don't do that at the lake. It's a nice lake. It's beautiful out here. You're kind of ruining it. Don't do that. Do it at home. It's fine if you do it at home. Nobody will even know. That's fine. It's just, you're making the lake kind of gross and scary.
Shall not pass!
Anyway, let's move on. Let's see. This guy's not messing around. Let's watch this.
Someone puts a gun on you, you just have one option. Give them what they're asking for. So here's what I do. I carry a fake wallet, fake American Express, fake Visa card, fake MasterCard. I throw them that. They reach down, they grab for that wallet. Then, you know what I do? I pull up my gun and I shoot them in the face and get my wallet back. Someone puts a gun on you, you just have.
I think he's onto something. I think that he's definitely onto something, that guy. Stuff like this makes the internet totally worth it. Let's see. Realize where we are from End Wokeness. So here's a hate crime. So these kids have been charged with a felony for this, for just using their scooters over a pride parade. They probably didn't even notice. Like, they're everywhere now. They're so ubiquitous. They're all over the freaking place. Like, it doesn't look like they have they're not trying to do anything. They're just out having fun. Like, it doesn't look like they're trying to desecrate anything. It's just, maybe don't paint them all over the fucking road if you're going to freak out when people drive over it. How about that? Protected speech, of course. These guys weren't charged with felonies, defacing a monument, right? That's fine, because they've got the virtue signals on. So they've got the virtue tablecloths on their heads. So that's fine. But kids charged with felonies for that. Like, it does not look like they're trying to do anything other than just drive their scooters around on the road. Maybe don't paint those fucking things on the road if you're going to freak out every time somebody drives over them. Maybe that's sense. I mean, how is that even a virtue signal to charge these kids with felonies for that? Like, who does that make feel good? Who does that make feel safer? Like, who's dying for the retribution against the kids on their scooters not doing anything? It's so strange. I mean, this is the kind of toxic empathy or toxic compassion, you know, like, oh, it's far left extremism run amok. This is like, it's like the Soviet Union. You know, it's more a thought crime than anything else, isn't it? Even though it doesn't look like they were even thinking, but it doesn't matter. Intent doesn't matter apparently these days. It's just, did somebody get offended or not? That's the only thing that matters. They will tell you, the leftists, intent doesn't matter. It's just, did somebody get offended? They did. Well, then you're guilty. I don't know. It's just madness. And then, of course, this protected speech. Nobody gets arrested for this stuff. No felonies for these guys. I don't know. It's madness. Let's check this out. So, if you've not been following Canadian politics, there's one of the millions of scandals is that there's an inquiry into foreign interference in the last two elections in Canada. And the Liberals are refusing, the ruling party, and Trudeau himself particularly Trudeau specifically is refusing to release the names of MPs from whatever party that are implicated in this, in either aiding foreign powers, essentially being traitors, or being targeted by foreign powers, maybe unwittingly. But Trudeau is refusing to release those names. And keep in mind, there's an election coming up in just over a year. So we want to know if there's anybody sitting in Parliament right now or in Trudeau's cabinet that has been colluding with a foreign power. So here is the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Oompa Loompa for Canada, Chrystia Freeland. She's being asked about it.
If we have potentially MPs still sitting in Parliament who this committee says wittingly participated with foreign governments to undermine our elections, does that not undermine Canadian confidence in our Parliament and in our elections?
I think Canadians recognize how lucky we are to be Canadian and how strong our democracy is. I think Canadians...
This is all you get. Just a bunch of babble and platitudes. I think you don't know anything about Canadians. You're 20 points back in the polls. You don't know jack shit. Continue.
Are smart and they recognize there is a very real threat. I think in the work of this committee, in the measures, the new and enhanced authorities our government has put in place, I think Canadians see that our government takes this threat seriously and is going to continue to act. And I do want to emphasize, I see this as not a partisan issue at all. I see this as an issue of the core national interest and the core strength of Canada's democracy. That is how our government is going to act.
Okay, but none of that.
How lucky we are to be.
Okay, but none of that actually meant anything. What are the names of the MPs? We want to know. Canadians want to know. Canadian voters want to know who they are. We want to know if they're going to be standing in the next election. We'd like to know that. Thank you for your babble and for telling us what we think. Apparently, you don't know what we think as well as you think you do because you're so far behind in the polls. It looks like the Liberals are going to be destroyed in the next election. So just tell us the names. How about that? Why won't you? Why won't you just tell us the names? Is it because it's all a bunch of liberals? Is it because China likes Justin Trudeau being Prime Minister of Canada and has done all it can to help Justin Trudeau? Is that why? It kind of feels like that's why. I mean, you can talk around in circles, but at the end of the day, we kind of do need an answer to this. We're all wondering. We're all wondering. Again, you can tell us what we think as much as you like, but I don't think you really know. What we're thinking is that we want to know some names. We want to know if, what's obviously transparently true is that these are a bunch of liberals that are implicated. Obviously, we know that if it was a bunch of conservatives, you would release the names because that would be politically expedient for you. Like, we know you would do that. We know the Liberal Party of Canada is nothing but a campaigning machine. They can't govern. They have no idea what they're doing. Either that or they're intentionally trying to destroy Canada, destroy Canada's economy, destroy Canada's culture. So either you're intentionally wrecking Canada or you have no idea what you're doing because you can't do anything but just campaign. You can't do anything but throw accusations out. And anybody who doesn't agree with you won't vote for you, that they're far right or they're right wing or they're right wing conspiracy theorists or whatever, right? Including all of the people who formerly voted for the Liberals who aren't going to be voting for the Liberals anymore. Just tell us the name. The jig is up. You're not going to win the next election. The jig is up. Just tell us the names. Have some dignity for once. Just for once. Why won't any of you just have some dignity for once? Show that you actually care about Canada instead of just talking about it and then enacting policies that prove the opposite. How did an Oompa Loompa become the deputy prime minister? That's what I want to know. Good Lord. Why do they even bother to do these press conferences? They never answer any questions. That's right, because the answer to every question is bad for them. Agreed, and always zero pushback to get an answer. Yep, she is truly an arrogant POS. Let's see. Yeah, she truly is. I can't stand her. Yeah, like even like there's like a friend of mine who's like been liberal for life is like, I can't vote for these people. She's awful. Trudeau's awful. She's awful. Why won't they just leave? Why won't they just go away? I wish the media would fire back more and say, that's not an answer. How hard is that? They certainly do that to conservatives. Yeah, they do. But we know why, because Trudeau pays them. Now, how about this? I find these are fascinating, like psychological cases. From Ian Miles Chong, straight people are getting too comfortable and you should go back to being deathly afraid of offending people. I like speculating on what is going through these people's minds. Let's watch.
Straight people are getting too comfortable. I said what I said. Some things are not yours to talk about, joke about, or say. And you should go back to being deathly afraid of offending people. Straight people are getting too...
Well, I don't want to offend anybody, so I'm going to use the correct woke language and just say, she just seems like a real front hole, doesn't she? A real front hole. She's acting so front holy there. I find it amusing that these people always have these threats and they're so angry and strident. And these are the people, if the shit hit the fan civilizationally, these would be the first people to go under, right? Completely helpless, right? But these societies are so safe for them, right? That they have this kind of false bravado. It's so safe to say anything that you want, which is a good thing, by the way. I want free speech. I want a diversity of ideas, right? But we've been talking lately about a lack of perspective on this channel, about these people having a lack of perspective, right? I think if they just really thought about their circumstances, they might not do this. It's almost like tempting fate, They wouldn't be such front holes. Because that's what you have to say now, front hole, because otherwise you're a phobe. So, and it's extremely offensive to say the word vagina, apparently, or the C word. The C word being cunt, by the way, just so you know. We're just going to get that straight. Straight people are getting too comfortable.
Straight people are getting too comfortable. I said what I said.
So what happened here? Just like there were no straight men who wanted to fuck her, so she decided to go lesbian, try her luck over there? I don't know.
Some things are not yours to talk about, joke about, or say.
Yes, everything is. Everything is ours to joke about, talk about, and say. That's what a free society means. These people can't see beyond their own shadow. Now, granted, she probably has a very large shadow. But if you could get your head out of your ass for a second, can't you see you're censoring yourself? You're advocating for your own opinions to be shut down. You're advocating to never be able to change your mind on anything. No, I'm sorry. Everything is mine and yours and this audience's and this woman herself. Everything is ours to talk about or joke about. And if you want to live in a society where it's not that, you're an idiot. You have no idea what you want. You have no idea what you're asking for. You have no idea the misery that you're wishing for yourself. You're saying that you want to live in the Soviet Union, essentially, or in China. You're saying you want to live in a totalitarian state. This is idiotic. Do you want to live in a place where you can't complain anymore? Because I can tell you right now, in a totalitarian state, in an authoritarian state, you're going to get shut down in a hurry because they don't like anybody complaining about anything in those places. Streamer says, I know what's going through their minds. An echo.
And you should go back to being deathly afraid of offending people.
Well, I'm deathly afraid of you falling on me because I don't want to be suffocated to death. But I mean, what is it with the left now, right? Like everything is projection, right? So the right is evil and scary and all of that, but all of their language is quite violent. It's quite authoritarian. It's quite fascist, in fact. Should be deathly afraid of speaking our minds? Really? That's the world you want to live in. I mean, these people are all Marxists, by the way, all of them. I have a theory. Maybe a lot of these, the fatties for Palestine and all these people, maybe they've tried everything and they can't lose weight. And they know that the only diet that is guaranteed to make you skinny is communism. And that's why they're advocating for it, because they know it's the only way. They just simply don't have the self-restraint or the discipline to not even just be chubby, but just not be morbidly obese. Anyway, I don't like this woman. Again, a real front hole. Let's see. What is the internet saying about this? What's she going to do? Chase me. She can try for about 15 seconds tops. I'd say 5 seconds. No more cupcakes. No, you make me a sandwich. Well, somebody's been making her sandwiches, and a lot of them. How about a salad? Uh-oh. That guy's having a tough time with the escalator. Never been on one before, I guess. I guess if you've never been on one before as an adult, maybe it is terrifying. I don't know. Let's see. Definitely not afraid of offending sensitive people that are offended by everything. It's inevitable. Well, that's it. They'll always find something to be offended by. Right? It's, again, oppression is the coin of the realm now. If you're on the left and you don't have some oppression points, you've got nothing. You're nobody, right? And in fact, you are vulnerable to the people around you who are going to denounce you. You'll end up getting denounced anyway, eventually, for something, especially if you're white. But I mean, they desperately cling to this oppression. I mean, this is what she wants, right? She wants that power. Once you just become normal, right? Once LGBT, whatever, just became normal, well, they lost the oppression points, right? So, and they like the oppression points. Well, the activists do. I'm not talking about every person from that. Of course not. But the activists, the people who like power and are willing to use other people to get it, right? They recognize, well, we still need to be oppressed. We still need the power that it gives us to control other people. That's what she's longing for. She wants that power back. She doesn't want it to be that nobody gives a shit about your sexuality. She wants people to care. Because if they don't, she's got nothing. Well, I mean, she's got a lot of food, probably. But other than that, nothing else. Anyway. In fact, let's just do this quickly. Never gets old for me. All right. So, from Deborah Fauché, I just don't know what's happening here. So, I see this and I don't want to have to comment on it. I don't want to say anything. I just want to keep scrolling and not have to do anything, but I can't help it. I just can't help it. Lord, help me. I don't want to make fun of this. Just want to be a good person, a moral person. I don't want to punch down. And I can tell you honestly that I wish I was above what I'm about to say. But unfortunately, I'm not. I kind of live for this. This is like the midget Silence of the Lambs. I get those same vibes. But the midget version, like a smaller version, but like that. Now, this Silence of the Lambs Buffalo Bill would be a lot easier to take on just because of the size, right? Let's be honest, right? But still, it's got those vibes going on. I think we have to acknowledge it. And we have to say something. I mean, the universe can't just throw trans midgets at us and not expect a response, right? We are only men, after all, and women. I think that it's very likely that the Biden administration is probably going to hire this person in some capacity. In fact, this might even be like a performance at the White House. I'm not sure. I didn't check. But it's very strange. It's like Twin Peaks mixed with Silence of the Lambs. Anyway, I'm not proud of myself, but let's move on. All right. Oh, this is just funny. Okay, it's Pinky the cat, very loving. Can you guess where this is going to go?
He's pet of the week.
I think it's going for the balls.
You got him back?
Son of a bitch.
He's pet of the week. Placer County Animal Shelter.
So Pinky was a lunatic and not loving at all, as a matter of fact. Streamer says, I don't know why this is funny, but it is. It just is. I love it. I mean, again, for all the internet's faults, it does give us this. What else do we got here? This is what the mind virus of further education does to people. She was beautiful. Now she's not. Who would employ her now? So sad to see things like this. So oh, Jesus, what's going on here?
Y'all, everybody keeps asking who that is in my pictures and stuff. Because, like, I'll post this picture sometimes. Y'all, this is me in 2021. So, 3 years ago.
3 years. That's what the woke mind virus did in 3 years. Took this pretty girl and turned her into that. I'm sorry. There's no way this is healthy. There's no way there's not some sort of woke induced mental illness happening here. I'm sorry. There's just no way. There's no way you could be happier being this troll thing than that. I'm sorry. It's just not possible.
That would mean... Y'all, everybody keeps asking who that...
Woke mind virus. That's what it is. Streamer says, this is sad. It certainly is. I'm sorry. There is no way that this is healthier psychologically or any other way than that. Sorry. This is, I mean, it's just, it's an avalanche of bad choices, right? The face tattoos right off the bat. That's not smart. It's not smart to not think 15 minutes into the future, or just think 5 years into the future. I mean, if it's possible, try and think 10 years into the future. Bad decision and kind of an irreversible one. I mean, the eyes, what is going on with the eyes? I've seen a bunch of this where they get their eyeballs tattooed. Many people go blind from that. Unsurprisingly, go blind from that. This is what the woke mind virus does. Turns you from that into that weird goblin thing. It can't be good. I'm telling you, it just can't be good. I mean, sure, it takes all kinds, but I don't think it's a natural development from that to that in 3 years. Something else is happening. Genuinely sad. Let's see. Holy crap. We're almost 6 hours in. We're 5 minutes from 6 hours. So we're going to just pick out the most fun stuff here. Probably stay away from most of the political stuff. Let's see. If you see her at Disneyland, say hi. Okay. What's going on here?
Well, hello, friends of Disneyland. I'm out for a little lunch.
It rubs the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again.
And food shopping before my big day tomorrow. I'm so excited, I just can't even put it into words. Everything in my life will change tomorrow. What a glorious day it will be. May all of your days be as glorious as the lady in pink.
It rubs the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again.
Like me. And have the time. Stephanie Renee, the lady in pink. Well, hello.
The old man in pink. It's the old man in pink. Not the lady in pink. It's the old creepy man in pink. So I want to hear this one more time.
Hello, friends of Disneyland. I'm out for
Why are you hanging out at Disneyland? I'm feeling like there's something off here. Something slightly off.
lunch and food shopping before my big day tomorrow.
Big day before his big day tomorrow. What's the big day? Prostate exam? Or maybe the results of the prostate exam. I don't know. Let's let the lady in pink continue.
I'm so excited. I just can't even put it into words. Everything in my life will change tomorrow. What a glorious day it will be. May all of your days.
You know, there was a time not so long ago that this lurking around Disneyland would have been frowned upon. I know it's hard to believe, isn't it? It's hard to believe that there was ever a time when this weird, creepy old man dressed like that, hanging around Disneyland would have been frowned upon. People would have said, I'm not sure about this. Somebody better keep an eye on that guy. Maybe they were. Maybe somebody was. Maybe they have a whole security detail at Disneyland now to just keep their eye on, apparently, the old men in pink wigs lurking around Disneyland now. I don't know. But there was a time when it would have been considered socially unacceptable, right? There was a time when people still did that, but they did it at home. They didn't do it out in public because there was a thing called shame back then. And like a thing called, I don't know, like morals or something. I don't know. There was a time when we were not quite so morally confused as we are today. Anyway, I don't like the looks of this guy. Wouldn't you love to hang around Disneyland with this guy? I think that's what was under my bed when I was a kid and the lights went out. Yep. Let's see. Is that the same one that preaches as Pippi Longstocking? Probably. Is that a princess? No, I definitely don't want to go to the capital of evil, which is apparently what Disneyland is now. Dear me. Dear me. I can't even be shocked anymore, I don't think. I'm trying to jump scare you, streamer. Sorry, I'll try to be more responsible with my streaming. All right, well, let's do one politics thing here. Here's Pierre Poilievre. I do like seeing him on the opposition, on the Liberal Party. Let's watch.
Will be richly rewarded for their sacrifice in building the economy, a country based on meritocracy, not aristocracy, where you get ahead by working hard, not having a family, a trust fund like the Prime Minister, a country where if you work hard, you earn a powerful paycheck that buys affordable food, gas, and homes in safe neighborhoods. That future is for the common people. The common sense of the common people united for our common home. Your home, my home, our home. Let's bring it home. Here, here. Here, here.
Let's get a few questions in. Questions and comments? The Honorable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We just heard or found out moments ago that Conservatives have now decided that they will not be voting in favor of fairness for Canadians. They will, in fact, today be voting against the Ways and Means motion to set fairness for everybody. Can the Leader of the Opposition take the opportunity now?
So he's talking about the capital gains increase. Nobody thought they were going to vote for that.
to explain his position because he has been absolutely mute on this for the last number of weeks.
Leader of the official opposition.
I think the member has a problem with his earpiece because I just finished explaining my position, Mr. Speaker. My position is that a job-killing tax on healthcare, homes, farms, and small businesses is the last thing we need in this cost of living crisis the Prime Minister has caused. He wants to tax doctors away when we have a doctor shortage. He wants to tax farmers when we have a food price crisis. He wants to tax home builders when we don't have enough homes. He wants to tax small business when our economy is already falling off the cliff and having the worst growth in the G7. Mr. Speaker, that is insanity. Common sense conservatives will bring in taxes that are lower, fairer, and simpler so that hard work pays off with a powerful paycheck that buys affordable food, gas, and homes in safe neighborhoods.
Well, that sounds pretty good. I mean, I think we all have to admit at this point that what the Trudeau Liberals have been doing since 2015 ain't working, or it's not working if your intention is not to impoverish Canada and wreck the country. I mean, if you're trying to do that, then I guess it is working, and maybe they are. I mean, can they really be that incompetent? I guess that's the only question. Can they be that incompetent? Or is it just intentional at this point? I think anything's on the table, really, you know?
We'll be richly...
Anyway, let's continue. So we're rapidly heading into uncharted territory for length of live stream. So we're past 6 hours now, and there's still actually quite a lot. I'll go as long as there's people watching still. I'll just keep going until I can't go anymore. Let's see. An elderly man says he's ready to go to Gaza and fight against Israel. However, he quickly changes his mind after more information is revealed by the person interviewing him. Well, let's check this out.
İsrail savaşıyla alakalı ne düşünüyor? İzin verseler
Seve giderim. Canımı bile veririm oradan. Cihat yaparım, evet.
Bir otobüs insan götüreceğiz 2 gün sonra. Senin numaranı, adresini alalım.
Benim hastam var, oraya gelemem.
İsrail savaşıyla alakalı ne
Turns out he didn't really want to go and fight after all. There's a lot of that going around these days. Let's see. LGBTQ plus safety grades by state. So let's see. Rhode Island, New Hampshire, A+, Delaware, A+. And then what do we got down here? These dangerous, evil places. South Dakota, Florida, Wyoming, F. They must be really dangerous there. Does anybody actually believe this shit? This constant struggle to keep convincing people that there's all this oppression happening. I mean, because I guess the fact that in like Florida, they don't want to teach grade school kids and kindergartners that they might be born in the wrong body makes them unsafe. I would say that it actually makes them safer. You know, and I think the fact that you know, you've had a bunch of European countries like Sweden and the Netherlands and the UK are reversing course on all that gender stuff. I think that tells us something, doesn't it? That maybe their justification for doing that is the safety of children. So we keep seeing this bullshit. Like, it is so desperate, this attempt to keep up the oppression lie. Is Florida really an F? Is it really just that dangerous for gay people? I don't think that it is. I think there's lots of gay people in Florida. I think they like it there. It's all just made up. It's just this fantasy world that we're supposed to believe. We're supposed to just take it for granted because somebody from a protected group pretending to speak for all of those people in that protected group says so. You know, I hate this whole community thing, this community and that community, the LGBTQ community. Well, that's bullshit. There is no community. For one thing, the L's and the G's and the B's have nothing to do with the T's. They're not the same thing at all. You know, they're not one. Even if you just take one of the, there's no gay town, there's no lesbian town. If there was a gay town, it'd probably be way more fun than a lesbian town. There'd be nothing to eat but like oatmeal. But there's no gay town. There's no mayor of gay town and press secretary and treasurer of gay town, right? There's no community. These are a bunch of individuals spread all over the place. They don't think with one mind. This is the biggest lie of the left now, the modern left, is to try and pretend that if you're in one identity group, everybody in that group is of one mind, totally united, in total solidarity with far leftist ideas. We know that's just not true. We know that they're not all Marxists. We know that because they're humans. And humans all have their own personalities. They're not all just clones. You can't just say you're in this group, so therefore you must think this. Everybody thinks this. This is the lie they tell us. Who tells us? It's self-appointed leaders. Self-appointed activist leaders. A lot of whom don't even belong in any of these categories in the first place. They're supposed to do this. I hate the way that the media does this. They'll just bring up somebody and say, well, this person's gay, and this is what they think, so that's what all gays think. I don't think that they do. I know that they don't, because they're human. Because they're human beings, And human beings have a tendency to think, at least some percentage do. You're never going to have one identity group all agree on anything, because they're not drones. They're not ants or bees. They're people. And people have this habit of making up their own minds, right? I think it's such a dehumanizing lie that they tell us. If you want real bigotry, it's right here. It's in these movements. That's the real bigotry. That's the real dehumanization, in my mind. In any case, let's move on. Let's see. Dykes against genocide. Dykes against genocide. So that's like Queers for Palestine. They're marching for Palestine. Let's see. Oli London. Lesbians and non-binary women hold a Dykes Against Genocide march in solidarity with Palestine. Though women wearing masks chanting the call for genocide from the river to the sea as they march through Washington, D.C. on Saturday. And never a looker amongst them, right? Never a looker amongst them. I think that's what binds them together. Dykes Against Genocide. Don't go to Gaza. That's my advice. Don't go there, because there's a rooftop with your name on it. It's so weird, right? I mean, is it that they refuse to understand how the culture they're advocating for views them? I guess they just don't want to know. There's no profit for it in them. I mean, I guess nothing good can come from going against and of course it's not, this is the activist base, right, of their movement. It's not all, this isn't obviously all lesbians, but these are the activist part of them, right? And if you're in that, and those are all your friends, there's no profit in thinking about it or considering it or seeing the absurdity of what you're doing, because all it's going to do is get you denounced and lose all of your friends and all of your Facebook friends. So there's no benefit in it to them. So just go along with it, no matter how stupid, how suicidally stupid it is. This is good. This is just a prank. Nothing political here. Let's check this out. Hold on. Oh, that's classic. That's classic. I like it. Okay, let's keep going. Little known fact, this is how the Sistine Chapel was painted. The ceiling and mop technique. Yeah, I've seen a few things like this where it's just don't even try. Like, don't try and be an artist. I guess try and like figure out the weirdest way of being an artist without actually getting good at art or painting. Just, I guess, have a gimmick. I guess that's what modern arts come down to now. It's just gimmicks, right? Guess it was all started off by like the Jackson Pollocks. And you see the art on the walls, and it's all just total garbage. It's just nothing, right? Like this could literally be somebody who this is the first like mop painting they've done, or any painting of any kind they've ever done. Like you could just put anybody there and it'll be the same result. It'll be just as crappy and pointless and demoralizing and soulless as that. I do feel like it's indicative of kind of the decline of Western civilization, isn't it? You know, beauty doesn't matter anymore. What matters now is celebrating fetishes, apparently, for a month every year. Although it seems like it's like every month of the year now. Celebrating low effort. Celebrating surface level. Streamer says it's either money laundering or a grift for these people. Yeah, I'm going along with the grift side. I mean, I guess it's just if you can put yourself in a position, if you have the connections where you can strap yourself to a harness and have a mop and dip it in some paint and then just make like crude markings on a canvas, and then somebody will pay you for it. Well, I guess go for it. I mean, hey, I'm a capitalist, right? Free markets. People will pay for it. You know, anything is worth what somebody will pay for it. But I don't have to like it, I guess. Let's see. Jimmy John's apparently allows their employees to write abortion is health care, fuck Donald Trump on people's sandwiches if they wear Trump hats. Trump derangement syndrome is a real mental illness. Well, let's see what's going on here.
All right, guys. So I went to Jimmy John's today to order a sandwich wearing my cowboy Trump hat as well as my Unborn Lives Matter shirt. And this guy, my cashier, look what he wrote on my sandwich. Abortion is healthcare. F Donald Trump. So to be honest, number one, I don't feel comfortable eating this anymore. So Jimmy John's, the company, is this appropriate for your employees to be this political, that they can write political slogans on food? To me, that's crazy. You know, I'm a customer in public. Employees of a corporation should not be doing this to their customers, because this sandwich is now going to go in the garbage, and I'm going to request a refund because I'm not eating it. All right, guys. So I went to Jimmy John's today to order a sandwich.
Do I feel a boycott coming on? Possibly. Streamer's saying that he wants somebody to join him in the chat. So I guess all the regulars have already signed off after, the first 6 hours. So anybody in the chat who wants their voice heard, I will read it. I will read it for you if you want me to. So put your 2 cents in. The chat's fun. The water's fine. Jump right in. Oh, okay, this is great. So the left always eats itself, right? So Dylan Mulvaney is getting slammed on TikTok by his own base. This video got 1.5 million likes. The left's infighting is magnificent. That's the thing. When you're on the left, you don't have friends. You have competitors, right? You have people that are just waiting to denounce you. Right? They're people waiting to take you down. The left loves taking down their own the most of anybody. They like taking down their own more than they like taking right wingers. It maintains discipline within their own ranks. So let's see this.
It's even. People are recognizing that it's women that got this woman to this place to finally canceling Dylan Mulvaney. Fucking finally. I have been trying to tell you guys about this person for the longest time, but whenever I say it, I get labeled as a certain word that I can't say on this app. Everyone is calling Dylan Mulvaney a
I hope they're not calling her frontal, because that's really offensive.
massive hypocrite now that I know. People are finding it very suspicious that this woman right here has grown her entire account based off of promoting women's rights, saying the significance of women.
Going to criticize, but can't bring herself to just say he, him, it's a man, the obvious. I mean, that's the obvious thing, but of course that's not what they go after.
How important women are for her, and of course, recognizing the struggles that women have to go through on a day-to-day basis. She's actually won, I swear, Woman of the Year for this. However, when it comes to speaking about the women in Palestine who are having to use tent scraps because their periods are coming.
Yes, the place that none of them thought about before 6 months ago. Yeah, which they're all so passionate about now. I mean, they've spent their whole lives, except for the entire time up until October, thinking about this and dedicating their lives to it. Their whole lives, except for the part before October last year, of course.
All the women in Congo who are aggressively and systematically getting raped, she's quiet. She's silent. It's crickets even. People are recognizing that it's women that got this woman to this place to begin with. But however, when it comes to addressing issues that affect women within the diaspora, she's conveniently quiet. Yeah. So everyone is finally canceling.
I find it hilarious that even when they're canceling each other, they can't make sense. It's hilarious. I love to see it. Let's see, what's this? Well, at the G7 summit, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau outlines the plus 1 billion Canada has given to other countries for combating climate change and announces additional funding for similar initiatives. Please leave. We don't want you anymore. We don't want you giving away our money anymore. Right? Is this what the carbon tax is for? Is this what the increase in the capital gains tax is for? How are you paying for that? Or is that just the money you've borrowed? So Trudeau loves to borrow money, which Canadians have to pay for. And keep in mind, in Canada now, we spend more money servicing the interest on the national debt than we do on healthcare in Canada, which is insane. But he loves to borrow money to give to other countries because of his empathy, of course. It kind of feels like he's not really concerned about Canadians. It kind of feels like he's concerned about his own image on the world stage and what he's going to do after he's prime minister. It kind of feels like that to me. It kind of feels like he's selling out Canada for his own future. Please stop giving our money away, Justin Trudeau. Canadians need it. It should be for Canadians. Right? If you're going to keep increasing taxes, that should really at least go to Canadians. What an awful cretin he is. This is just funny.
No. Keep Go!
30 meters long and weighing over 200 tons.
That's it. That's it.
Its heart is the size of a car.
You got him.
Biggest animal that has ever lived.
Its heart is the size of a car. I thought you'd like that one, streamer.
Was she a great big fat person?
Why, yes, Silence of the Lambs. She was. She was indeed. Let's see. See, here's another one. We were talking earlier about how we keep hearing about the danger of the far right everywhere. And these elections in Europe, and oh, it's so scary. These right wingers getting elected. It's so terrifying. But the only people that seem to be running around everywhere causing violence are the left. In Europe, they're rioting over the elections because they're not happy because conservatives got elected in the EU elections. And we just seem to see constant, nonstop leftists taking over buildings. I mean, we had the whole Summer of Love, right? It's always far leftists. Yeah, sure, you had what was really a small riot in the Capitol on January 6th, but that was a total anomaly. Conservatives, the right doesn't do this. The left is constantly doing this. Constantly. But we have to keep hearing about the extreme right. Where is the extreme right? The extreme right's not marching all over Canada and the US, taking over campuses, marching around flying foreign flags and chanting terrorist slogans. That's the left. It's always the left. But we have to keep hearing about how scary it is that some moderate conservatives got elected in Europe, or that a libertarian got elected in Argentina. Remember hearing about Bolsonaro? How he was a fascist. He was the new fascist. It turned out that he wasn't. It turns out that the leftist authoritarian who took over is a much worse guy. Always seems to be the left for some reason. It's weird, isn't it? It's so weird. I mean, let's not forget about that National Socialist Workers' Party that happened in Germany in the 40s. You know, they were called the National Socialist Workers' Party. That's interesting, isn't it? There seems to have been a real effort to convince everybody that the National Socialist Workers' Party in Germany was right wing. I'm kind of the mind these days that they were actually a left wing party. In fact, they were exactly what their name would imply. But anyway, neither here nor there. Shocking moment. Frenzied mob tried to lynch the UCLA Administrative Vice Chancellor Michael J. Beck. Beck had to be escorted off campus by police as a baying mob tried to attack him while screaming profanities. Well, they don't seem like right-wingers to me. They seem like the usual far-left lunatics that are constantly doing this sort of thing. I really think that what we need to do is stop using the word, I talked about this earlier, stop using the word liberal. It's not liberal. None of these people here are liberals. None of these people trying to assault this guy are liberals. They are far leftists. They're extreme leftists, right? There's very few actual liberals around anymore. In Canada, Trudeau is the leader of the Liberal Party. Even he says they're a progressive party now, right? The categories have all shifted. We need to stop calling them liberals. They're not liberals. They don't believe in free speech. They're authoritarians, right? They believe in political violence. They're not liberals. They're extreme left. They're far left. We need to, I mean, the left has been mirroring themselves and their own behaviors on just normal people for so long. We need to just do the same thing. Not mirror, just call them what they actually are now. Stop pretending that they're liberals. They're not. I'm not saying every person who would vote for Trudeau or Biden or whatever is an extreme leftist. Many people are they're just lifetime Democrat or liberal or whatever. And they don't pay attention. They don't know what's going on. They just know that they vote the same way every single election, right? But the people out protesting and attacking and setting things on fire, and the people who advocate for that, including politicians who do that, of which there are many, And the people who advocate for insanely extreme far left policies like sex changes for children, for instance, right? Or socialism. Socialism is not a moderate idea, right? Those people, we should be calling them far leftists, far left extremists, radicals. That's the kind of language we should be using, right? Just put away liberal. That doesn't exist anymore, right? Like if an actual liberal now is considered by the modern left to be new Hitler anyway, right? So just put that word away. No, we'll call them what they actually are. They're far left extremists. They're radicals. They're extreme left. You can use any of those, right? But let's start describing them for what they actually are. Let's play the media's game. Now, it's time for us to play the media's game, right? They call every moderate conservative. They call liberals, actual real liberals, like traditional old school liberals, right? Your old burnout art teacher from 1987, right? As far as the modern left is concerned now, he's Mussolini, right? So we need to do the same thing as them. It's just that when we say it, it's actually true. Far leftist, Trudeau, is an extreme far leftist, right? If he thinks that, 5-year-olds can be born in the wrong body, that's an extreme leftist position, a far leftist position, right? We need to call people like him, extremists, because they are, right? They've been doing it to us forever, right? So we'll do it. The only difference is, as I say, that when we say it, it's actually true, because they are extreme positions. If you've got somebody who believes in open borders, I'm sorry, that person's a communist. That's an extremist position. That's an extreme position. That's a far left position. And we should define them as such. Anyway, rant over. Would you believe me if I told you these two were from Mars? I would believe you if you told me they were from TikTok.
So we shoot a big interview with a lot of questions, and you give us a lot of nice answers, which you will find very soon on our YouTube channel.
It makes it worse that he's German somehow, doesn't it? Doesn't that make it worse?
So peace out. So I have Nalu here, and we was shooting a big interview.
Yes. Hello.
Big interview guy.
Are you there?
So we shoot a big.
It rubs the lotion on its skin, or else it gets the hose again.
I get a bad vibe from these two. I don't know. I got a feeling they could be unpredictable. Let's just say that. Just endless bad decisions here. Endless bad decisions. It's just like at every fork in the road where you could go the right way or the wrong way, there are some people that will just go the wrong way. It's like, Scott Adams said something, years ago that stuck with me. He said that, 20% or 25% of the population, wherever you are, is always wrong about everything. All the time. Every time. Always wrong. And, it's like the true and non-voters, those people that are still, that still adore Justin Trudeau and think he can do no wrong. Those are people that are wrong on everything, all the time, every time, right? And I feel like people like this, they just don't have that thing, that gene or something that allows them to ever, when they come to a fork in the road, choose the correct path. It's just the wrong path every single time. I mean, I just can't help but feel eventually you might regret some of this. Some of it, at least. Anyway. Show your commitment to Pride Month by getting rainbow freckles tattooed on your face. Yeah, see what I mean about just making bad decisions, just being incapable of picking the correct path. I mean, we know that tattoos fade over time, right? Radio Streamer says, are you on a jump scare mission with me? I'm trying to terrify you. In case you look away from the screen and look back, I want something there to terrify you. It's time to wake you up, buddy. You need to wake up to what's happening in the world. All right. Yeah, that's stupid. Again, just bad decisions. Nothing but bad decisions. Where did they get this idea from? I mean, that's permanent now. And these things, they fade and they get blotchy and they spread out. It's just going to look weird. It's going to look like a disease. Is that like some kind of new kind of monkeypox? That's what people are going to say. Ooh, no, don't come near. Don't come near. You've got that rainbow monkeypox. There probably will be at some point. Rainbow freckles. That's just a bad decision. Why can't people think into the future? I mean, I know young people make bad decisions, but I mean, there's some stuff that's just kind of obvious, just obviously a bad idea, you know? And don't the tattoo artists tell them? Like, just say, I mean, I think if you were an ethical tattoo artist, you would just refuse to do tattoos on people's faces, period. You just say, I know you're going to regret this, so I'm just not going to do it. I can't sleep at night if I put this on your face. If I put these rainbow freckles or this spider or whatever on your face, I know it's not going to go well. So I'm just not going to do it. I'm sorry. You'll have to go somewhere else. I wonder if there are any like that. Let's see. JJ McCullough says, I noticed the term survivor is increasingly being used to describe all victims of anything. I was just reading a website about a class action lawsuit involving wrongful dismissal, and the people that were fired were called survivors. Everything has to be drama now. I mean, survivor, it really should be saved for, I don't know, like cancer survivor. Okay, that's fine. Or like you survived a war or like a terrorist attack or something. Okay. You know, something actually life-threatening, right? But like wrongful dismissal isn't really life-threatening, is it? I mean, it can make you really depressed, but it's not, I don't think it's in that same category, right? Of the, you know, like, again, cancer survivor or something. I think you can say that. If somebody tried to murder you and you survived that, right? Okay, fair enough. That makes sense. You know, hey, guess what? I survived a root canal last week. I survived it. You know, I guess it's just that the market for oppression now, or victimhood, is so strong that people really have just become desperate for it, you know? Like, I'm sure there are people writing or you know, ranting breathlessly on TikTok about how they survived being misgendered. Guaranteed. You know, or not, you know, survived not fitting in an airplane seat and it was embarrassing, you know, or survived, you know, being cut off at the buffet because they just ran out of chicken balls. Yeah, I think it should be reserved for actual serious stuff. I will say that. Anyway, yeah, I think we're officially into longest live stream I've done territory, 6 hours, 35 minutes. Okay, I don't think I'll be able to go for that much longer. I think I'm starting to actually get dizzy at this point. Let's see. Okay, we already did that one earlier. We saw that. That was nice. She's a nice little girl. She gets the other girls up with her, even though she won first. She got the other girls up on the podium with her after. Well, we'll take a look again. It's heartwarming. We have to see nice things sometimes. Look at this. Look at this. She brings them up to do a photo altogether. That's just lovely. That's nice. Let's see. I'm just going to skip through to the most fun stuff. We already watched this one, I think. Actually, let's watch it again because it's a classic.
As a celebrity, I know all about stuff, like science and politics. So trust me when I tell you who you should vote for. If you don't vote the right way, that's like a hate crime. It makes me sad and angry, and I'll leave the country. and you don't want that.
Let's see. Schreiber says it's okay, man. We nailed it already. And then you nailed it already. It's been a great stream. No, it's like the chat is such an integral part of this whole thing. It makes it so much more fun, right? I'm not sure I would even do it if there wasn't the chat there. You know, it wouldn't be nearly as fun. So I consider what we do as a we, because you guys take part. I mean, you guys are part of the show, you know, and make it way more fun for everybody, I think. And Streamer says, I'm getting there as well. Yeah, we're all getting tired. But I don't want to leave anything. I don't want to see anything tomorrow that was fun that I forgot to do. So let's do a quick scan through. We're already seeing this stuff. We already saw that dingbat. Oh, I want you to see this before you go to sleep. This is truly one of the funniest videos ever. This is just hilarious and just out of nowhere.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? A fucking cat? Hey, don't fucking look at me like that. That's a weird looking fucking cat. Ma! Yo, there's a stray cat outside. I don't want it starting a fight with Lucy. Lucy, it's okay. It's okay, Lucy. Don't worry about it. Ma! Ma, there's a weird fucking stray cat outside. It looks like grandma, the fucking thing. Hey, get the fuck.
It looks like grandma.
Fuck out of here. I don't even know if that's a fucking cat. Blink, motherfucker. Hey, no.
I wonder if this guy does that to everything. Ma, is this a fucking lamp? What kind of lamp is this? Jesus, Ma. Good Lord. It is a weird looking cat. I got to say that. It's a freaky cat. I'm not sure I blame him really for being freaked out. Although it is just a cat. But look at it. It's a weird cat. And it doesn't blink. It's a very, very weird cat. Holy crap, it's 2:13 in the morning. Jesus. Okay, we better get, let's see. Remember, you can't use reason and logic with people that don't know the difference between a boy and a girl. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, you've got people that just, I mean, it's so clear that this trivial redefinition of gender is just, it's just an abstraction. It's just an infinite series of abstractions. It doesn't mean it's clearly not real. It's clearly not scientific in any way, right? It's just this abstract idea. So you take a word, gender, that has always just been synonymous with sex, right? And then you very rapidly do this trivial redefinition. I don't mean that the effects of it are trivial. I mean that it's inane, it's silly, this redefinition into this, I guess, the progressive soul, which is just this infinite variety of genders, right? It's just this abstract idea. It's not real, right? But we all have to pretend like somehow it's real or it's science or something. It's so silly, you know? And people have to pretend they don't know the difference between a boy and a girl. I'm not sure that it's possible to really not know the difference. I think it's only possible to pretend you don't, because you know which way, at least in your social circles, politically, the wind is blowing. Let's see. You know, I'm not even going to talk about that. This awful front hole. Let's see. This woman has the fingers of King Charles and the legs of Queen Camilla. In other words, she's stunning. You know, he's got the doing it at home part, right? He got the not, you know, showing it to the rest of the world on the internet part wrong. That's the wrong part. At home, right? Broadcasting it to the universe on the internet, wrong. So it's Got it half right. Let's see. Is there anything crucial here? Anything we have to look at? I mean, we're going to miss a bunch of stuff I put together, but how about this? Female Star Wars showrunners putting a crackling campfire in space is the kind of thing that happens when you get rid of mansplaining. A campfire in space. That's gold. Let's see. We already saw that. Oh. Testicular injuries in women's sports. Let's see. 2020 went right through the roof. None before. Strange that. Let's see. Anything? Oh, here's some more of those mostly peaceful protests. Smoke bombs reportedly set off outside White House in Washington, D.C. at Gaza protest. I thought this was supposed to be all those right-wing extremists doing all this stuff, but it seems like every single time it's leftists. Weird. It's almost as if the media lies to us constantly. Let's see. Oh, this is a very good conservative ad. Destroying Trudeau. Maybe we'll just watch this before we go.
It's time for a change in this country, my friends. A real change. It's time for a change in this country, my friends. A real change. It's time for...
Yeah, maybe don't keep electing people who say things like the budget will balance itself. Maybe a bad idea. Maybe a terrible idea. That's a good ad, though. That's a powerful ad. They need to keep that up. All right, I think that's going to be it, folks. This is a good time to strongly encourage anybody who's not already subscribed to the channel to subscribe to the channel. And then when you go on to YouTube or Rumble, you will see my videos. They'll just be there. Because if you don't, you'll probably never see my stuff again. And I put out lots of videos during the week, too. So there's a Friday night live stream. Usually is 5 to 6 hours, although we're going almost 7 hours tonight, 6 hours, 44 minutes. Usually not going to be that long, but usually pretty long. And then a bunch of videos during the week, and they're very nutritious and good for you. And you'll be smarter and you'll know more stuff about the world. And that can't hurt. So anyway, I strongly encourage you to subscribe, especially if you're watching on Rumble and you're not subscribed, because I think that's really where the future of my channel lies. But in any case, thanks to everybody. Thanks for Radio Streamer for hanging in this late. I know it's very late where you are, so thanks a lot. Thanks to everybody who was in the chat tonight. And everybody have a great weekend. I'll be watching the boxing tomorrow. I'm looking forward to doing absolutely nothing but watching boxing tomorrow. But I hope all you have a great weekend. And hopefully we'll see you next Friday. And hopefully you'll be catching my videos during the week. Good night, everybody. See you next time.